watching Republic.
Viewers, and thanks for continuing to stay with us as we bring you all the updates on the biggest news story that we are tracking for you, and that is the nightclub fire that took place in Goa. More than 25 people at least are dead, many more are injured. We'll get you all the updates. Here are the headlines first that we're tracking for you. Fire breaks out at a nightclub in Goa's North District. At least 25 people dead. Police say victims were the members of club staff. Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant hints at safety lapses leading to fire at the Birch Nightclub. Government issues a show cause notice against Indigo CEO, given 24 hours to explain why action should not be taken. Republic gets exclusive scoop on government's meet with Indigo. Toughest possible action to be taken against Indigo. Amid Pan-India Aviation meltdown, Indigo issues a statement, says it is working determinedly to bring its operations back to track across the network. And in view of widespread disruptions of flights, Air India Group rolls out proactive measures for passengers across India. Viewers, our top focus continues to be the nightclub fire tragedy that has claimed the lives of at least 25 people in Goa's North District. So a massive tragedy happening in Goa. A massive fire that broke out late last night at Birch by Romeo Lane, a popular nightclub in the Arpora area of Goa's North District. And according to officials, around 7 people have been injured and have been admitted to the Goa Medical College for treatment. This tragic accident, which occurred during the peak of the tourist season, has raised serious questions about fire safety compliance at Goa's nightlife venues. Goa Chief Minister has ordered a magisterial inquiry into the incident. So we continue to get you all the updates on the massive fire at the Goa club. At least 25 people have been killed. The incident occurred late in the night, and the cops initially saying that fire was triggered due to a cylinder blast near the kitchen area. Let's listen in to Goa Chief Minister.
गोवा के टूरिज्म हिस्ट्री में पहली बार इस तरह के जो आरपोरा में लगे आग की दुर्घटना बहुत बड़ी दुर्घटना है। 25 लोगों की डेथ इसमें हो गई है। अप्रॉक्सीमेटली रात को 12 बजे इंसिडेंस हुआ। मैं खुद घटनास्थल पर रात को 1:30-2 बजे मैं पहुंचा। मैंने जाने के बाद मैंने वहाँ पे पूरी मेरे साथ में हमारे लोकल एमएलए माइकल लोबो वो भी थे, डीजीपी से लेके बाकी सभी पुलिस अधिकारी, फायर कलेक्टर्स, डिप्टी कलेक्टर्स, ये भी लोग वहाँ पे मौजूद थे। यानी विदिन हाफ एन आवर में आग तो बुझाई, लेकिन जिस क्लब में ये आग की दुर्घटना हुई, जो लोग वहाँ पे थे, कुछ लोग बाहर आ सके, लेकिन बाकी लोगों को बाहर आने के लिए नहीं मिला और यानी सफोकेशन की वजह से यानी उस लोगों की मौत हो गई। अभी प्रिलिमिनरी पता चला है उससे 4 लोग वो टूरिस्ट हैं, बाकी लोग उस क्लब के यानी कर्मचारी थे। मैं उनकी जो मौत हो गई है उनके प्रति मैं दुख व्यक्त करता हूँ, उनके फैमिली के प्रति संवेदना व्यक्त करता हूँ, उनके आत्मा को शांति मिले और सरकार की तरफ से उनको आर्थिक मदद दी जाएगी। 6 लोग जो अस्पताल में हैं उनके लिए अच्छी से अच्छी ट्रीटमेंट गोवा मेडिकल कॉलेज में दी जा रही है। मैंने खुद होके गोवा मेडिकल कॉलेज के डीन उनसे बात की है और उनको अच्छी तरह से ट्रीटमेंट मिलेगी।
एक ये अनफॉर्चुनेट इंसिडेंट हुआ है यहाँ पे अरपोरा के अंदर में एक रेस्टोरेंट कम क्लब है। वहाँ पे 12:04 पे पुलिस कंट्रोल रूम में इंफॉर्मेशन आई कि वहाँ कोई फायर इंसिडेंट हुआ है और वहाँ इमिडिएटली पुलिस और फायर ब्रिगेड और एम्बुलेंस वगैरह सब उन्हें रश किया उधर। तो अब फायर तो अंडर कंट्रोल है और वहाँ से डेड बॉडीज सारी निकाली गई हैं। तो उसमें टोटल जो डेथ काउंट है उसमें 23 है और इसमें जो ज़्यादातर जो बॉडीज मिली हैं वो नीचे जहाँ किचन है इसका रेस्टोरेंट का, वहाँ पे डेड बॉडीज ये मिली है। और अभी इस घटना के कारणों की जांच पुलिस करेगी और उसमें जो भी उसके कंक्लूजन निकल के आते हैं जांच के, उसके हिसाब से हम लोग इसमें एक्शन लेंगे। अभी इस बात की हम लोग पड़ताल कर रहे हैं कि इसमें कितने स्टाफ हैं, जो मैनेजमेंट है उसकी मदद से ये चीज़ करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि इसमें कितने स्टाफ हैं और कितने इसमें जो विजिटर हैं उस रेस्टोरेंट के वो हो सकते हैं। अपेरेंटली ज़्यादातर जो दिखाई दे रहे हैं अभी तक जो प्राइम एफएसआई और इनिशियली हम लोगों ने देखा है वो स्टाफ दिखाई दे रहे हैं और कुछ लोग इसमें
All right now we are joined in by Mr. Durga Das Kamath, the General Secretary of Goa Forward Party joining us. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us here on Republic TV. We are also joined in by my colleague Nitin, who is at the spot where the fire took place. Let's first go across to Mr. Kamath. Thank you so much, Mr. Kamath. Sir, your reaction on this big, massive fire that has taken place in Goa North Nightclub, considering the fact that now that there are questions being raised as far as safety norms are concerned. Now, this is not the first nightclub in Goa. It is a tourist place, and there are several nightclubs across Goa, especially in North Goa. How do you look at the entire incident panning out?
See, the local Sarpanch, Mr. Roshan Redkar of the Arpora Panchayat on record last night, late night, early morning today, that the Panchayat had issued a demolition order as the club and the structures were illegal. The club owners went to the higher ups, to the higher authorities in the government and attained a stay on this Panchayat order. So this itself shows that there is political patronage to it. There are bureaucratic patronage to the illegal things in the state. And at what cost? At the people's life. People have lost their lives. There were no safety norms. There were structures were illegal. There were no permissions. There were no licenses. The Sarpanches of the local village panch on record saying that the Panchayat has issued a demolition order. So who was protecting this illegal thing is the biggest question mark in the state administration. Now that the Chief Minister said that, compensation will be declared, it's one part. Compensation has to be given. There's one part of the issue. But then what is the accountability? When are the heads going to roll? Who is going to take the moral authority or the authority, to allow these illegal things to happen when the village Panchayat had issued a demolition order? Who were involved in giving this stay? Under whose influence stay was given to the illegal things in the area? So these are the serious doubts and questions which the Honorable Chief Minister and the government has to answer.
Absolutely, sir. But it is not just the matter of a local panchayat issuing an order. What about the safety norms? Because it is not just the responsibility of the panchayat really to issue any orders like that. What about the authorities? When
the base starts with the panchayat, when panchayat itself says that the structures are illegal or the demolition order, then how the permissions were issued? First when you apply for the permission, you go to the local body and get the permission. And when they say that, you get the fire NOC, you get the health NOC. So where these safety norms overlooked by the fire officers, where this integrity, small things were overlooked by the authorities in the state administration. If as who is responsible and whose head is going to roll? This is the biggest question mark that entire people of Goa are asking now.
Absolutely. So that is the question. That what about the authorities? How was a license given to a nightclub to operate within North Goa, and that too without any checking of the fire norms? Because our reporter is there at the field, and he is at the ground, and he was telling us that there is only one exit, which is making it likely that there was no chance for the people to really come out immediately out of that nightclub.
See, illegal things are thriving in the North Goa belt. Last night, as our president has tweeted sometime back, party president, Mr. Vijay Sardesai ji, he also says tweeted yesterday, illegal liquor truck was caught. So illegal things are rampantly happening in the northern part of the Goa, which is the coastal belt. The biggest question mark is when are the heads going to roll and who is going to take the authority? Whether we are getting reports now that there was bureaucratic patronage as well as political patronage to these illegal structures. So who are behind this? The government has to answer. Government cannot just get away with it because now this has become an international news. We are in the touristic season. We are in the month of December, which is a peak season for Goa. So people will be scared to come to the state, if these things are, working out like this. So government has to come clear. Head has to start rolling immediately. Inquiry is one part. But then government has to find out who gave a stay. How did the higher-ups issue a stay order to the demolition order which was issued by the local panchayat body? Local MLA Michael Lobo is on record saying that he doesn't want to speak much on the issue. So he should also come clear on these things because he being the local MLA at the Arpora village panchayat there.
Absolutely, sir. But as far as your party is concerned, did your party raise this question within the state legislature?
See, we have been continuously raising the issue. Our former deputy CM and our party president Vijay Bab has been raising these illegal issues in the house, continuously for the last 4 years during the monsoon session, whether it's the winter session, whether it's the budget session. He has been consistently raising issues about the illegal structures in the coastal belt and the illegal businesses in the coastal belt. In fact, we were on record in the last session wherein, illegal structures at one of the other panchayats near Anjuna from, on the way to Shapora beach, lot of illegal structures were thriving, illegal business was thriving, which was shut down after the issue was raised by the Honorable Party President Mr. Vijay Sardesai ji on the floor of the House during the monsoon session. So we have been consistently raising, but government is, dumb and deaf. They just don't listen to anything. Everything is striving on the Hafta Raj in the state and especially in the northern part of the coastal belt of the state. Complete illegal things are happening. You come and you visit there, you will see all sort of things happening in the during the late night hours in the coastal belt.
Mr. Sawant, Goa's economy heavily depends on tourism, the nightlife, and even if we consider that this is a one incident that has happened in Goa's history, but this is definitely going to have huge repercussions.
This is just a tip of the iceberg, what has happened. There are a lot of whether government will now act against the illegal structures. There are hundreds of structures operating like this, with the blessings of the Hafta Raj in the northern part of Goa. So the Chief Minister has to come clear. Chief Minister has to start rolling the head, whether that is political heads or the bureaucratic heads. Heads immediately in this matter, or else this will keep continuing, and such people who are doing business with illegal things, this will get only emboldened that they care a damn for the administration and the state of Goa.
Right. Thank you so much, Mr. Kamath, for joining us. And these are very, very significant and very pertinent questions that really need to be answered because, as you've mentioned, this is now going to lead to a scrutiny on the entire nightlife clubs that are there in North, and not just North Goa, but in nightclubs across Goa. As there are indications that there were norms that were not followed, and this is in fact something that the Goa Chief Minister himself has pointed to, that it is likely that safety measures were not being followed. So what really happened as far as those safety norms are concerned? What about the license? Because any license to a nightclub has to be given looking into all the safety measures there. All right, we have a soundbite. Let's listen in.
हाँ, मैं एक्चुअली घर पे जा रहा था, तभी देखा कि आवाज़ आया फ्लैश का वगैरह, तो मैं देखा कि मेरे एक्चुअली नियर बाई घर है इधर, मैं देखा तो कि अभी आग जला। एक्चुअली मोस्टली क्या होता है इधर, कभी पटाखे जलते हैं, कुछ फंक्शन होता है वगैरह, तो उतना ये मतलब हम लोग ने इतना वो चीज नहीं लिया, मतलब ये नहीं लिया। तो बाद में देखा तो एम्बुलेंस, थोड़े टाइम के बाद घर पे गया मैं, एम्बुलेंस जा रही है, तो बाद में अपनी गाड़ी लेके उस साइड में गए तो देखा तो ये सब इंसिडेंट हो चुका था।
ओके सर, आप ये रेस्टोरेंट कितना साल से है? क्लब, नाइट क्लब है क्या रेस्टोरेंट है?
हाँ देखो, मोस्टली क्या रहता है ना, ये इधर नियर बाई एरिया जो भी है वो मोस्टली क्या रहता है, कोई भी रेंट पे लेता है, कोई ये रहता है म्यूजिक वगैरह। न्यू अभी क्या दिसंबर में है तो जो भी कोई रेंट लिया होगा वो एक्चुअली उनको लोग को मालूम नहीं रहता एक्चुअली।
ओके, बट ये नाइट क्लब है क्या रेस्टोरेंट है? हाँ
देखो, रेस्टोरेंट भी रहता है, नाइट क्लब मतलब
आप कहाँ रहते हैं?
हाँ नियर बाई
इधर ही। हाँ, अरपोरा। बट ये फर्स्ट टाइम ऐसा इंसिडेंट हुआ ऐसा लग रहा है आपको?
फर्स्ट टाइम? हाँ, ये तो फर्स्ट टाइम हुआ होगा क्योंकि आप नेशनल टीवी पे हो तो इतना ऐसा इंसिडेंट हुआ तो
नहीं। अभी क्या ऐसा आपका सामने कोई एम्बुलेंस से लेके जाने का ऐसा कुछ देख रहे थे?
नहीं, क्या हुआ, मेरे को एक्चुअली आवाज आया, ऐसा आया, मैंने अपने देखा कि उन लोग को लगा कि कुछ फंक्शन चल रहा है, कुछ ये हो रहा है, तो थोड़ी टाइम के बाद एम्बुलेंस वगैरह गए हो गए तो हम लोग को बाद में हम लोग रेस्ट किया।
एक्चुअली हम लोगों की फ्लाइट कल रात 10:30 बजे की लैंड हुई थी, तो हम अराउंड 12 बजे यहाँ आए थे। तो जैसे ही हम लोग अपने हॉस्टल पहुँचे तो हमने देखा वहाँ पे कि धुआं काफ़ी ज़्यादा आ रहा है एंड वहाँ कुछ रेडिश ह्यू भी था। तो हम यहाँ पता करने हैं कि क्या हुआ है। एक्चुअली वी वर प्लानिंग टू कम एंड पार्टी हियर एट yesterday night.
Same hotel.
Yes, but then we got to know that a big fire has taken place out here, so we didn't go.
Yeah. एक्चुअली क्या हुआ कि वी आर फ्रॉम दिल्ली, तो फिर द मोमेंट वी केम हियर सो वी थॉट कि व्हाई देयर इज अ pollution here because we are used to of seeing smoke everywhere. So we thought it's not normal. So after some time we got to know कि there has been a fire. So we thought कि actually we got lucky because our cab driver was late or else we would be here.
वो देखने के लिए आया है ना, मेरा भतीजा है, बड़ा भाई का लड़का है दोनों। तो इसको देखने के लिए आया ना।
क्या हुआ?
वो होटल में रहता था ना,
रात को इंसिडेंट हुआ उसमें।
हाँ, रात को ही मर गया। दोनों मर गया। क्या 3 मरा है। होटल में किचन में काम करता था ये लोग
उस होटल में।
हाँ।
आपको कब मालूम पड़ा?
मेरे को तो सुबह पता चला।
ये कहाँ के?
हम लोग गाँव का ही था ना, झारखंड गोविंदपुर फतेहपुर।
और कितने साल से काम कर रहे हो
इधर पहले था, लेकिन अभी फिलहाल 6 महीने 7 महीने हो रहा है इधर आया है। तो एक नई होटल में ऑटोमेटिक काम कर रहा था। लोग उम्र एक का बड़ा का होगा वही 20 और छोटा का 18 साल।
दोनों झारखंड के भाई थे?
हाँ भाई, मेरा भतीजा लगता है ना।
दोनों? हाँ,
दोनों अपना खुद सगा, एक माँ का
सगा।
एक
मर गया,
दोनों मर गया।
आपको कब मालूम पड़ा?
All right, viewers, let's move on in the bulletin now as Indigo's operational chaos and nationwide disruption enters day 6 today. The airlines claim to have restored 95% of connectivity. However, on Sunday morning, also over 100 flights are cancelled in Hyderabad. Now, customers continue to share their ordeal and and several people are still stranded across airports in the country. Now, aviation watchdog DGCA on Saturday earlier issued a show cause notice to Indigo CEO Peter Elbers and accountable manager Isidro Porquera, seeking explanations within 24 hours on the massive flight disruption. And in the notice, the regular said that the large-scale operational failures indicate significant lapses in planning, oversight, and resource management.
आज फ़्लाइट कैंसिल हो गई। कल इवनिंग को ही खबर आया। आज मेरा फ़्लाइट था टू कैलकाटा एट 7:20 एंड कल इवनिंग को ही खबर आया कि फ़्लाइट कैंसिल हो गया। अभी यहाँ पे आके फिर कौन सा फ़्लाइट अवेलेबल है, क्या है, वो सब खोज खबर लेना पड़ा। एंड इंडिगो से पूछने से उनका ऑपरेशंस पूरा बंद है। एंड इफ़ आई गो टू अदर काउंटर्स लाइक एयर इंडिया, आकाशा, उनके भी लिमिटेड फ़्लाइट्स हैं और अगर हैं भी तो इट्स वेरी कॉस्टली, इट्स नॉट अफोर्डेबल। अभी जो भी मुझे मिला कल का मिला है, बहुत मुश्किल से मिला है। फिर अभी मैं फिगर कर रहा हूँ कहाँ रहना है यहाँ पे। सो इट इज़ बिकमिंग अ बिट टफ। ऑफिस वाले हैं हम लोग, तो वहाँ पे भी हम लोग को छुट्टी लेना पड़ रहा है। तो ये प्रॉब्लम है।
अभी तो उन्होंने चेंज करके दे दिया वाया दिल्ली होते हुए 8:30 बजे का रात को है बोल रहे हैं। वो भी कंफर्म नहीं है, वो बोल रहे हैं हमने टिकट तो कर दिया। मैं इनको पूछा कि वहाँ से फिर कैंसिल तो नहीं होगा, तो बोले ऐसे कुछ हमारे पास कंफर्मेशन नहीं है, लेकिन आपका टिकट कर दिया अभी वाया दिल्ली होते हुए, पुनः आप जा सकते हैं। हाँ, रात को।
मैं काल टिकट बनाया, काल आया, काल बोला एक फ्लाइट कैंसिल हो गया, फिर टिकट दिया, फिर आप बोला फिर कैंसिल हो गया, बार बार ऐसे ही करता है।
फ्लाइट पहले इंडिगो में थी 5 तारीख की, तो उनका पहले इन्फॉर्मेशन आया नहीं, सेम डे आया था कि आपका फ़्लाइट, वो भी टीवी में हमने देखा तो हमें मालूम चला, तो उसके बाद पता किया तो फ़्लाइट कैंसिल थी, पर उसका कोई जवाब नहीं था। अभी हमने दूसरा एयर इंडिया का फ़्लाइट कराया तो उससे वापस आए।
तो उसके कितने पैसे भरने पड़े?
एयर इंडिया की टिकट हमारी 7,000 कुछ रुपए की थी।
हम लोग बेंगलोर से तिरुपति गए थे दर्शन करने, दर्शन तो सब ठीक हो गए, लेकिन एयरपोर्ट पे आके पता लगा डिले है फ़्लाइट, 2 घंटे 3 घंटे 4 घंटे, फिर उन्होंने बताया कि ये तो कैंसिल होगी। तो वो हमें बहुत प्रॉब्लम रही, क्योंकि कोई भी फ़्लाइट बुक कर रहे थे तो वो इतनी महंगी पड़ रही थी। वहाँ से एयर इंडिया की जो थी जाने वाली, वो 60,000 मांग रहे थे, तो हमारे लिए वो बहुत ज़्यादा हो रहा था। फिर हमने बहुत अरेंज करा, ट्रैवल एजेंसी इधर उधर करा, और काफ़ी हमें परेशानी तो रही है डेफिनेटली।
हम लोग तिरुपति जी गए थे दर्शन करने के लिए, और वहाँ से हमने वापस दिल्ली आने के लिए इंडिगो की फ़्लाइट बुक की थी, पर पहले हम एयरपोर्ट पहुँचे तो वहाँ पे दिखाता रहा डिले, और फिर ऑल ऑफ अ सडन वो कैंसिल हो गया। तो वहाँ से हमारे को कोई भी फ़्लाइट हम बुक नहीं कर पा रहे थे, कोई एयर इंडिया की फ़्लाइट भी नहीं बुक कर पा रहे थे, इट वाज़ वेरी एक्सपेंसिव। तो हमें बहुत रीराउट करना पड़ा। फिर हम लोग वहाँ से बैंगलोर गए बस से, वेरी इनकन्वीनियंट, हमें स्टे करना पड़ा 2 दिन, और फिर इवेंचुअली हमें एयर इंडिया की टिकट मिली, और आज हम दिल्ली वापस पहुँचे हैं।
All right, my colleague Satya Prakash is now joining us live from Mumbai for more updates. Satya, now, as far as Indigo's statement goes, they are saying that 95% of connectivity has been restored. But as far as Mumbai is concerned, what are the updates? Because in Hyderabad, we understand more than 100 flights have been cancelled. Tell us more.
देखिए, अभी हालात कहीं कहीं सुधार होते हुए दिख रहे हैं। मैं मुंबई एयरपोर्ट की तस्वीरें दिखा रहा हूँ, किस तरह से यहाँ पे जो काउंटर पे कुछ ही लोग बचे हैं यहाँ पर। और क्योंकि मुंबई एयरपोर्ट से 8 फ्लाइटें कैंसिल हुई, तो ज़्यादा इफेक्ट नहीं हो रहा है कल की अपेक्षा। कल देखने को मिला था कि यहाँ पे काफ़ी लाइन था, काफ़ी यात्री परेशान थे, लेकिन यहाँ पर अभी फिलहाल कहीं के जो यात्री हैं बहुत कम है, और जो लोग का बैग लगेज गुम हो गया, ज़्यादातर वो लोग आ रहे हैं क्योंकि उनका लगेज नहीं मिल रहा, जिसकी वजह से परेशान है। लेकिन मुंबई एयरपोर्ट की बात करें तो मुंबई एयरपोर्ट पर 8 फ्लाइटें कैंसिल हुई है, और 8 फ्लाइटें जो कैंसिल हुए हैं उनके यात्री को पहले ही जानकारी जो मिल रही है कि उनको बता दिया गया है। और यहाँ पर अभी ज़्यादातर लोग वो लोग आ रहे हैं कि जिसका लगेज नहीं मिल रहा, उसके लिए आ रहे हैं यहाँ पे पूछताछ काउंटर पर। कल स्थिति काफ़ी ख़राब थी, कल भी लगभग 117 फ्लाइटें कैंसिल हुई थी, लेकिन आज सिर्फ 8 फ्लाइटें कैंसिल हुई है। और 8 फ्लाइट जो कैंसिल हुई है उनके यात्रियों को पहले से बता दिया, तो कहीं कहीं जो हालात थे सुधार हो रहे हैं। लेकिन जिस तरह से आज 8 फ्लाइट कैंसिल हुई है, उससे कहीं कहीं जो यात्री आ रहे हैं पहले काउंटर पूछ रहे हैं, क्योंकि उनको भी अभी डर है कि उनकी फ्लाइट जाएगी कि नहीं जाएगी। फिलहाल स्थिति नॉर्मल होती हुई दिख रही है। जी
सत्या, ये बताइए कि जिस तरह से आप बता रहे हैं कि 8 फ्लाइट्स अभी सुबह से कैंसिल हुई हैं, लेकिन अगर हम आगे के पूरे दिन की बात करें तो किसी तरह का कोई स्टेटमेंट आया है उधर मुंबई एयरपोर्ट पर कि आज अगर हम पूरे दिन की ओर देखेंगे तो कितनी फ्लाइट्स कैंसिल होने की उम्मीद है?
देखिए, अभी कोई ऑफिशियल जानकारी नहीं मिला है मुंबई एयरपोर्ट से, लेकिन जो सुबह से जो इंडिगो द्वारा जानकारी दिया गया कि मुंबई एयरपोर्ट से 8 फ्लाइटें कैंसिल हुई है। मैं तस्वीरें दिखा रहा हूँ कि यहाँ काउंटर के बाहर की तस्वीरें दिखा रहा हूँ। सिर्फ 2 लोग यहाँ पे खड़े हैं और उनका लगेज नहीं मिल रहा है, इसकी वजह से यहाँ खड़े हैं। और लगातार कहीं स्थिति सुधार हो रहा है। ये इंटरनेशनल पर भी यही हालात बने हुए हैं कि वहाँ पर भी कल जो भीड़ देखने को मिला था वो आज भीड़ नहीं है। जो यात्री हैं यहाँ पे कम दिखाई दे रहे हैं, क्योंकि जो जानकारी है उनको मिल रहा है और जो फ्लाइटें हैं सही टाइम पे हैं। कहीं कहीं जो स्थिति खराब हुआ था, धीरे धीरे सुधार हो रहा है। फिलहाल जो है अभी तक जो है ऑफिशियल जो जानकारी मिला है कि 8 फ्लाइट कैंसिल हुई है, और जो कैंसिल हुए हैं जो यात्री हैं उनको पहले बता दिया गया है। अभी यहाँ पे यात्री बहुत कम आ रहे हैं, और जिन लोग आ रहे हैं वो ज़्यादातर के देखा जा रहा है कि उनका लगेज नहीं मिल रहा है, क्योंकि दूसरे फ्लाइट से रिशेड्यूल हो गया था। इसके बाद कहीं उनको लगेज नहीं मिला, जिसकी वजह से यहाँ पे आ रहे हैं। जी
All right, Satya, thank you so much for getting us all the updates on that big story from Mumbai. We'll keep coming back to you for more. Thank you so much. And viewers, we're taking a very short break, but news and updates are going to continue on Republic TV. We'll get you all the updates on the Goa fire tragedy and the Indigo crisis.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, मसाला। आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
भाई मेरा बेटी को प्यार चाहिए, मेरा बेटी का ब्लड आ रहा, ब्लड नीचे से ब्लड आ रहा, प्यार चाहिए, दे दो। क्यों नहीं कर सकता, क्यों नहीं कर सकता, क्यों नहीं कर सकता, मेरे को प्यार चाहिए अभी।
That we have experienced severe operational disruptions for the past few days. Since then, the crisis continued to aggravate with today, December.
This is Republic Jack Oliver's studio. Stay tuned for all the breaking news and updates. I am Tanisha Avasthi. Let's get started.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Arpora शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
ये कहानी है बदलाव की, जिसने उन्हें हिम्मत दी, राह दिखाई और आत्मनिर्भर बनाया।
त्रिपुरा सरकार ने महिलाओं को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने के लिए कई परिकल्पनाएं शुरू की हैं, ताकि वो अपनी आजीविका खुद तय कर सके।
अब त्रिपुरा की महिलाएं हर क्षेत्र में अपनी निर्णायक भूमिका निभा रही है।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
welcome Mr. C.P. Gurnani in conversation with the Executive Editor, Public Media Network, Mr. Niranjan Narayan Swamy.
Check. Thank you, Mr. Gurnani, for being with us today. I know you came all the way from Gurugram. And you were on stage at the India Economic Summit. If I'm not wrong, it was the year 2022. It was 3 years ago in Delhi. Things were much different then. We weren't talking about AI then. And 3 years from when we last met, so much has changed, Mr. Gurnani. But one thing that I was inspired after meeting you for the last few minutes, and I had the chance to just meet him and take him around our studios. Mr. Gurnani has just started his own venture. He's one of India's best-known names in technology, has been at the helm of Tech Mahindra for many, many decades. And he's now, can I call you an entrepreneur now?
Of course, I am an entrepreneur.
At 66, he's started his own venture. And it's a fantastic venture. I was very excited hearing all about it, Mr. Gurnani. But tell me, why did you choose to do something with AI? How urgent is the need for India to adopt and adapt AI?
You know, it's an interesting question. And I'm only glad that you didn't ask me at the age of 66, why did you even start? So forget AI or no AI. And I must tell you that there has always been this desire, which was, how do you create institutions? How do you create, and that's what I felt when I came here at your beautiful campus here. Because to me, this forward-looking campus was also a demonstration of your commitment to the future of media industry. Similarly, for me, when EY gave me Entrepreneur of the Year award, and I felt this is not fair. I was the entrepreneur manager. And I think at some stage of my life, I should be an entrepreneur. And when my American friends, when I announced my retirement, started asking me what's a bucket list, my first two answers used to be always that if I had a bucket list, I would handle it. Why would I wait for any retirement? But then I said, no, I have an unfinished desire that I want to write a check. I want to be able to create an institution which remains relevant for the future. And obviously coming in at a time, it was exactly 21 months ago, 4th of April 2024, I wanted to also highlight the role AI would play in our lives, personally, professionally, and also in building India. And that was my driver to create IONOS or create an institution.
And I see that you have some fantastic collaborations, by the way. How critical is AI to India as we see it today, and what are your immediate challenges? Where are you trying to bridge the gap in the AI industry?
You know, it's always, so one is, let's talk about the collaboration. Collaboration is with Interglobe. Interglobe, for many of you who are aware, know that they own majority share in Indigo. Number one. Number two, they own 60% of Accor in India. They also have a joint venture with UPS, and they have one of India's largest flight simulator training institute. Now that effectively means is UPS is logistics, Indigo is travel, and hospitality is Accor. And so we have an advantage that my joint venture partner, they own the majority by the way, my joint venture partner is a domain expert in what is in our part of the world called TTLH, which is travel, transport, logistics, and hospitality. So that's number one. Number two, from my perspective, if I look at the India part, for India, there are three, most of us understand that AI is equal to data is equal to machine learning, and machine learning is equal to converting into a tool which we start calling AI. Most of us also understand that now saying happy birthday has become a lot easier because somebody else writes a language for you. Doing a simple research has become a lot easier because somebody else does the research for you. And the reality is, every time we think we have achieved, somebody else is doing 1 trillion more transactions to give us even better answer. Now I want to not wait for India to say whether we will win the war in infrastructure, whether we will win the war in data centers. To me, those are given. Ultimately, whether we go and take it from outside or whether we build it ourselves, we will get the infrastructure right. The real challenge is in applications. Now think about it. One of my closest friends is a professor in Stanford University called Vivek Wadhwa. Now Vivek Wadhwa and I were discussing the data and the AI part of it. And he had lost his wife to cancer. And same age as me. And Vivek decided to do all his R&D in India. And many of you who read his articles, and he has also come on your forum, Niranjan, the point was very simple, that a guy who was in Stanford, who was in Silicon Valley, realizes the real India power is data generated by 1.4 billion people. What do you think was, when the COVID war happened, the largest manufacturing in the world was in India. That's how we did, the vaccine export. Yeah. But more important is, India developed its own vaccine. That Krishna Illa gave us the vaccine in a very short time because of the usage of AI, and we, in a way, not only addressed our health issues, but also helped many countries. So my point is very simple. India's advantage is becoming Krishna Illa or a Vivek Wadhwa. As long as we remember that, the applications are thousands.
One thing that I wanted to ask you, and I felt strongly, this is of course one of the most common questions when people talk about AI, you talk about the human element. Now there are two aspects to it, and two schools of thought. One school of thought, of course, I know how AI has helped me. It's helped me be more efficient, right? It's an enabler for me. But there is another school of thought that AI is taking away jobs. I'm not so sure. In the media world, we haven't really seen that kind of an impact, at least not with Republic, right? But what is the human impact via AI that you're seeing, or that if you can talk about to our viewers?
So, I think a great question, Niranjan, and we have to step back a bit. It's not true that media industry did not see the impact of technology or AI. Reality is, all of us actually saw the impact of technology much earlier than anyone else. That I still remember one of the World Economic Forum 7 years ago. NDTV that time did not have the fund to get the cameras out there. So they filmed all interviews on a Samsung phone 7 years ago. So there was none of those fancy cameras, there was no cameramen running around, nothing. And in that cold Davos World Economic Forum, 7 years ago, suddenly the media had a new cameraman. Same way, you all realized it. Earlier, you used to say, file the story before 6 o'clock because otherwise we can't meet the deadlines. Now you file it sitting somewhere, wherever, because, the tools are now available.
Yeah.
So I think media continues to be on the forefront of adoption of technology.
Correct.
And So don't assume that there is no AI inside in that technology.
Yes.
The reality is, it's the same Spotify knows the 30 next songs that you want to listen. And Netflix wants to recommend to you which which movies to watch. And Amazon started recommending you books many, many years ago.
Yeah.
So I think AI is now everywhere. AI is part of our lives. It is just that some of it, we refuse to accept it, or we are not acknowledging that it is AI.
Yeah. No, I was going through some details, and you had once thanked Sam Altman after building Indian LLM under $5 million. How far have we come since those times?
Again, I think I need to give credit to the remarkable team at Tech Mahindra, Nikhil Malhotra, who was the Chief Innovation Officer, actually rallied behind me and even said, when I was retiring in 2023, CP, on your birth date of 19th of December, we will present an LLM even if it is not fully trained. So now, billions of data in natural language interface was developed in December. It continues to be developed. Now you have trillion parameters that it can address. That LLM that has been developed by Tech Mahindra, and full credit to Mohit Joshi, who succeeded me, that he did not can the project. He's actually given it more empowerment. So now they're doing about 1 trillion parameters. They are able to play with it. And it is now not only being done for Indian languages. Last I read, Indonesia, Saudi Arabia, and Bahrain have all asked for their local language interfaces on that LLM that has been developed after the Sam Altman challenge.
Fantastic. And what is your projection? I mean, we talk about projections, India, Viksit Bharat 2047. Let's talk about immediate. AI impact, immediate future, let's say 2030. What kind of impact do you think the AI industry is going to have?
It's an opportunity. An opportunity for India first to acknowledge that 2030, if we are going to be a $10 trillion economy, about 15% or 20% of that will come from digital economy. So that is number one, it's an opportunity. Now, every time there is an opportunity, you need to rise to the occasion. How do you rise to the occasion? Number one is, all of us, instead of saying, AI will not impact me, start believing that AI will impact each one of us. It doesn't matter whether you are in judiciary.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter whether you are in education or in healthcare or in manufacturing. You go around every industry. The fact is that it is there. The fact is that when an aircraft is flying, we know there is AI inside. When we see a fighter jet, we know it is an AI inside. When we talked about our Operation Sindoor, we know this time it was not the soldiers fighting, it was the drones fighting. It was the BrahMos missile fighting. And all of that has AI inside. Now, to believe that your and my future is not interlinked to AI, I think we are just sleeping like home currents.
Okay, absolutely. Now, I see a lot of students, because we interact with students, and not just in metros, but even in rural areas, right? In tier 2, tier 3 cities, right? What is the kind of AI, penetration that you're seeing? How is it helping productivity in, let's say, in tier 2, tier 3 cities in rural India?
To be very candid, I'm again repeating, most of us do not marry AI to our jobs. We are very happy when we go to the airports and see a Digi Yatra and say, India has come a long way. Now we have video AI-enabled devices. We have a very progressive government. where 6 agencies at the back, whether it is called CISF or whether it is called A, B, C, D, E, which means Airport Authority, everybody has integrated their application and data streams to give us a seamless entry into the airport.
Yeah.
But when it comes to our own jobs, we are not extrapolating. So my point is, it is not about villages. It is not about the township. Actually, townships are going to be, or the villages are probably going to adopt it faster. The reason is, AI is equal to agriculture, AI is equal to education, AI is equal to water diagnostics, AI is equal to health diagnostics. If all of those tools are now available to you, you don't have to go very far. The moment I make smartphone affordable, it will be in the palm of everybody.
Correct.
And it has started happening. You saw it in COVID that the same education system could be adopted to the villages. It was not that, we were ready. We all had to adopt. We all developed.
Yeah.
Now that means we can make it inclusive. That a Patna Super 30 or Super 20 can now reach any town or any village.
Yeah.
That means a student here who takes all the tuitions in Delhi or Mathura can compete with a guy somewhere in a village. So it's a beautiful opportunity. It is for us to now make sure that opportunity is converted into an outcome.
Yeah.
And that's where I think the effort is required. That you can analyze weather patterns, that you can analyze the data that comes to you regarding which crop and what yield and which fertilizer, which pesticide. All that data is now available to you again on your screen.
Yeah. Now, in fact, to take that thought forward, because you mentioned another channel and the fact that they were using phones, right, back then, 7-8 years back. It's a technology called Live View, which Republic was using back then. What it meant was a huge truck would be crunched into a phone. These are apps that came out 8-9 years ago, and they became a success, and they helped how we, became leaner because of great bandwidth. Great bandwidth. Okay. Now my question to you is, great bandwidth is what I wanted to talk to you about, because I asked you a question about rural India. Today you have cheap internet across India. Today you have India, which is the most populated country in the world. You have numbers, and you have low-cost internet, and you have fantastic AI, penetration, right? Now, in the larger scheme of things, in the India growth story, how do you see this, propelling us to another level?
Great observation. Just to give you the facts, 5G adoption in India is far superior than any other country in the world. Number one. Number two, now 5G technology, thanks to Tejas and Tatas, is now developed in India. Number three, that this bandwidth and expansion is equal to 6G. Now, maybe it is next year. Number fourth, when you talk about space research, chances are that these low orbit satellites, today which were doing one-way communication, media is using it. That's how it comes into your room. That's how it comes onto your screen and your hand.
Yeah.
But sooner than you think, we will have two-way communication through satellite in real time. You can still do two-way communication. Ultimately, all those emergency phones are two-way communication.
Yes.
But it will happen in real time. That means no lag, no anything. So I think the technology, India is in certain areas underplayed what they have achieved. And I think on the communication network and its effectiveness to reach majority of the India's population has actually been underplayed.
Yeah. Which are the sectors you see adopt AI and make the best use of AI in India?
I don't think anybody has a choice. Very simple. So I'll give you the examples. In businesses, you always have, supply chain as one of the most critical departments, because people like Maruti Udyog, when they came in, they taught you the advantages of running a low inventory. Now think about it. Now, if that supply chain today becomes more efficient, if it is more value engineering based, if it is more AI driven, if it is more based on predictive analytics, it's more integrating the whole supply system, then I can today run and program and be 3 to 4% more efficient on my bottom line. That means I don't have a choice. I will have to run an AI-based supply chain. Same thing when I start applying it to the normal ecosystem. We have all seen healthcare. Now, healthcare is a perfect example of machine. I mean, every hospital has got somebody says 64-bit, somebody says 256-bit. I mean, ultimately, we are all looking at diagnostics by the machines. We are looking at doctors relying on their human knowledge, and if we can combine it with the AI knowledge, all we are saying is that our medical systems will become more efficient. Education, personalized education, and more importantly, I think, Niranjan, you talked about equalization. You talked about the vectors where every population or every individual has a right to the same information or the same data or to the same analysis, because that means he can do better decision making. I think it just needs to be applied. The potential is from railways to predict whenever the next Prayagraj happens, to whatever we do in our today's life. I think the potential is very, very high.
On a lighter note, machine learning will keep happening, but we tell journalists in the newsroom not to use ChatGPT while writing scripts. They get caught. You know how they get caught? Because when they put the script into ChatGPT, right, when it comes up as former US President Donald Trump, that bias is still there, it's stuck. And when they write Arvind Kejriwal, it comes as Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. That's how they get stuck. So we encourage all our journalists not to use ChatGPT in the newsroom. That was on a lighter note. But my last question to you is, Mr. Gurnani, I know India set some money aside. I was going through some numbers of what the government is doing. Of course, the Prime Minister kept a large amount of money aside for AI. He talks about AI. He knows the importance of AI. He's talking about data centers. Now, from a policy reform front, what do you think we need to do more as a country to not just, promote AI, not just make it, a necessity, but make it a revolution and stay ahead of the curve?
I do want to compliment the current administration led by Prime Minister Modi, because they definitely see the role AI will play in their vision for 2047, the Viksit Bharat, or the immediate goal of 2030. And, we can always keep looking at a glass half empty and saying, ye bhi karo, wo bhi karo. My belief is, I think government is giving us the roads. Road here I mean by digital path. I think a lot has to be done by the corporate sector. A lot has to be done by the academic sector. A lot has to be done by the individual. I again want to re-emphasize, today's AI is more personal than any other tool or technology that has ever been developed.
Yeah.
And if it is personal, that means you need to be personally proficient. You need to bring it into your day-to-day usage. You need to make sure that the processes which are unnecessarily being done are replaced by more automation and better processes. And if that is true, I personally believe instead of expecting anything from the government, it's very easy. Give more money, give more startup fund, give more product fund, give more all of this. But if we need to step up, ultimately, India has proven there are two things that India has always done well. A, respond to the challenge. Yes. The challenge is 100 million jobs. I think they will come by creating 100 million entrepreneurs. Number two is India has always responded, when one job will be lost, how do we create the next new jobs? And I personally believe it is for us to rise to the occasion instead of waiting for government to do anything.
Yeah. My last point to you is your personal venture, now you're an entrepreneur. At Ionos, what is your goal? What is your vision with the AI industry in India?
Thank you for allowing this commercial. So, Ionos is all about AI plus human experiences. For me, it is not about serving a customer, it is serving customer's customer. When I serve a customer's customer, I have to make sure while I'm using agentic AIs, I use the best automation platform which I develop. I also need to take into account is human beings cannot be replaced. If you are going to ask for, a booking on a, airline, I mean, there are times when you want to discuss options. There are times when you want to know what will happen to your luggage. There are times when you want to discuss what will happen to the food and whether you will get your preferred food. There are times when you want to understand whether the wheelchair would be available or not. And that customer experience, as long as I can combine it with data and make the person who is answering you even more human, I think that's really what Ionos stands for. I just gave this as one example, but ultimately I'm doing it for enterprise AI. I am doing it for call centers. I am doing this products for TTLH, which is again repeating travel, transport, logistics and hospitality. And the reality is, if next time when you check in, if they're using my solution, I promise you, you don't have to wait for 5 minutes to check in because you would be able to check in without going to the counter.
Fantastic. Oh, thank you very much for being with us, Mr. Gurnani, and pleasure talking to you. I see that that aggressive Mr. Gurnani is still there. Tiger zinda hai, like they say. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Hey, thanks, Mr. Gurnani. And Niranjan, thanks so much for joining us.
Arpora शाही पनीर मसाला, delicious, healthy, every day.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप। थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आरप्योर मसाला।
भाई मेरा बेटी को प्यार चाहिए, मेरा बेटी का ब्लड आ रहा, ब्लड नीचे से ब्लड आ रहा, प्यार चाहिए, दे दो। क्यों नहीं कर सकता, क्यों नहीं कर सकता, क्यों नहीं कर सकता, मेरे को प्यार चाहिए अभी।
That we have experienced severe operational disruptions for the past few days. Since then, the crisis continued to aggravate, with today, December 5th, being the most severely impacted day, with the number of cancellations well over 1,000, or more than half of our number of daily flights.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Very good morning, viewers. We are live and breaking, and we are getting you all the updates on the biggest story of the day, and that is from Goa, where a fire broke out at a nightclub late last night, and that claimed the lives of 25 people. Who is accountable? Who is responsible? These are the big questions that need to be answered. We'll get you all the updates. Here are the headlines first that we're tracking for you. Fire breaks out at a nightclub in Goa's North District. At least 25 people dead. Police say victims were the members of club staff.
Unfortunate incidents इस तरह का
Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant hints at safety lapses leading to fire at Birch Nightclub. Government issues the show cause notice against Indigo CEO, given 24 hours to explain why action should not be taken against the airline. Republic gets exclusive scoop on government's meet with Indigo. Toughest possible action to be taken against the airline. Amid pan-India aviation meltdown, Indigo issues a statement, says it is working determinedly to bring its operations back on track across the network. And in view of widespread disruptions of flights, Air India Group rolls out proactive measures for passengers across India. Viewers, we have breaking news coming in right now. The owner of a Goa Birch Nightclub has been arrested by the police. Now a case also has been registered against two managers. So big development happening in the nightclub fire. Remember, a devastating fire ripped through this popular nightclub Birch by Romeo Lane last night in North Goa, resulting in the deaths of 25 people. And now the owner of Goa Birch Nightclub has been arrested by the police. Now, case has been registered against two managers as well. An FIR has been registered, and on charges that also include culpable homicide not amounting to murder. Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant also visited the spot following the fire incident. Close to 6 to 7 people are there in the hospital battling injuries. All right, let's get updates. Nitin, my colleague, is now joining us live from the spot of the nightclub where the fire took place. Okay, Nitin, what are the updates coming in? We understand that the owner of the nightclub has been arrested by the police. Case has also been registered against two managers of the nightclub. Tell us more.
Exactly. So what we've been able to ascertain out here on the ground is a very terrible incident that's breaking the news headlines all across the country. And the owner apparently was probably staying apparently about 500 meters away from where the instances happened. And there were loud music noises at 3 a.m. that were playing, and that's basically after the incident took place. So that's breaking. You heard it first at Republic TV. That the owner was apparently partying even after loud music arena, everything was going on, even after the incident had taken place. 25 people dead. The Congress committee president at Goa, we spoke with him a while back, and he's claiming that the Pramod Sawant government, and as to that they have done a planned murder is what he's saying there, and they're not allowing the fourth pillar of democracy. We're still not being able to get enter the place. As of now, there's a lot of police personnel. As you can see, I'll show you. There's a lot of police personnel that have gathered on ground. And I think the investigation is still ongoing. It's taking a lot of heat. You can see the Congress committee.
You are at the spot since 6:30 in the morning. If you can just take us through, because a number of developments have taken place in the morning. We could see only a few policemen, and right now there is a lot of commotion, a lot of things happening. If you can just take us through.
Exactly. There were a few police personnel, as the earlier footages would show that there were only 4 of them here. Now you can see that there are about 15 of them outside. There's a lot of ongoing investigation going on. There are talks about allowing people to actually enter the place. There's a heated discussion that's going on regarding what has occurred here. You can see these are all exclusive
we can see somebody there speaking to the media. If you can just also get a soundbite from one of the people there who are talking to the media, perhaps.
We just heard the Congress president. Ma'am, we just heard the Congress president. The people are. And we just heard the Congress president talking about how this massacre, he described it as a planned killing. What would you say? How does it feel like as a local Goan to experience all of this just a stone's throw away from your place? What would you like to tell us, ma'am?
It's very shocking to see that.
Exactly.
25 lives of innocent people. Those people had work here. They had come in search of job here. It is very shocking to see this. The parents there must be crying.
Exactly.
Some of the parents don't even know whether their child is there or no in this.
Right, ma'am. And I've heard that the workers who were working here were apparently at a very young age, 20 to 25 years age group, having passed by just on a night where people were just partying, and people lost lives because of that. The owner has not been able to come here yet, is as far as that we've known. And sir is taking so much action, and there's a lot going on. You can see the government. There's a lot of pressure on the government right now. There's a lot of police personnel. We just spoke with Goan locals, concerned Goan locals out here. There's a lot of public that has gathered. The event has truly taken, this catastrophe of an event has truly taken a lot of steam. There's a lot of attention, public and media-wise both, as you can see. And we are still tracking the story. And we'll ask them, sir, अंदर क्यों नहीं जाने दे रहे? अंदर क्यों नहीं जाने दे रहे? Visuals नहीं मिल रहे हैं. Owner अंदर छुपा हुआ है. हाँ sir, owner अंदर छुपा हुआ है. Is he inside? Why are we not being allowed? We're not being allowed to enter. There are people who are coming out and ongoing. I don't know if they're police personnel. They're all in civil dresses. If they're part of the management team, they feel like they're not answerable to the media. That's the biggest problem. After such a catastrophe of an incident, 25 people losing lives, the police is not cooperating. And you can see the kind of strength the locals, concerned Goan locals have gathered out here.
Yeah, it'd be great if you can speak to, there are a lot of people there, maybe one of them is willing to talk, because what the information is that is coming in is the basement of the nightclub. That was the place which housed the kitchen, and which meant that when the fire broke out, the people who were trapped in the basement, they were really unable to come out, and they were the people who actually were the locals who were employed there at the kitchen. If you can just talk to a few people and the bystanders there.
Team is here. These are exclusive footages of them entering the place. I think the politics team has just entered the place, as you saw. And yes, we spoke with a lot of Goan locals. We'll continue to track the news here. So what would you like to say, sir, as a concerned Goan local? What would you want to say about this entire catastrophe, the management not being answerable, the police not allowing the media to enter? And why are they hiding the truth, sir? What's behind these curtains?
First of all, the lives that are lost, it's a very sad incident that happened, shocking incident that happened. And we, with the families of the ones who have lost their lives, this is an eye-opener. Such kind of incidents were on a smaller scale have happened in the past, where the government has overlooked it, and now after this incident, I think they need to put their things house in order. Permissions have to be taken wherever. See, the people come to Goa to do business, but at what cost is the question mark? Like, I hope authorities take strict action and set an example so that in the future we don't have incidents.
Exactly, sir. And it's at the peak time for Goa. You know, every international tourist is coming to Goa in December. It's nearing Christmas. We're about to enter inching closer to 2026. And at that time, for 25 people to lose lives, also in a very younger demographic is what we've heard, that the people have lost, the ones who have lost their life.
Like I said, no, it's shocking. And it doesn't matter whether it's peak season or not. An incident like this shouldn't have happened.
Exactly. Thank you for speaking with Republic TV, sir. Thank you. So this was, there were a lot of concerned people. Now we've got exclusive footages of a lot of people who were speaking to us. As you can see, we're getting more exclusive footages. Again, they're entering space.
Absolutely, we can see a lot of movement there. Since early in the morning, there is a lot of movement, a lot of people that are entering. Now this may be a team from the authorities or from maybe the forensic team. We don't know that for sure at this moment. But there's still a lot of activity that we can see. Remember, this issue has gained a lot of scrutiny now. Prime Minister Modi, President Draupadi Murmu, Goa Chief Minister, and Amit Shah, all of these people have also tweeted. And there are questions now that are being asked about the safety norms. Of course, Goa Chief Minister himself pointed out that there was some lapse, but now in a magisterial inquiry has also been ordered. But these are very important questions.
As you can see, there's a protest that's going on out here. There are a lot of people who are protesting. There's an entire commotion.
If you can just go and talk to the people there, what are they demanding?
Exactly, yeah.
जो कोम्यागिरी कोत्ता तुमका सगळ्यांक खबर आसती कोम कोणाक म्हणटा पळय तो नांवां पळय कसली घालता पळय ते हाडून ते लोकांक लुबदायता आयज जे 25 जाण जे मेल्या हाचेर प्रमोद सावंताच्या रोगताचो हात आसायचेर हांच्या आशीर्वादान हे सगळे मेल्ले आसा हिंगासर
There's a lot of anger against South government.
जावपाचें नासलेले अशें खूब क्लब आहा आनी हे चलता कोणा खातीर हे फक्त बीजेपीच्या एका लागून चलता पुलिसांक आमच्यान कांय म्हणूंक जायना ते डायरेक्ट सीएमाच्या होम मिनिस्टराच्या हातीन आहा तांकां तर पावर दिलो हे 24 वरांमध्ये क्लब बंद जातले 24 वरांमध्ये क्लब बंद जातले.
Well, there seems to be a lot of anger there as the people seem to be demanding answers about the lives that have been lost in that devastating fire that ripped through this popular nightclub Birch by Romeo late last night in North Goa, resulting in the deaths of 25 people. And majority of those who were killed apparently were young people. There were people who were working in mainly the kitchen area. And they were basically locals. They are young people who were just trying to earn their living. But big questions they're being raised as far as the safety norms are concerned. How was the license to operate given to this nightclub? Was all the paperwork in place? What about the fire norms? Were they followed or not? Because the initial reports are pointing out that
Owner has not even shown up at the place.
They will not show because the government is with them. The government is with them. They will not come out.
Is it lives over? Is it power over lives, sir? Is it a fight of power over lives?
The BJP government is earning on the cost of the goons, on the locals. They are not bothered.
So, but what about the lives, sir? There's no one from the government who's showing up. There's no one. The management is nowhere to be seen. There's no one who's taking action.
Because this is all illegal.
What about the safety precautions, sir? There's only one exit entry route, as we can see. There are no proper norms as we.
If locals do anything like this, no, they will come and take the action on you. But if these people are doing such a huge illegality,
That means the power of the government.
You're saying the present government not supporting locals, it's not for
Not
locals?
at all. Not at all. You died to 25 or 200, they are not bothered. They just need their share, I'm telling you. They just need their share, what they are earning from.
This incident truly highlights profit over life, sir. Do you agree?
Of course, and not only me, all Goans agree to this. All locals will agree to this.
So you're a local resident, you live nearby? You live a stone's throw away? You're from Aadmi Party.
This constituency.
Correct, sir. It must be...
Only the panchayat has changed. This was all in the Kalangut earlier. But people from the Kalangut pushed this. And the politician, the same politician has settled them over here. So that their shares should not go.
Thank you for speaking with Republic TV, sir.
Yes.
You just saw the Aam Aadmi Party spokesperson who's speaking with us, talking about how painful it is. It's a part of his constituency. He's blaming the government as every other opposition party is. It's a very opportune time for them to react like that, but the instance has taken over every other news bit. It's extremely painful to see all the locals out here, the kind of cry. There are people who were even crying earlier. Apparently, I've been also told from the sources, first Eyewitnesses, that there were people who were crying overnight. They were stranded on the street until help came in terms of aid, until they were shifted to the hospitals. You heard it first at Republic TV, and there are more exclusive footages that we continue to bring.
की आज पोलिसांच्या गोळ्यात गोंयांत लोकांचो तुम्ही मर्डर केलो म्हणजे अक्षरशः प्लॅन मर्डर केलो वाटते आणि वो परिस्थिती ठेवलेली आहे मंत्र्यांनी सांगचे की आता आणि किती एडिशनल चार्ज दिला जा म्हणून स्निफिंगाचो बिझनेस चेक करपा रे आता न्ही इन्व्हेस्टिगेशन करपा चार्ज दिला काय वो क्वालिफाईड बी ना ते तसले चेक करपा ते आमकां समजना काय पण करा काय ते बोलता उरल्या ते बोलता the way this situation is going, the way there is no control. आणि एक पोलीस इन्स्पेक्टर ना मरे हे जो व्हडलो 25 लोकांचो जीव वचून एक सादो पोलीस इन्स्पेक्टर हांगा ना हे बिचोलेच्यान बाबडे पोलीस कॉन्स्टेबल हाडून मुखार उभे गेले बिचोलेच्यान जबाबदार मानतो कारण हे जे आहेत सर्व मुख्यमंत्र्यांच्या होम मिनिस्टर आहेत
अनिल सर
आणि आमच्या गोव्यामध्ये डॅन्स बार म्हटलेला याला कधी परमिशन भेटतच नाही तर हे लोक चालवतात कसे लोक चालवतात कसे यांच्या बरोबर कोण
there seems to be a lot of activity there as people are giving they're talking about the incident that occurred late last night, and there are questions that are being raised. In fact, earlier we saw the opposition leaders also raising some slogans against the government in Goa. At this moment, what we do know is that more than at least 25 people are dead, and a majority of these people were basically the staff members there and those who are working inside the club. Now, initially, the police and the authorities said that it was a cylinder blast. However, the investigations are going to look keenly into what really happened. Nitin, if you can, we can see these visuals of more policemen that are exiting from the spot.
Exactly. So the investigation has gone to another level at overall. I think there's a lot of attention that's going on. There's a lot of concern. There's a lot of pressure on the present government. As you can see, there are a lot of people, media, opposition party personnel that have gathered here today. And the locals, the outcry is just growing larger and larger. Everyone's extremely concerned. There are lives that are endangered, that have been lost. And we'll keep tracking this and keep getting you live exclusive insights.
That I can see around you. I'm sure there'll be at least a few people who'd be willing to talk, and if they can, say if they saw something and why they're here, did they know anybody who was inside, or any of their, people that they know were missing? If you can get more people to talk, maybe.
Yeah, sure. We'll try that. Sir, आप किसी को जानते थे अंदर, कोई worker, किसी को?
चल ही नहीं सकते।
Did you know of anyone जो अंदर था वहाँ पे क्लब में?
कोई भी गलती नहीं।
आप locals हैं, आप इधर ही रहते हैं। तो ये इंसिडेंट्स के बारे में आप क्या बोलेंगे सर? इतना प्रेशर है गवर्नमेंट पे अभी, and there's so much pressure. People have lost their lives. मर गए ना।
बंद कर सकते, किसकी हिम्मत नहीं होगी।
पहले वही
बड़ी
Exactly. Everyone's painting. It's a sad day. It's a black day in Goa's history. I think there are a lot of people. There are a lot of concerned citizens here. All locals are extremely concerned. Sir, are you a local? Are you a concerned local, sir? No. Okay. So there are a lot of people out here. As you can see, the crowd has just been growing since the time we started covering the Birch by Romeo Lane incident. And we'll keep tracking. We'll keep seeing who shows up here.
Right, Nitin, you stay with us. You catch your breath. You are there since early morning. Meanwhile, our Chief Minister Pramod Sawant has confirmed that he has ordered a full inquiry to determine the exact cause of the blaze. Let's listen in.
गोवा के टूरिज्म हिस्ट्री में पहली बार इस तरह के जो आरपोरा में लगे आग की दुर्घटना बहुत बड़ी दुर्घटना है। 25 लोगों की डेथ इसमें हो गई है। अप्रॉक्सीमेटली रात को 12 बजे इंसिडेंस हुआ। मैं खुद घटनास्थल पर रात को 1:30-2 बजे मैं पहुंचा। मैंने जाने के बाद मैंने वहाँ पे पूरी मेरे साथ में हमारे लोकल एमएलए माइकल लोबो वो भी थे, डीजीपी से लेके बाकी सभी पुलिस अधिकारी, फायर कलेक्टर्स, डिप्टी कलेक्टर्स, ये भी लोग वहाँ पे मौजूद थे। यानी विदिन हाफ एन आवर में आग तो बुझाई, लेकिन जिस क्लब में ये आग की दुर्घटना हुई, जो लोग वहाँ पे थे, कुछ लोग बाहर आ सके, लेकिन बाकी लोगों को बाहर आने के लिए नहीं मिला और यानी सफोकेशन की वजह से यानी उस लोगों की मौत हो गई। अभी प्रिलिमिनरी पता चला है उससे 4 लोग वो टूरिस्ट हैं, बाकी लोग उस क्लब के यानी कर्मचारी थे। मैं उनकी जो मौत हो गई है उनके प्रति मैं दुख व्यक्त करता हूँ, उनके फैमिली के प्रति संवेदना व्यक्त करता हूँ, उनके आत्मा को शांति मिले और सरकार की तरफ से उनको आर्थिक मदद दी जाएगी। 6 लोग जो अस्पताल में हैं उनके लिए अच्छी से अच्छी ट्रीटमेंट गोवा मेडिकल कॉलेज में दी जा रही है। मैंने खुद होके गोवा मेडिकल कॉलेज के डीन उनसे बात की है और उनको अच्छी तरह से ट्रीटमेंट मिलेगी।
Right, our Goa Chief Minister there saying that he is closely reviewing the situation due to the tragic fire incident in Arpora in North Goa, where 25 people have lost their lives. 6 people are injured. They are currently undergoing treatment. A magisterial inquiry has been ordered. Initially, there were reports of a cylinder blast. However, the present, as investigations are continuing, there are other theories that also have been floating around. But one thing that everybody has been talking about is the issue of safety norms. Because, all right, let's listen into some of the reactions.
वो देखने के लिए आया है ना, मेरा भतीजा है, बड़ा भाई का लड़का है, लोग हैं दोनों, तो इसको देखने के लिए आया है ना।
क्या हुआ?
वो होटल में रहता था ना,
रात को इंसिडेंट हुआ उसमें।
हाँ, रात को ही मर गए दोनों मर गया।
क्या
3 मरा है। होटल में किचन में काम करता था ये लोग
उस होटल में।
हाँ,
आपको कब मालूम पड़ा?
मेरे को तो सुबह पता चला।
ये कहाँ के कोई?
हम लोग गाँव का ही था ना, झारखंड गोविंदपुर फतेहपुर।
और कितने साल से काम कर रहे थे
इधर? पहले था, लेकिन अभी फिलहाल 6 महीने 7 महीने हो रहा है इधर आया है। एक नई होटल में ऑटोमेटिक काम कर रहा था। उम्र एक का बड़ा का होगा वही 20 और छोटा का 18 साल।
दोनों झारखंड के भाई थे?
हाँ भाई, मेरा भतीजा लगता है ना।
दोनों?
हाँ, दोनों अपना खुद सगा, एक माँ का
सगा।
एक
दो मर गया,
दोनों मर गए।
आपको कब मालूम पड़ा?
मेरे को सुबह पता चला।
किसने बताया?
वो एक भाई ने बताया, भतीजा लोग है ना, फिर इसे का वो बड़ा भाई, वो बड़ा लड़का का वो भाई है, उसको भतीजा ही लगता अपना दोनों।
क्या बोला है पुलिस ने?
अभी तो कुछ नहीं बोला, आएगा ऑनर लोग तो कुछ बात करेंगे ये लोग। हम लोग का आ रहा है भैया लोग का, उसके बाद कुछ बात करेंगे। हाँ अभी भैया लोग आ रहे हैं ना, फिर इधर
फैमिली आ रही है?
बिहारी नहीं, झारखंड में भैया।
फैमिली आ रही है?
नहीं फैमिली नहीं, गांव का दोस्त लोग और है ना, ये लोग सब आ रहे हैं ना। आएगा उसके बाद बात करेंगे। फिर 3 है ना, जैसे बगल बगल हम लोग का 2 भाई, मतलब हम मेरा भतीजा 2 है, फिर एक बगल वाला एक है, वो एक है, 2 है एक ही जगह का।
आप भी वहीं पे थे?
नहीं हम नहीं, हम लोग किधर रहते?
तीनों मर गए?
हाँ तीनों मर गए।
झारखंड के?
हाँ झारखंड।
तो तीनों लड़के?
हाँ तीनों लड़के।
All right, that a tragic fire incident in Goa. Let's also take a look at some other news from across the nation. Here is Bharat in 2 minutes. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh arrived in Leh, Ladakh to take stock of the 125 strategically significant infrastructure projects, including Shayok Tunnel across 7 states and 2 union territories constructed by the Borders Roads Organisation, BRO. A cold wave continues in the Kashmir Valley as mercury dipped to sub-zero temperatures. As per IMD, the minimum temperature recorded in the city today is -3 degrees Celsius and the highest is likely to be 11 degrees Celsius. Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami offered prayers at the Bagnath Temple in Bageshwar. He said, and I quote him now, "This place has held a special significance since ancient times and we will develop this place and create a master plan for it," unquote. The half marathon organized by the District Police Administration was held at the District Police Lines ground in Rajouri. The event consisted of 3 events, 5 kilometers, 10 kilometers and 21 kilometers. Children from Jammu and across the Union Territory as well as outside participated, spreading the message against the consumption of drugs. Tripura Chief Minister Manik Saha played golf as he attended Golf Tournament 2025 at Tusker BSF golf course in Agartala. He said, and I quote, "This will grow further in the coming days and whatever is needed to strengthen it further, our government will also make efforts," unquote. Adani University hosted its second convocation ceremony on Saturday at the University Auditorium in Shantigram, celebrating the achievements of 87 graduating students, including 3 distinguished university medalists. The event brought together families, faculty, governing body members, and industry leaders. Presiding over the ceremony, Dr. Preeti G. Adani emphasized India's rise, the nation's civilizational depth, and the responsibility of future leaders to build infrastructure that enhances the quality of life. Viewers, we are taking a short break, but we continue our focus on the biggest story from Goa, where 25 people were killed in a massive fire at a nightclub. We'll get you all the updates. Stay tuned.
Arpora Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
ये कहानी है बदलाव की, जिसने उन्हें हिम्मत दी, राह दिखाई और आत्मनिर्भर बनाया।
त्रिपुरा सरकार ने महिलाओं को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने के लिए कई परिकल्पनाएं शुरू की हैं, ताकि वो अपनी आजीविका खुद तय कर सके।
अब त्रिपुरा की महिलाएं हर क्षेत्र में अपनी
We have crossed the vast tapestry of India, where the wind carries stories of ambition.
Clockwise you have to go. So start.
Today, Art for Sports takes you deep into the south. Kerala, a state whose natural beauty is rivaled only by its fierce commitment to physical education. We have seen journeys begin on dusty playgrounds and resilience forged in every state across the country. Now in Kerala, we find a place where those journeys converge inside a national centre that doesn't just train athletes, it shapes the future of Indian sport. This is the story of Kerala's contribution to India's sporting ascent.
फेंसिंग एज ए स्पोर्ट बेसिक से ही समझेंगे. 3 इवेंट्स है, सेबर, फॉइल, एपी. सेबर इज द फास्टेस्ट इवेंट और फॉइल इज मीडियम लेवल और एपी इज नॉट द स्लोएस्ट इवेंट बट एवरीथिंग इज डिफिकल्ट इन इट्स ओन वे. तो इसमें ऐसा नहीं बोल सकते ये इवेंट ईजी है वो ईजी नहीं है. तीनों के हिसाब से डिफिकल्ट ही है.
Today, Art for Sports brings you the story of one such place of unparalleled importance. A sanctuary where this spirit doesn't just survive, it soars. For over 4 decades, this institution has trained the teachers, coaches and scientists who stand behind every champion. The people who turn potential into podiums.
कोचिंग का कोई भी एक डिफरेंशिएशन नहीं होती, ठीक है. हमारे लिए सभी एक है. जैसे भारत एक है, उसी तरह किसी भी बैकग्राउंड से, किसी भी लैंग्वेज से, किसी भी कल्चर से कोई बच्चा आ रहा है, उनके लिए हमारी सिर्फ एक ही लैंग्वेज है, हमारी ट्रेनिंग. जो हमारा फोकस है वो है बच्चे की कैसे इम्प्रूवमेंट करनी है, ठीक है. उन्हें कैसे हमें बेसिक्स सिखाना है, बेसिक से हमें उन्हें कैसे इंटरनेशनल लेवल तक लेके जाना है.
This is the story of Lakshmibai National College of Physical Education, Thiruvananthapuram, an institution built on the courage, resilience and fire of Rani Lakshmibai herself. Founded in 1985 by the Government of India, set amidst lush coconut and cashew plantations, Sai LNCPE is more than just a college. It is a sanctuary where young India discovers its strength.
ഞാൻ ഫെൻസിങ് സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ചെയ്തിട്ട് ഇപ്പോൾ 11 ഇയേഴ്സ് ആയി. ഇപ്പോൾ 9 ഇയേഴ്സ് ആയിട്ട് കണ്ടിന്യൂസ് എനിക്കൊരു മെഡലോ കാര്യങ്ങളോ ഒന്നും വന്നിട്ടില്ല. അതിനുശേഷം സായി ഞാൻ ഫസ്റ്റ് STC തലശ്ശേരിയിലാണ് പ്രാക്ടീസ് ചെയ്തിരുന്നത്. അവിടെ നിന്നാണ് ഞാൻ സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ചെയ്തത്. അപ്പം സാറിൻ്റെ സപ്പോർട്ട് കാരണം എനിക്കുണ്ടായ മാറ്റങ്ങൾ എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ കോമ്പറ്റീഷൻ എൻ്റെ ഗെയിം ചേഞ്ച് ആവുകയും ഇമ്പ്രൂവ്മെൻ്റ് ആവുകയും ചെയ്തു. അതിൽ ഫസ്റ്റ് നാഷണൽസ്, അതായത് എൻ്റെ ലാസ്റ്റ് കേഡറ്റ് നാഷണലിൽ എനിക്ക് മെഡൽ വരികയും അതിന് സാറിൻ്റെ സപ്പോർട്ടോടെ ഇൻ്റർനാഷണൽ അച്ചീവ് ചെയ്യാനും ഫസ്റ്റ് കോമൺവെൽത്ത് മെഡൽ വരികയും ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട് സാറിൻ്റെ സപ്പോർട്ട് കാരണം. സാർ ഇല്ലാണ്ട് ഇപ്പോൾ നമുക്ക് പ്രാക്ടീസ് ചെയ്യാമെന്ന് വെച്ചിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ ഒരിക്കലും നടപടിയാകുന്ന കാര്യമല്ല. അതിന് വെച്ച് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ സാറ് വേണം. സാറിൻ്റെ സപ്പോർട്ട് ഇല്ലാണ്ട് നമുക്ക് ഒരിക്കലും, കോച്ചസിൻ്റെ സപ്പോർട്ട് ഇല്ലാണ്ട് ഒരിക്കലും ഉണ്ടാകുന്നതല്ല. तो अभी जैसे हमको इक्विपमेंट्स मिल रहा है वो भी फर्स्ट क्लास इक्विपमेंट्स ही मिल रहा है. एकदम अच्छा वाला फेंसिंग में जो टॉप में रहता है वो उसी कंपनी से इक्विपमेंट्स मिल रहा है और कोचेस भी ज़्यादा इन लोग अपॉइंट करेंगे.
From its earliest days, the institute was envisioned not as another academic center, but as India's model school for physical education and sports science. Here, the country's most promising students arrive from every corner. carrying different dreams for a single purpose: to become the best version of themselves.
कि अक्सर ही ऐसा होता है कि मेरे कोचेज़ हमेशा हमसे ज़्यादा भरोसा करते हैं। ऑलमोस्ट जब मैंने स्टार्ट किया था साइकिलिंग तो मुझे खुद पे इतना बिलीव नहीं था कि मैं इतना कुछ अचीव कर पाऊँगा। हमेशा डाउट में रहता था, नेगेटिव थाट्स आते थे कि मैं इतना मेहनत करता हूँ, अगर कुछ इम्प्रूव नहीं हो पाया, नहीं कुछ कर पाया। तो हमारे कोचेज़ हमें बहुत सपोर्ट करते हैं हर तरीके से। सब फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल तो वो हमें काफ़ी अच्छा टाइम देते हैं और वर्कआउट कराते हैं, हमारा कंफर्ट जोन पुश करते हैं काफ़ी हद तक, और जो हम एबिलिटीज़ नहीं जानते हम अपने खुद के बारे में वो हमें पहचान के उसे निखारते हैं। तो हर उस मोड पे वो हमें सपोर्ट करते हैं और हम पे ज़्यादा बिलीव करते हैं, और उसी उनके बिलीव के कारण ही हम आज तक यहाँ तक पहुँच पाए हैं।
Sai LNCPE doesn't just produce athletes, it produces the people who shape athletes: teachers, coaches, trainers, and sports scientists. This is where stereotypes about careers in physical education are definitely broken and replaced by a blueprint for modern scientific training.
Basically, I do the body measurement and the body composition of our athlete. This helps to understand the athletic performance and which helps to reduce their injury risk. In body composition, basically it includes the height, weight and age of the athlete, which helps to assess the fat mass and the muscle mass level of the athlete. After finishing this anthropometric testing, this result I used to send to the strength and conditioning expert, nutrition and to the coaches for making the better training program and to the particular diet chart for each athlete.
The academic rigor is unmatched. Students learn biomechanics, physiology, pedagogy, coaching, and sports psychology. And they apply it in real time. They master the complex science of the human body. Understanding that the greatest athletic achievement is often decided in the classroom first.
At Sai LNCPE, we have a very specialized sports nutrition department. For the optimum performance of the athletes, we design evidence-based nutrition plans during the time of their recovery, training as well as during their competition phase. In this department, we empower the athletes to obtain their full potential by using very safe and sustainable nutrition strategies. We also have a research kitchen where we combine the cutting-edge research with the practical guidelines. For each sports, we have got a specialized item because for each sport, the energy system they use is different.
Building sports education in India hasn't been easy, challenged by limited awareness and opportunity. But Sai LNCPE stands tall as a beacon for inclusive, modern and scientific sports education.
Sports sciences comprises of mainly sports sciences departments and sports medicine departments. So in sports medicine here at Sai LNCPE, we doctors, physiotherapists, massage therapists and nurses along with lab technician and a pharmacist work as a group so that whatever problems the athletes are facing, that is they'll directly communicate to us from emergency care to their daily management, and along with that chronic management of their pain and other things, we are doing it in a very systematic manner. Then what we work here is we work as a whole team. So when the athlete is whenever enrolled in our NCOE, already a pre-participation evaluation along with the whole team we conduct so that all their earlier complications will be sorted out here, and then only they will be going into a full-fledged training program. So we'll be able to assess their whichever problems that they are facing at the initial step itself, and we'll be able to help them. So then the next main challenge comes to us is whenever there is an injury is happening. Injury is a part and parcel of every sports person. So whenever there is an injury happening, that is, we'll diagnose it meticulously with our ultrasound machines and other higher investigations, and of course clinical skills do a great part along with that, and then the treatment procedures happens along with that, adequate rehabilitation from the side of the physios and massage therapist. So we have also introduced here regenerative techniques such as platelet-rich plasma, prolotherapy, and other injection methods, which will help to reduce the rehabilitation time to a very minimized manner, so that this regenerative procedures will help them to recover faster, and along with adequate rehabilitation by the whole team, they will be able to get back into their track as fast as possible.
Every day here begins early. On the track. In the labs. On the fields. This institution blends education with elite level training, giving India not just athletes, but the architects of Indian sport.
जो ताइक्वांडो को जो इंडिया का जो मेन बूस्टअप हो गया, एक्चुअली स्पोर्ट्स अथॉरिटी ऑफ इंडिया में जब ताइक्वांडो आ गया उसके बाद ही ताइक्वांडो इट वाज started developing in India. Overall, the development of taekwondo in India after getting it was adapted by Sports Authority of India. First thing, इधर का जो training system है वो scientifically basis में है, जो training system इधर चलता है. First thing तो हमारे जो morning जो schedule होता है, morning it is starting from 5:30 and it will be end by 8:30. तो क्या है कि morning there are different type of conditioning sessions will be there, strength training session will be there, taekwondo जो specific वाला session भी होता है, and maximum जो evening का session होता है 4 बजे to 7 बजे 8 बजे तक जाएगा. That mainly depends upon the technique training.
As an academic wing of the Sports Authority of India, SAI LNCPE is more than a campus. It is a high-performance ecosystem. With advanced sports science labs, world-class facilities, and SAI training schemes, the institution nurtures both students and elite athletes, guaranteeing that knowledge and practical application are always fused.
We are training in indoor hall here for volleyball. Most of in India there is not much facility like indoor stadium for in volleyball training. Volleyball is a purely indoor game. In international level, it's purely indoor game. So we supposed to train in indoor. Then only we will accumulate it with the same competition atmosphere, and we can enhance our training also.
The facilities here are engineered for success. In the labs, we see scientific monitoring being integrated into daily routines, transforming raw talent into refined, predictable excellence. The atmosphere nurtures both academic curiosity and competitive fire.
We can customize the training program according to the test results, so that each individual athlete will be having an individual customized training plan based on their heart rate, based on their pulmonary efficiency, based on their metabolic efficiency, like that, so that we can optimize performance.
The caliber of athletes is proof of the method. SAI LNCPE nurtures Olympic level athletes, national and international players. And inspires determination in every trainee, including our dedicated para-athletes.
साई एलएनसीपी के अंदर बहुत अच्छी ट्रेनिंग मिलती है। इससे पहले भी मैं अपने एकेडमी के अंदर ट्रेनिंग वगैरह करता था, पर जो फैसिलिटीज़ वगैरह या जो कोचेस, बेस्ट कोचेस जो मुझे यहाँ पे मिल पा रहे साई एलएनसीपी के अंदर, वो मुझे पहले कभी नहीं मिलते थे।
This institution breaks stereotypes, elevates communities, and gives young India the confidence to dream beyond the ordinary. In every coach it trains, you'll find a leader. In every athlete it inspires, you'll find determination.
My biggest dream in cycling is still now there is no any Asian Games medal or Commonwealth medal, or no one has participated yet in Olympics in cycling. So I have a dream that I need to play and I need to win medals for India.
My dream is qualifying an Olympic. हमारे इंडिया तो ओलंपिक में क्वालिफाई नहीं किया अभी तक, गर्ल्स और बॉयज़, तो उसमें क्वालिफाई किया तो बहुत अच्छा लगेगा। और एशियन गेम्स में एक मेडल, वो भी मेरा ड्रीम है।
मेरा ड्रीम है कि मैं इंडिया के लिए मेडल लेके आऊँ, इंडिया को मेडल दिलवाऊँ।
Our biggest dream is for getting selected for Indian team and make it to qualify for World Cup, because India has never qualified yet for FIFA World Cup.
In our center, this is one of the bestest training I have ever seen, because weekly 7 days we have training, morning and evening. Weekly 2 days we have gym sessions, and weekends we have endurance tests, so that because of players must need an endurance test, so we have great training experience here.
The impact of Sai LNCPE is not contained within its boundaries. It's a national catalyst. The institute has been recognized nationally, receiving prestigious honors like the College of the Year, Leading Fitness Provider, and the Dr. PM Joseph Award. In partnership with the Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports and the Ministry of Education, the institute shaped one of India's largest online training movements, bringing the world's finest experts to more than 55,000 teachers and community coaches. Sai LNCPE is the academic anchor of India's sporting transformation. For Sai LNCPE, the journey is far from over. Its mission is bigger than medals, bigger than rankings. It is to redefine what India can achieve through sport. As the country steps into a new era of athletic excellence, Sai LNCPE stands ready. Shaping the next generation of educators, innovators, and champions. Its legacy is not just in trophies, but in lives transformed, dreams ignited, and a nation empowered. It's a national asset, a powerhouse of potential, carrying forward the unbreakable spirit of Rani Lakshmi Bai. This is where India's heroes are shaped. This is where India's sporting future begins.
स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा प्योर मसाला।
भाई मेरा बेटी को प्यार चाहिए। मेरा बेटी का ब्लड आ रहा, नीचे से ब्लड आ रहा, प्यार चाहिए, दे दो। क्यों नहीं कर सकता? क्यों नहीं कर सकता? क्यों नहीं कर सकता? मेरे को प्यार चाहिए अभी।
That we have experienced severe operational disruptions for the past few days. Since then, the crisis continued to aggravate, with today, December 5th, being the most severely impacted day, with the number of cancellations well over 1,000.
Viewers, our top focus continues to be the nightclub fire tragedy that has claimed the lives of at least 25 people in Goa's North District. So a massive tragedy happening in Goa. A massive fire that broke out late last night at Birch by Romeo Lane, a popular nightclub in the Arpora area of Goa's North District. And according to officials, around 7 people have been injured and have been admitted to the Goa Medical College for treatment. This tragic accident, which occurred during the peak of the tourist season, has raised serious questions about fire safety compliance at Goa's nightlife venues. Goa Chief Minister has ordered a magisterial inquiry into the incident. So we continue to get you all the updates on the massive fire at the Goa club. At least 25 people have been killed. The incident occurred late in the night, and the cops initially saying that fire was triggered due to a cylinder blast near the kitchen area. Let's listen in to Goa Chief Minister.
गोवा के टूरिज्म हिस्ट्री में पहली बार इस तरह के जो आरपोरा में लगे आग की दुर्घटना बहुत बड़ी दुर्घटना है। 25 लोगों की डेथ इसमें हो गई है। अप्रॉक्सीमेटली रात को 12 बजे इंसिडेंस हुआ। मैं खुद घटनास्थल पर रात को 1:30-2 बजे मैं पहुंचा। मैंने जाने के बाद मैंने वहाँ पे पूरी मेरे साथ में हमारे लोकल MLA माइकल लोबो वो भी थे, DGP से लेके बाकी सभी पुलिस अधिकारी, फायर कलेक्टर्स, डिप्टी कलेक्टर्स, ये भी लोग वहाँ पे मौजूद थे। यानी विदिन हाफ एन आवर में आग तो बुझाई, लेकिन जिस क्लब में ये आग की दुर्घटना हुई, जो लोग वहाँ पे थे, कुछ लोग बाहर आ सके, लेकिन बाकी लोगों को बाहर आने के लिए नहीं मिला और यानी सफोकेशन की वजह से यानी उस लोगों की मौत हो गई। अभी प्रिलिमिनरी पता चला है उससे 4 लोग वो टूरिस्ट हैं, बाकी लोग उस क्लब के यानी कर्मचारी थे। मैं उनकी जो मौत हो गई है उनके प्रति मैं दुख व्यक्त करता हूँ, उनके फैमिली के प्रति संवेदना व्यक्त करता हूँ, उनके आत्मा को शांति मिले और सरकार की तरफ से उनको आर्थिक मदद दी जाएगी। 6 लोग जो अस्पताल में हैं उनके लिए अच्छी से अच्छी ट्रीटमेंट गोवा मेडिकल कॉलेज में दी जा रही है। मैंने खुद होके गोवा मेडिकल कॉलेज के डीन उनसे बात की है और उनको अच्छी तरह से ट्रीटमेंट मिलेगी।
एक ये अनफॉर्चुनेट इंसिडेंट हुआ है यहाँ पे अल्पोरा के अंदर में एक रेस्टोरेंट कम क्लब है, वहाँ पे 12:04 पे पुलिस कंट्रोल रूम में इंफॉर्मेशन आई कि वहाँ कोई फायर इंसिडेंट हुआ है और वहाँ इमीडिएटली पुलिस और फायर ब्रिगेड और एम्बुलेंस वगैरह सब ने रश किया उधर। तो अब फायर तो अंडर कंट्रोल है और वहाँ से डेड बॉडीज सारी निकाली गई हैं। तो उसमें टोटल जो डेथ काउंट है उसमें 23 है। और इसमें जो ज़्यादातर जो बॉडीज मिली हैं वो नीचे जहाँ किचन है इसका रेस्टोरेंट का, वहाँ पे डेड बॉडीज ये मिली है। और अभी इस घटना के कारणों की जांच पुलिस करेगी और उसमें जो भी उसके कंक्लूजन निकल के आते हैं जांच के, उसके हिसाब से हम लोग इसमें एक्शन लेंगे। अभी इस बात की हम लोग पड़ताल कर रहे हैं कि इसमें कितने स्टाफ हैं, जो मैनेजमेंट है उसकी मदद से ये चीज़ करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि इसमें कितने स्टाफ हैं और कितने इसमें जो विजिटर हैं उस रेस्टोरेंट के वो हो सकते हैं। अपेरेंटली ज़्यादातर जो दिखाई दे रहे हैं अभी तक जो प्राइम एफएसआई और इनिशियली हम लोगों ने देखा है वो स्टाफ दिखाई दे रहे हैं।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आर्योर मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Arpora शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good evening and thank you for joining me on the long form story. Tonight on the show, 4 of the biggest stories that have defined the newswheel in the last 7 days, ladies and gentlemen. Some dominated the newswheel, some were hidden in the newswheel. But they deserve to be on the story and deserve to be told in a long form. First up, India's biggest ever aviation collapse, biggest ever. Airports packed, passengers stranded, Indigo's engineering strike. They called it an engineering strike, but they engineered it, bringing operations to a standstill. This isn't a small dispute. It's a systemic shock, one that's hit Indian passengers, one that's paralyzed the Indian aviation sector, the travel sector. Who's accountable? And why did no one act sooner? What a big failure. We look at that in detail. Secondly, from Madurai, Tamil Nadu, faith becoming a pushback. The Kartikai Deepam seeing Hindus assert tradition with unprecedented force. What sparked the confrontation and why is this moment being viewed as a cultural reset in politically charged Tamil Nadu? Third, from Nanded, Maharashtra comes a story of grief and defiance. A young woman married her dead boyfriend. She married a corpse. A ritual that has raised questions about love, closure, belief. Why did she do it? And why is everyone divided on it? And finally, India is flexing its naval muscle at sea, the Navy Day, expanding in scale and symbolism, showcasing capability, confidence and intent. This wasn't just a ceremony, it's a message to the world. Packed on the long form tonight, let's get started. A massive aviation meltdown, ladies and gentlemen, this week gripped the nation. What began as scattered flight delays has spiraled into one of the worst passenger crises India has ever seen in recent decades. Airports choked in the last few days. Families stuck, baggage missing. Thousands of families slept on the floors of airports, pleading for a way home. And their Indigo flights were cancelled repeatedly, sometimes without warning, sometimes without alternatives. And the chaos is the result of Indigo's inability to comply with the newly enforced DGCA pilot fatigue guidelines called FDTL. Tonight on the long form story, we break down the aviation system failure, the cascading exploitation that we've seen that followed in the last few days, and the unprecedented intervention, or rather the unprecedented intervention that had to be done by the government, which was caught completely on the back foot on this one.
Down, down! Indigo! Down, down! Indigo! Down, down! Down, down! Indigo!
An elderly couple sitting on the floor. Children curled up, sleeping on their luggage. Young travelers stranded in an unfamiliar city, desperately trying to find a way back home.
सर्विस है, डोंट गो इंडिगो।
फ्लाइट है ही नहीं यहाँ पे, अब वो कल का दे रहे हैं और कल भी क्या गारंटी के फ्लाइट जाएगी।
फ्लाइट कैंसिल हो गई तो ये एयरलाइंस का हेडेक है, ये मेरा और आपका हेडेक नहीं है। बैंगलोर से मुंबई आए हैं, लेकिन हमारा बैग नहीं आया है और बैग में मेरा पासपोर्ट है, इंटरनेशनल का टिकट है मेरा।
And this isn't a one-off incident. It's unfolding for days across multiple airports throughout India.
मैडम, 4 दिन से 3 दिन से बिना खाए पेट सोए यहाँ पे खड़े।
Passengers paying hefty sums again and again, only to watch their flights get cancelled, one after another. No place to stay, no way to return. A nation brought to its knees by one of the worst aviation breakdowns in recent memory. Passengers left helpless, safety overlooked, and a government bowing to the whims of a corporate airline. For what? All because of one thing: a complete failure to comply with aviation guidelines.
Indigo continues operational disruption across the India and in Mumbai airport. There are some passengers who were waiting. There are no advance communication from Indigo staff and their flight has been cancelled.
It's the same different airport and same story. As you see Hyderabad here, we are standing outside the Indigo desk here where passengers are queued up for the same problem. Each passenger has a different problem. Either their flight has been rescheduled without an intimation, or their flight has been cancelled, or it has been delayed. It is the same story.
All these prices, they are skyrocketed and they were taking undue advantage of the passenger.
Indigo, the airline that dominates India's domestic skies, has plunged into chaos, leaving thousands of passengers stranded nationwide. Its network has crumbled under the pressure of newly enforced pilot fatigue rules, exposing cracks in the system. And the irony is staggering. Regulations designed to safeguard passengers have instead triggered one of the most widespread waves of passengers suffering in the recent aviation history.
Yeah. 5, 6, 7:50. The flight has to departure. If it doesn't departure, what to do?
Full enforcement wasn't due until November 2025, giving the airline months to prepare. But when the deadline finally arrived, Indigo's network collapsed. Readiness was missing. Chaos took over. Accountability was absent. Excuses filled the void. This isn't only about pilot fatigue. It's a direct threat to passenger safety.
समझ नहीं आ रही कि मेरी वाइफ प्रेग्नेंट है। 5 घंटे पहले आपको मेल करवाया हुआ है। ऐसा नहीं है कि मैं यहाँ आके कह रहा हूँ मुझे अकोमोडेशन दो। 5 घंटे पहले मेल करवाया था।
आपसे कुछ हो नहीं रहा है अकेले के लिए, कम से कम किसी को बुला लो।
It's your responsibility.
There is just a simple message that like your flight is cancelled. It is not even rescheduled. मेरे को पता नहीं है कब वो दूसरा फ्लाइट देगा, कुछ काल का फ्लाइट देगा, परसों का फ्लाइट देगा, तरसों का फ्लाइट देगा.
Flight got cancelled. There has been no update. Basically, are they going to reschedule it or the ticket is totally gone? Whatever. We have connecting problems, connecting programs. All the programs are totally now gone in a toss.
I want to share with you that we have experienced severe operational disruptions for the past few days. Since then, the crisis continued to aggravate, with today, December 5th, being the most severely impacted day, with the number of cancellations well over 1,000, or more than half of our number of daily flights. I, on behalf of all of us at Indigo, would like to extend our sincerest apologies for the major inconvenience this has caused to many of our customers on account of delays or cancellations.
This entire Indigo crisis has actually happened apart from the flights being cancelled. Now, several people are struggling with the fact that the flights have been cancelled and delayed. Another major issue which has come up amid this meltdown was that the fellow airlines, be it Air India, be it Air India Express, Akasa, all these prices, they have skyrocketed and they were taking undue advantage.
Other airlines seized the moment, hiking fares overnight and leaving stranded passengers with only sky-high ticket prices to choose from.
Ladies and gentlemen, monopolies are bad, but the Modi government seems to be very comfortable with monopolies and duopolies, and that's very bad. Very bad. Ladies and gentlemen, the Director General of Civil Aviation, the very regulator tasked with protecting the lives of millions of air passengers, has given into pressure. Ladies and gentlemen, given into pressure from corporate behemoths. Yes, you heard me right. The DGCA has withdrawn its own instructions that barred airlines from substituting weekly rest with leave for pilots. All because the airlines complained about operational disruptions. In other words, the government of India has lost and private airlines have won. And this is all happening because two airlines together control 91% of domestic aviation. Ladies and gentlemen, two airlines, 91% market share, and they are pre-planning disruptions. I have on record the statement of the Indigo CEO, who has said quite clearly that the so-called cancellations of Indigo Airlines planes was pre-planned, which means in a pre-planned way without informing passengers, they decided to cancel airlines. In other words, Indigo planned and conspired to put India's aviation sector to a standstill for the last 2 days.
With flights vanishing across major routes, travelers found themselves cornered. Even nearby airport hotels inflated their rates, turning desperation into profit. What began as an operational collapse quickly spiraled into widespread exploitation, an industry cashing in while passengers paid the price.
The immediate priority for us, like I said, is to bring normalcy back. Today in the country, if you're seeing, there are 5 lakh people traveling by air every day. There are very, very few countries in the world with so much big aviation network, and today we have that kind of network in the country, and there are more and more people every day preferring to travel by air. So as a minister, my immediate priority on behalf of the government is to ensure normalcy, and people who want to fly smoothly, conveniently, and the airports provide all the necessary facilities to them. So the immediate concern is to bring that back. Immediate concern is to provide all the support to the passengers at the airports, especially, like I mentioned, the senior citizens and the differently abled. That is the immediate one. But we are observing deeply into this system. We are seeing the scheduling network that is there. We are seeing the FTTL norms that are there. We are going to thoroughly look into it and ensure all the airlines follow the due diligence, because ultimately in aviation, no matter other networks, but aviation, we have to keep safety as a very important factor. We can't compromise on safety. That is the most important thing. So while we bring in new changes, while we expand our network, while we expand our fleet, the passengers shouldn't feel that inconvenience, and especially the network that is being created has to have a very smooth flowing. So both long term and short term we have. Short term is to bring the normalcy. Long term we'll do further stakeholder consultation with everyone and ensure that proper implementation of the FTL guidelines, and ensuring everyone, there is a balance between all the necessary stakeholders is established. That will be one action item for us in the future.
See, in order to make air travel more safe and secure, the pilots were demanding extra rest hours as per international norms. So DGCA, on the directive of the courts, see, in order to make air travel more safe and secure, the pilots were demanding extra rest hours as per international norms. So DGCA, on the directive of the courts, also declared the new norms for rest of 6 hours was increased to 8 hours. Similarly, the night flying hours were reduced, and directives were given more than 1 year back to all the airlines to recruit more pilots and staff and get ready for the new norms. The tragedy is that we were very happy when the government showed 8.2% growth in GDP. The next day, Indigo grounded some of the planes, saying that there is a computer glitch. And then they gave a statement that the glitch is resolved.
ऐसा है कि इंडिगो की जो प्रॉब्लम है लास्ट 1 वीक से आई हुई है, इसकी छोटी सी हिस्ट्री है। DGCA ने इंटरनेशनल नॉर्म्स के हिसाब से 2019 में FTDL के ऊपर एक सिविल एविएशन रिक्वायरमेंट्स दिया था मार्च 2019 में। इसके बाद ये इंटरनेशनली देखा गया था कि कई एक्सीडेंट्स हुए और जिसमें पैसेंजर और पायलट्स की डेथ भी हुई है, और इसके बाद ये महसूस किया गया कि पायलट और केबिन क्रू को थोड़ा ज़्यादा रेस्ट पीरियड मिलना चाहिए। इस बात के चलते DGCA ने जनवरी 2024 को एक नया सिविल एविएशन रिक्वायरमेंट सेक्शन J पार्ट 3 में इशू किया, जिसको कि 6 जून 2024 को इम्प्लीमेंट करना था। अब ये चीज़ इम्प्लीमेंट नहीं हो पा रही थी क्योंकि वेरियस एयरलाइन ऑपरेटर्स की तरफ से दबाव था, क्योंकि इसको इम्प्लीमेंट करने से उनके पास पायलट्स और एयर क्रू की कमी हो जाती। इसके इम्प्लीमेंट ना होने के चलते बहुत से पायलट्स के ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, उनकी एसोसिएशन दिल्ली हाई कोर्ट में गए और वहाँ पे ऑनरेबल जस्टिस गंजू ने डिसीजन दिया कि इस पर्टिकुलर डायरेक्टिव का इम्प्लीमेंटेशन DGCA को करवाना है और एयरलाइन ऑपरेटर को 2 पार्ट में करना है। इसमें 22 क्लॉज थे, 15 क्लॉज को इम्प्लीमेंट करना था 1 जुलाई 2025 तक, और बाकी बचे 7 क्लॉज का इम्प्लीमेंटेशन करना था 1 नवंबर 2025 को। मेन डिफरेंस इसमें क्या था, जो पुराने ऑर्डर थे और नए ऑर्डर के बीच में, कि पायलट लोगों को और एयर कैबिन क्रू लोगों को जो पहले वीकली ऑफ मिलता था 36 घंटे का, उसको बढ़ा करके 48 घंटे का कर दिया गया था। और एक पायलट के लिए नाइट लैंडिंग जो पहले 4 से 5 करते थे, अब मात्र उनको 2 लैंडिंग ही करनी थी।
After relentless coverage by Republic TV, the Civil Aviation Ministry stepped up in ordering Indigo to refund passengers for all the cancelled flights. And in a decisive move to protect travellers, the ministry also capped airfares across affected routes, shutting down any attempt at opportunistic pricing.
Pilots have now internally raised this entire concern that what they've essentially done is cut corners, played with the safety of the passengers. The reason being is this, because remember, with a narrow body that is basically used by Indigo, which is the A320 that largely holds the fleet of Indigo, which allows Indigo to have a larger number of flying routes to begin with, which means the resting period is much lesser. And that is the reason why when you are basically holding about 60% of the routes, essentially you have very little timing or very little room that is basically given for the pilots to recuperate.
Passengers aren't cargo. They are people whose lives depend on reliability, care and respect. The Indigo crisis reveals a stark reality. Corporate negligence flourishes when size shields responsibility. Apologies aren't enough. Citizens deserve accountability, not automated messages for the hardships they endure.
Indigo! Down, down! Indigo! Down, down! Indigo! Down, down! Down, down! Indigo!
A sacred hill in Tamil Nadu shared for centuries by a Murugan temple and a Sufi dargah has once again become the epicenter of conflict in Tamil Nadu. What began as a simple petition seeking permission to relight the ancient Kartikai Deepam lamp at the hilltop Deepathoon in Madurai spiraled into clashes. Prohibitory orders were put in place, detentions took place, and a tense face-off, mostly political, between members of the judiciary, state administration, and tonight as the Tamil Nadu government rushes to the Supreme Court and political parties battle on the streets and inside Parliament raising this issue, the sacred lamp of Tiruparankundram remains unlit. But the controversy surrounding it is now blazing across the nation. It's a political fight. Stalin government doesn't want the lamp to be lit. The BJP is fighting for it. Here's the long form story. As the winter light fades over Madurai in Tamil Nadu, Tiruparankundram hill rises like a silhouette of faith and friction. A hill shared by a Murugan temple and a centuries-old dargah. A hill that has seen clashes for over 3 decades. In 1994, a Hindu rights activist even lost his life here over the same ritual that is once again at the center of a political storm. This latest chapter began with a petition from Ravi Kumar seeking permission to light the Kartikai Deepam lamp at the hilltop Deepathoon, the very pillar where the flame once burned as tradition. The ritual stopped nearly 80 years ago during the Second World War. For decades, devotees settled for lighting the lamp at a mid-hill Ganesh temple instead. But the memory of the hilltop tradition never faded. The hill has seen repeated tensions. In 2014, allegations of meat being consumed near the dargah on temple land sparked outrage. Later, DMK ally Nawaz Khani sacrificed a goat here during Ramzan. Last year, a proposal to rename it Sikandar Hill triggered statewide protests before the court ruled that it legally remains Tiruparankundram. the ancient Murugan abode. Kartikai Deepam is no ordinary festival. It's a thread woven into the very fabric of Tamil identity, stretching back more than 2000 years to the Sangam period 200 to 300 BCE. On the full moon of the Tamil month of Kartikai, November or December, millions light rows of oil lamps to mark the triumph of knowledge over ignorance, good over evil, light over the abyss of night. And no hill carries this legacy more powerfully than Tiruparankundram, atop which stands the Deepathoon, an ancient stone pillar where for over 1,300 years, priests kindled a towering lamp of ghee and camphor, its flames leaping skyward as a divine beacon until it stopped 80 years ago. The BJP blames DMK government of trying to ignite tensions by triggering the Islamic community to fight.
The India Alliance DMK government is hell-bent on destroying Sanatana Dharma in Tamil Nadu, is hell-bent on disobeying the High Court's direction, is hell-bent on politicizing the SP and collector, hell-bent on creating a rift and fight between Hindu and Islamic community here.
On the 1st of December, Justice G.R. Swaminathan in the Madras High Court issued a decisive order. Permit the lamp to be lit on the 3rd of December at the Deepathoon. But the Tamil Nadu government department resisted, arguing that the ritual hasn't been performed in 80 years. December 3rd was the breaking point. The court's deadline, light the lamp before 6 p.m. was not carried out. Justice Swaminathan convened a rare 6 p.m. video conference demanding answers from the Madurai collector and police commissioner. Officials cited an appeal filed by the state and delays from the HR and CE department. The judge immediately authorized the petitioner to go up with CISF protection and light the lamp himself. But the hill was already sealed under Section 144. Police blocked entry, saying CISF should not override state security. Barricades fell, protesters surged, clashes broke out along the path leading up Tiruparankundram hill.
I think in the history of India, this is the first time 144 has been clamped after a particular judgment. Just to evade the judgment, they say that 144 is in force. This is something very atrocious. I think nobody is above law, whether it is a collector or an SP or even the chief minister. Nobody is above law. A proper fitting, better judgment will come, and the government has definitely, the state government has done a contempt of court, and this is a complete breakdown of the constitution.
December 4th, the judge heard contempt charges again, ordering the collector to personally monitor preparation, directing the commissioner to ensure the ritual was finally carried out. But the lamp remained unlit. Across Tamil Nadu, protests erupted, including outside the DMK headquarters in Chennai. BJP State President Nayanar Nagendran was detained. Vinod Selvam was arrested. On December 5th, the contempt case returned to court. But with the Tamil Nadu government now approaching the Supreme Court, the hearing was pushed to Tuesday.
It is a planned attempt by the BJP and even people in high offices like the court succumb to the pressure by the RSS and BJP. That is very bad. So whatever had happened is right because it's a long-term practice. The state police have the right to maintain law and order. It is as per the constitution, it is the duty of the state to maintain law and order, and state police should do that. That is what everything has happened legally, except the judgment is not legal.
Justice Swaminathan sought a detailed report from the CISF commandant on why the order couldn't be implemented and why prohibitory orders were imposed. Meanwhile in Delhi, DMK leader Kannimodi Karunanidhi moved an adjournment motion in parliament, accusing vested groups of trying to inflame unrest in Tamil Nadu. With the state government's appeal now awaiting a nod from the Supreme Court, and the Chief Justice insisting the case be listed only after all documents are in order, the flame of Kartikai Deepam still waits at the hilltop. A hill of two fates, a ritual frozen in time, and a conflict now burning across courts, streets, and political power centers. Tiruparangundram, the lamp remains unlit, but the tensions it has sparked are far from fading. A love story in Nanded, Maharashtra ended in blood. 20-year-old Saksham Tate, shot, beaten to death by the father and brothers of his girlfriend, Achal Mamidwar. This was simply because their relationship crossed caste barriers. But the story doesn't end there. In a defiant act this week that stunned the entire country, the girl, Achal, later walked into Saksham's funeral, her late boyfriend, and then married his dead body. She married a corpse. The community is shaken, the family in grief, and authorities are under pressure as questions of caste, control, accountability dominate every conversation on this story. Tonight on the show, the tragic story of love, violence, and courage that has left not just Nanded, but everybody who heard about the story stunned about what happened. Take a look.
This is a love story that ended with a gunshot. In Maharashtra's Nanded, love paid the price of caste violence. "21-year-old Saksham Tate was shot in the ribs, smashed on the head, left to die on the streets he grew up on. The killers were none other than Achal's own father and brother.
तुझं नाव काय?
आचल गजानन मामिडवार.
काय घटना काय झाली नेमकी?
घटना काही झाली नाही. 3 वर्षापासून सक्षम टाटेचा आणि माझं प्रेम संबंध होते. माझ्या घरच्यांना ते मंजूर नव्हते, त्यासाठी त्यांनी त्याचा असा घात केला.
कुणी काल कुणी त्याच्यावर म्हणजे वार?
माझे वडील गजानन मामिडवार आणि माझे 2 भाऊ हिमेश मामिडवार आणि साहिल मामिडवार.
कशाला गेला होता हा? बाहेर कशासाठी गेला होता आणि त्याला कसं म्हणजे प्लॅनिंग करून घेतलं?
हे सक्षमवर MPD पडली होती, तर त्याने सुटून आल्यापासून माझ्या घरचे त्याचा गेम लावण्यावरच होते. म्हणजे मला धमकी देत होते की त्याला मारून टाकणार, आणि त्याला गोड बोलून त्याला भेटून नशा वगैरे करू घालून मारलं त्याला. त्यानं त्याच्यावर 3 गोळ्या झाडल्या तरी त्याला काही झाले नाही. तेव्हा त्याच्या डोक्यात फरशी वगैरे टाकून मारलं त्याला.
हा विरोध नेमका कशामुळे?
आमचं प्रेम होतं आणि माझ्या पप्पांना मंजूर नव्हतं.
कशामुळे?
कास्टमुळे.
काल सायंकाळी मिलिंद नगर इतवारा येथे मयत
सक्षम गौतम ताटे वय 20 वर्ष राहणार मच्छी मार्केट याला मारहाण करून डोक्यात फरशी व दगड घालून खून करण्यात आला होता. त्यातील आरोपी आम्ही आज अटक केलेत आणि तपास चालू आहे.
कोणत्या अंतर्गत गुन्हे दाखल झाले सर? काय
गुन्हा BNSचे कलम 103, 162, 189, 190, 191(2), 193(3) म्हणजे कट रचने वगैरे.
But what followed was something no one has witnessed before. Archal walked into Saksham's funeral and declared herself his bride.
मारने वाले जीत कर भी हार गए और हारने वाला मर कर भी जीत गए. आज हमारे प्यार की जीत हुई है.
After losing her only son, a grieving mother did what an entire society failed to do. She embraced the girl her son loved as the daughter she never had.
ज्या दिवशी घटना घडली त्या दिवशी नाही भेटली ती. आम्ही दुसऱ्या दिवशी पोलीस स्टेशनला न्याय मागायला गेलो होतो. तेव्हा आचल तिथे भेटली आम्हाला. मी पोलीसच्या ताब्यात असतानाही तिनं माझ्या गळ्याला पडली आणि ती म्हणाली की मी तुमच्यासोबतच येईल आणि मी तिला माझ्यासोबत घेऊन आले. जसं मी माझ्या मुलावर प्रेम करत होते ना तसंच मी तिच्यावर प्रेम करल.
All 6 accused have been booked under the harshest sections of the law. A bullet was fired to protect honor. A skull was smashed to protect status. And a 20-year-old boy brutally murdered simply because he was born on what for them is the wrong side of a caste line. In Haryana's Rohtak, just a week ago, 23-year-old Sapna paid the same price. She married outside caste, and one night her own brother walked into her home with pistols and shot her dead. And months before Sapna, India watched a 25-year-old tennis player, Radhika Yadav, shot dead by her own father inside their Gurugram home. A promising athlete running her academy was gunned down because her success, her independence, and even her earnings became a burden that her father felt society was judging him for. Archal in Nanded, Sapna in Rohtak, Radhika in Gurugram. 3 young lives separated by cities, by families, by circumstance, but bound by the same wound. The violence that erupts when caste and honor collide with a woman's choice. If this is what honor looks like, then the shame does not belong to Archal or Sapna or Radhika. It belongs to every person who still believes caste is worth killing for. The shame belongs to anyone who thinks a woman's life is theirs to police. And the shame belongs to a society that keeps acting shocked over and over again because these murders have never been aberrations. They are the manual of caste pride playing out exactly as designed.
And finally, ladies and gentlemen, the Indian Navy turned Thiruvananthapuram's Shanmugam beach into a theatre of maritime power on the 3rd of December this week. From the indigenously built aircraft carrier INS Vikrant to submarines, helicopters and the elite Marcos commandos, the Navy showcased precision, speed and a full spectrum of operational capability. President Draupadi Murmu, Supreme Commander of the Armed Forces, witnessed the grand demonstration which combined combat drills, aerial maneuvers and ceremonial tradition in Kerala. Tonight on the long form story, we get you an exclusive look inside India's growing maritime strength, technological excellence, and the Navy's readiness to defend the nation. This was a spectacle of power, precision, and pride that unfolded along Kerala's coastline and captured by the Republic TV crew and cameras.
As the surf breaks along Shangumugam beach, the horizon suddenly fills with steel, speed, and raw maritime power. Shangumugam Beach in Thiruvananthapuram turned into a grand theatre of naval power. Against the glow of Kerala's evening skies, the Indian Navy unleashes a rare display of precision, the operational demonstration marking Navy Day 2025. At the heart of this grand spectacle stands the President of India, the Supreme Commander of the Armed Forces, Draupadi Murmu, welcomed with full naval honors. 150 sailors standing in perfect formation presented President Murmu with ceremonial guard of honor.
I extend my greetings for the Navy Day, which is a celebration of selfless service and supreme sacrifice made by naval personnel in defense of our motherland. People of India are grateful to the men and women of Indian Navy for their service to the nation. We are proud of each one of you. On behalf of fellow citizens, I would like to thank all of you for your professionalism, passion, and patriotism.
A synchronized, action-packed demonstration of frontline naval platforms was a remarkable highlight, symbolizing the Navy's ability to deploy power, precision, and coordination across the maritime domain.
The Indian Navy Day 2025 is being celebrated here in Trivandrum with an operational demonstration where the Honorable President of India would be the chief guest. This operational demonstration will include operational demos by multiple naval platforms, 19 naval platforms to be exact. This scenic beach in Trivandrum is the pristine location for this operational demo at Shangumugam Beach, Trivandrum. For the first time, Navy Day main public showcase is being held in Kerala, commemorating the Navy's role in the 1971 Indo-Pak War, particularly Operation Trident. It underscores the Indian Navy's combat readiness, cohesion, self-reliance, and Atmanirbharta.
Leading the display was India's pride, the indigenously built aircraft carrier INS Vikrant.
In front of us is INS Vikrant, India's first indigenously built aircraft carrier. This shows the epitome of naval engineering, Indian industry prowess, and metallurgical progress that India has made in the past 60 years. This is INC-1 project, INS Vikrant, showcasing the glory and might of Indian Navy in full colors. This aircraft carrier carries MiG-29K aerial combat aircraft, possibly the most deadly aircraft. We are now seeing our MiG-29K take off from the carrier. This is the beating heart of the Indian Navy. Indian Navy is focused on its carrier first and performs in carrier battle group operations. The INS Vikrant, being one of the two operational carriers at the time, is possibly one of the best examples of a diesel propelled ramp assist takeoff being performed by the MiG-29K of the Indian Navy.
More than 20 warships, submarines, helicopters, and maritime patrol aircraft.
INS Shishukuma, a diesel electric powered submarine in front of us. This is part of the submarine fleet deployed in the Arabian Sea region of Indian Ocean. The submarine warfare are the most complex and most difficult sustained operations.
Elite Marcos commandos showcased combat insertion techniques reflecting the Navy's readiness to respond to any challenge in littoral and blue water environments. The Navy's elite marine commandos leap into the sea in a high-intensity display of combat insertion, showcasing skill and discipline.
We will see slithering operations being performed by the daring Marine Commandos of the Indian Navy. Marine Commandos are again one of the most elite commandos that are present in the Indian Navy's formation. These elite commandos are hardcore trained at the Marine Naval Training Academy at Visakhapatnam, and they also undergo training at multiple locations, enduring operations, and are the tip of the sword that the Indian Navy forms.
Navy Day traces its legacy to the audacious Operation Trident of 1971, when the Indian Navy struck decisively at Karachi and altered the course of history. Today, that legacy continues. India's maritime force has transformed under the spirit of Atmanirbhar Bharat, moving steadily toward full-spectrum indigenous capability.
In front of us are the missile boats of the Indian Navy. These are the similar kind of boats that were used during 1971 to attack Karachi Harbour. These are the ones that laid Karachi Harbour to waste, sunk multiple Pakistani warships, and they are equipped with anti-ship and sea-to-land missiles along with a naval gun of 620 mm. These are the similar kind of warships that were used during the 1971 attack of Karachi Harbour, and Navy Day is celebrated in honor of the participating.
On the occasion of Navy Day 2025, I extend my heartfelt greetings to all citizens of India. Today, we honor the supreme sacrifices of our martyrs, salute the unwavering service of our veterans, and solemnly reaffirm our collective resolve to serve the Navy and the nation. Navy Day, celebrated on 4th of December each year, commemorates the Indian Navy's audacious and decisive attack on Karachi on 4th December 1971, an operation that shattered the enemy's confidence and changed the course of India-Pakistan conflict. It continues to shine as a beacon of courage, conviction, and leadership, inspiring generations of our countrymen.
On shore, spectators were treated to a colorful hornpipe dance by the Sea Cadet Corps and a rapid-fire continuity drill by naval personnel. The skies roar once more. P-8I sweeping low with its electronic sensors on display.
The P-8I long-range reconnaissance aircraft of the Indian Navy, the most capable submarine hunter, capable of deploying sonar buoys and anti-submarine missiles. These are the latest in anti-submarine warfare that the Indian Navy has to offer. 6 of them have been received by the Indian Navy, and another 6 are expected to be delivered soon.
MiG-29Ks flash across the screen in stunning launch and recover visuals.
The MiG-29 performing a composite flyby and deploying flares in front of us. A beautiful roaring sight to behold. The MiG-29K is the most formidable aircraft, pulling a high G turn.
Helicopters carve arcs through the air while elegant sailing vessels glide past, bringing together tradition and technology, courage and craft. As darkness settles over the coast, the rhythm shifts from thunder to tradition. The Sea Cadet Corps performs the hornpipe dance. The Naval Band leads the beating retreat. As night falls, the sea transforms into a canvas of light, with ships silhouetted against a dazzling display of flares, tracer rounds, and illumination shells painting the sky. It is a breathtaking finale, a salute to the brave guardians of India's maritime borders.
Today we saw the Indian Navy celebrate the naval operational demo. This ops demo was performed in the backdrop of Kerala, Thiruvananthapuram, the beating heart of India's rich maritime tradition. We can see a multitude of platforms displayed today, from the MH-60R, Chetak helicopters, MiG-29K, Hawker Hunter aircraft, the P-8 Poseidon, and a multitude of Giri-class frigates, the Indian naval carrier, and the most important diesel-electric submarine that were showcased here. A multitude of operational procedures were performed, including coastal insertions, including landings and takeoffs from carriers, and showcasing of the MH-60R and P-8 Poseidon aircraft. Indian Navy is a multicultural force ensuring the maritime security of India, all the way from the Arabian Sea to the entire Indian Ocean region. India is the only country with an ocean named after it, and rightly so, because India is the center and most important nation in this region, ensuring freedom of navigation, resource management, and the territorial waters of India. The Indian Navy is a force to reckon with plans to induct 54 more vessels in the coming years. The Indian Navy has showcased its maritime prowess in shipbuilding, design, and operational demonstration.
That's it on this edition of the long form story. Ladies and gentlemen, in case you missed any of our 4 compelling stories tonight, you can catch the repeat 12 p.m. Sunday. Thanks for watching.
Arpora Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
सबका राजा आरपोर मसाला। मेरा बेटी को प्यार चाहिए, मेरा बेटी का ब्लड आ रहा, ब्लड नीचे से ब्लड आ रहा, प्यार चाहिए, दे दो। क्यों नहीं कर सकता?
Hello and welcome viewers, welcome back from the break. We get you a roundup of news that we are tracking from across the nation in 2 minutes. Let's take a look. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh arrives in Leh, Ladakh to take stock of the 125 strategically significant infrastructure projects, including Shiok Tunnel across 7 states and 2 union territories constructed by the BRO that has been made. A cold wave continues in Kashmir Valley as mercury dips to sub-zero temperatures. As per IMD, the minimum temperature recorded in the city today is -3 degrees Celsius and the highest is likely to be 11 degrees Celsius. Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami offered prayers at the Bagnath Temple in Bageshwar. Dhami said that this place had held special significance since ancient times and he's developed this place and create a master plan for it. The half marathon organized by District Police Administration was held at the District Police Lines ground in Rajouri. The event consisted of 3 events, 5 kilometers, 10 kilometers and 21 kilometers. Children from Jammu and Kashmir across the Union Territory as well as outside participated and spread the message against consumption of drugs. Tripura Chief Minister Manik Shah plays golf as he attends Golf Tournament 2025 at Tusker BSF Golf Course in Agartala. Chief Minister Shah said this will grow further in the coming days and whatever is needed to be strengthened it further, the government will make efforts. Adani University hosted its second convocation ceremony on Saturday at the University Auditorium in Shantigram, celebrating the achievements of 87 graduating students, including 3 distinguished university medalists. The event brought together families, faculty, governing body members and industry leaders. Presiding over the ceremony, Dr. Preeti J. Adani emphasized India's rise, the nation's civilizational depth and the responsibility of future leaders to build infrastructure that enhances quality of life. Viewers, India's largest airline, Indigo, is grappling with one of its most serious operational disruptions in recent years, as more than 200 flights were cancelled and hundreds more delayed across major airports on Tuesday and Wednesday. The disruption left thousands of passengers stranded, triggered long queues at the terminals, and even raised questions about what led to the sudden collapse of the schedules. The immediate cause span crew shortages, new duty time rules, technical breakdowns in key airports and heavy congestion during a peak winter operations. Take a look.
क्यों नहीं कर सकता? क्यों नहीं कर सकता? क्यों नहीं कर सकता? मेरे को प्यार चाहिए अभी।
That we have experienced severe operational disruptions for the past few days. Since then, the crisis continued to aggravate, with today, December 5th, being the most severely impacted day, with the number of cancellations well over 1,000, or more than half of our number of daily flights. various causes. Yet, for you as a customer, it's important how we as Indigo address this. We have defined 3 lines of action. Firstly, customer communication and addressing your needs. For this, messages have been sent on social media, and just now a more detailed communication with information on refunds, cancellations and other customer support measures was sent. Also, we've stepped up our call center capacity.
See, in order to make air travel more safe and secure, the pilots were demanding extra rest hours as per international norms. So DGCA, on the directive of the courts, also declared the new norms for rest of 6 hours was increased to 8 hours. Similarly, the night flying hours were reduced, and directives were given more than 1 year back to all the airlines to recruit more pilots and staff and get ready for the new norms. All the airlines like Akasa, SpiceJet, Air India Express, they all adhered to the norms. But Indigo not only did not adhere to the norms, they also expanded their international route network and increased their domestic flights without increasing the crew and the pilots. The result was, when government wanted to enforce the policy deadline, which was in November, till November end, Indigo, rather than cutting down some of their flights, grounded most of their flights. They took up a lot of the bays. So on those bays, SpiceJet and Air India also could not land in certain airports. The result was there was complete chaos. And people who had to go to see dying relatives or for other things, they had to, either take charter flights or, buy tickets at exorbitant rates. So this was also exploitation by other airlines.
Knowing there is a pilot shortage, tell me something. If there was a pilot shortage, why is it Akasha is not affected? Why is it Air India is not affected? Why is SpiceJet not affected? Basically, Indigo did not want to pay the market price. They announced that oversold tickets. And mind you, what planes are running, even those they are not willing to operate. Now, if there is a pilot shortage, is there a ground staff shortage? You have checked in passenger luggage, cancelled their flights, and they're taking 3-4 hours just to get their luggage back. This is the worst kind of strong arm tactic. It is criminal. It is outright criminal. The entire management of Indigo needs to be arrested. But clearly our minister has some kind of an understanding with him, or he has no understanding of the business.
The question still hangs in the air, sharp and unanswered. When will this aviation nightmare finally end?
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Arpora शाही पनीर मसाला, delicious, healthy, every day.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Fire breaks out at a nightclub in Goa's North District. At least 25 people dead. Police say victims were the members of club staff.
क्लब में जो इंसिडेंट हुआ, अनफॉर्चुनेट इंसिडेंट, इस तरह का इंसिडेंट।
Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant hints at safety lapses leading to fire at Birch Nightclub. In exclusive conversation with Republic, CM says pyro was used in the nightclub. Government issues a show-cause notice against Indigo CEO, given 24 hours to explain why action should not be taken. Republic gets exclusive scoop on government's meet with Indigo. Toughest possible action to be taken against the airlines. Amid pan-India aviation meltdown, Indigo issues a statement, says they are working determinedly to bring its operations back on track across the network. In view of widespread disruptions of flight, Air India Group rolls out proactive measures for passengers across India. Viewers, as we continue to track every development in Goa's Birch Nightclub fire tragedy, Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant speaks exclusive to Republic in conversation with Republic's Deputy Executive Editor Shravan Sen. Goa Chief Minister Sawant said he has ordered a magisterial inquiry into the fire incident at a nightclub that took place. Goa Chief Minister has admitted that the pyro was used in the club, after which the fire broke out in the hall above the club. People were trying to escape through a single exit. Chief Minister further said that strict laws to be enforced against the club's owner and the manager, and more clarity will emerge only after the inquiry report.
Dr. Ram, thank you very much for joining us on this broadcast. I want to straight away begin by asking you that the Panchayat had already raised concerns about rules not being followed by the nightclub. Despite that, the operations continued. Is there any reason why the Goa government looked the other way?
At present, हमने इसके खिलाफ मैजिस्ट्रेट इंक्वायरी लगाई है। मैजिस्ट्रेट इंक्वायरी का रिपोर्ट आने के बाद भी इस पे मैं कमेंट कर सकूंगा, क्योंकि किसने ट्रेड लाइसेंस दिया और किसने इसको, ये बाद में पता चलेगा।
डॉक्टर सावंत, प्रिलिमिनरी जो इन्फॉर्मेशन आपके पास आई है, उससे आपको क्या जानकारी मिल रही है कि आखिरकार ये क्या कारण हो सकता है? क्योंकि कुछ लोग ये कह रहे थे कि कुछ पायरोज विजुअल्स हो रहे थे, कुछ प्रोग्राम चल रही थी, उस वक्त आग लगी। आपके पास
आपने सही कहा। इस कुछ तो ये पायरोल्स कुछ तो वहाँ पे लगे थे, तो क्लब के ऊपर वाले हॉल में आग लगी और वहां से लोग बाहर एक ही दरवाजे से जो निकलना था, ज्यादा लोग बाहर निकल आए, लेकिन जो लोग उनके ग्राउंड फ्लोर में चले गए, वो सफोकेशन के वजह से उनकी डेथ हो गई है। ये प्रिलिमिनरी इंक्वायरी तो आई है। इसके 25 लोगों की डेथ हो गई है, 6 लोग अभी एडमिटेड है, दे आर आउट ऑफ डेंजर, उनके ट्रीटमेंट अच्छी तरह से चल रही है। तो फिर बाकी तो जो रिपोर्ट आएगा उसके अनुसार हम स्ट्रिक्टली एक्शंस will take against that club owner and club managers.
एक आखिरी सवाल डॉक्टर सावंत करना चाहूंगा कि आखिरकार जब आप देखें कि कई सारे रूल्स एंड रेगुलेशंस को फ्लाउट किया गया है प्रिलिमिनरी इंफॉर्मेशन के तहत, आप अगर देखें, आप किसको जिम्मेदार ठहराएंगे? क्योंकि जिस तरह से आपके सरकार के ऊपर आरोप लग रहे हैं,
रिपोर्ट आने के बाद ही इसके ऊपर बात करना उचित, रिपोर्ट आने के बाद ही इसके ऊपर बात करना उचित रहेगा। वी आर वेटिंग फॉर द रिपोर्ट। थैंक यू।
Dr. Sawant, thank you very much for joining us on this broadcast. I want to straight away begin by asking you that the Panchayat had already raised concerns about rules not being followed by the nightclub. Despite that, the operations continued. Is there any reason why the Goa government looked the other way?
At present, हमने इसके खिलाफ मैजिस्ट्रेट इंक्वायरी लगाई है। मजिस्ट्रेट इंक्वायरी का रिपोर्ट आने के बाद भी इस पे मैं कमेंट कर सकूंगा, क्योंकि किसने ट्रेड लाइसेंस दिया और किसने इसको, ये बाद में पता चलेगा।
डॉक्टर सावंत, प्रिलिमिनरी जो इन्फॉर्मेशन आपके पास आई है उससे आपको क्या जानकारी मिल रही है कि आखिरकार ये क्या कारण हो सकता है? क्योंकि कुछ लोग ये कह रहे थे कि कुछ पायरोज विजुअल्स हो रहे थे, कुछ प्रोग्राम चल रही थी, उस वक्त आग लगी। आपके पास इस
सही कहा, आपने सही कहा। इस कुछ तो ये पैरोल्स कुछ तो वहां पे लगे थे, तो क्लब के ऊपर वाले हॉल में आग लगी और वहां से लोग बाहर एक ही दरवाजे से जो निकलना था, ज्यादा लोग बाहर निकल आए, लेकिन जो लोग उनके ग्राउंड फ्लोर में चले गए, वो सफोकेशन के वजह से उनकी डेथ हो गई है। ये प्रिलिमिनरी इंक्वायरी तो आई है। इसके 25 लोगों की डेथ हो गई है, 6 लोग अभी एडमिटेड है, दे आर आउट ऑफ डेंजर, उनकी ट्रीटमेंट अच्छी तरह से चल रही है। तो फिर बाकी तो जो रिपोर्ट आएगा उसके अनुसार हम स्ट्रिक्टली एक्शंस विल टेक अगेंस्ट दैट क्लब ओनर एंड क्लब मैनेजर्स।
एक आखिरी सवाल डॉक्टर सावंत करना चाहूंगा कि आखिरकार जब आप देखें कि कई सारे रूल्स एंड रेगुलेशंस को फ्लाउट किया गया है प्रिलिमिनरी इंफॉर्मेशन के तहत, आप अगर देखें, आप किसको जिम्मेदार ठहराएंगे? क्योंकि जिस तरह से आपके सरकार के ऊपर आरोप लग रहे हैं,
रिपोर्ट आने के बाद ही इसके ऊपर बात करना उचित, रिपोर्ट आने के बाद ही इसके ऊपर बात करना उचित रहेगा। वी आर वेटिंग फॉर द रिपोर्ट। थैंक यू।
Viewers, breaking news coming in. Republic has accessed a video showing the moment of fire inside the Birch Nightclub, and in the video, it can be seen that it's falling on the ground amid the ongoing dance performance, followed the chaos. These are the moment of the fire coming in at the nightclub, where the fire got the ceiling. And then you can see the smoke completely in the air, the dark smoke in the air. And it happened during one of the dance performances which was going on. As you can see in the visuals, how the dancers stop as they realize that there's a fire. They turn around and then they move away from that particular area. The staff members and the musicians are also seen moving away. And this is the moment of the fire, exact moment of the fire. This is the exact moment of the fire that is coming in, and we are showing you how the ceiling of this particular dance floor caught the fire. A belly dancing performance, and within seconds we can see the roof catching fire, the ceiling catching fire, and it's spreading very fast. Within seconds, the thick smoke can be seen engulfing the entire ceiling area. Those are the visuals, and it raises questions about safety measures of these performances, safety measures of the people. This fire killed 25 people. Several people had in fact gone away to the ground floor where they had died because of suffocating. And this is the exact moment of fire coming in. We're getting more visuals, more exclusive visuals coming in. This is another exclusive visual coming in on the moment of the fire. You can see the amount of destruction, the huge blaze can be seen. The way the smoke, plume of smoke is seen moving up in the sky. The entire area gutted. The entire area was engulfed in fire. And we are getting these exclusive visuals coming in. Earlier was a video from the performance during when the ceiling caught fire, and that was the moment of the fire. And this is coming in how the entire blaze was seen from at a distance by the eyewitnesses. And most of them had also said that they heard an explosion, a loud explosion, probably the cylinder which could have blasted. My colleague Nitin joins us from the ground to give us more details. Nitin, you are covering the updates from the ground and bringing us the details from there. We are showing these exclusive footages, exclusive videos of the moment of the fire. Earlier where we were showing a belly dancing performance underway, and they suddenly realized that there was something wrong, and they look up to the ceiling, and that's when the plume of smoke seen spreading within seconds, and now the entire area gutted.
Exactly. So you can see the forensics unit vehicle is behind me. They are inside. The investigation is on an entire another level. We've just gained access, insights into the most, the most explosive visuals. You can see the blaze that took place at Birch. And I mean, the kind of, the chef has passed away. The 25 lives have already been claimed. 14 of them locals, 4 tourists. I mean, there's nothing much to say. There's no accountability being taken here. You can see, I'll show you, I'll turn around and I'll show you the kind of this thing. There are the police personnel are still out here, and we are trying to get you exclusive footages as much as we can. We showed you the fire footage. We had an eyewitness account that we showed earlier, which is basically he claims that the fire brigade was over an hour late after the incident took place here. It's first, we are the only ones to show that eyewitness. We are the only ones that he's spoken to at Republic TV from Goa, that the fire brigade was an hour late from the incident while the owner was having a blast near 500 meters near Birch by Romeo Lane.
That's right. We continue to stay with those visuals as you're showing us from the ground. You also mentioned how the fire brigade was late, and at the moment we see the forensic unit also at the site collecting evidences and forensic data. But we can also see, Nitin, that are there any locals nearby who you can speak to at the moment?
Exactly. So there are there's a lot of traction. There's a lot of government officials who step by. Government officials are stepping by. They're entering the place. I think they're going to gain access again. They're going to try to enter. And we can see the Congress committee president here with us. And here are the visuals.
कैसे देखते हैं कि सर इतना बड़ा इंसिडेंट हो?
अभी
देख रहे हैं, देखने के बाद एक मिनट उधर तो
25 lives have been claimed. What do you have?
We'll brief you.
कई बार इशू उठा
We'll brief you.
लेकिन 5 मिनट रुको.
We'll brief
5 मिनट रुकने के बाद. I think they're going to gain access inside Birch. They're trying to get inside as the Congress committee president of Goa speaking with the police personnel out here. So they're speaking. I think they're going to try and break they're going to break the barriers to get the truth.
Said by MLA. He's elected by people.
There's a Goan MLA here who's looking to gain access. This is exclusive only at Republic TV. We're speaking with the police person right now, as you can see. We're trying to get you the best footage as possible.
ये रोकने की वजह क्या है? क्योंकि यहाँ एमपी होने के बाद कभी नहीं था। अरे हाँ, हमें इंटरफेयर करना कौन चाहते हैं? उसमें इंटरफेयर देना। Let them do their duty. He's the ex-home minister.
Oh, and Benson.
You can see they're trying to gain access, break the barriers of truth, but the police is not cooperating. There's an elected Goan MP who's here, but they're not allowing him to enter the place. After 25 people being killed, there are still discussions going on rather than action being taken, as you can see here. These visuals are truly a representation of what it takes to get to the reality. After so many lives have been claimed, especially when people in the younger demographic from 20 to 25 have been affected. Yet you're seeing such visuals where deliberations are going on rather than action being taken. After youngsters, locals, 14 locals being killed. The opposition is here.
The opposition leaders.
सर सच के लिए क्या करना पड़ेगा? सर सच क्यों नहीं सामने आ रहा है? सर सच क्यों नहीं सामने आ रहा है? दरवाजा बंद कर दिया सर, सच कैसे लगेगा? सर इतने गोवन लोकल्स का डेथ हुआ, आप क्यों? He's requesting the police personnel to gain access, to get behind the curtains and get the truth out. The earlier shooting, there was a lot of damage that happened at Birch. The explosive images of the fire, they literally took to the sky. Sir, police cooperate क्यों नहीं कर रही है?
कॉपरेट नहीं कर रही, हो सकता है कुछ छिपा रहे हैं. नहीं, see, हम यहाँ से बोले were there in the morning. You have seen the Bharatiya Janata Party Rajya Sabha member who is not elected by people entered inside in front of you. He's the South Goa Lok Sabha member of Parliament. Now there are different norms here. I think this issue is being politicized. I fail to understand why only Bharatiya Janata Party's representative are going inside. He's the ex-state president.
Sir, do we know what's been doing to take care of the victims? So fire brigade came 1 hour later.
जो करते हैं उनके इसमें कोई देने की जरूरत है, वो कर रहा है उसका काम.
तो very fast करना चाहते हैं ना. The police are stopping. So fire brigade came an hour late, sir. As per an eyewitness, it came around 40 minutes to an hour late. What do you have to say about that, sir? What about fire precautions?
I'll second that question.
People were set ablaze.
The kind of damage that has happened.
We have told him, just let us first try to get the.
Why is no collaboration happening here? Why are discussions happening when 25 lives have already passed away? What does it take for us to get behind the curtains and get to the truth? Why are we wasting our time? मैं सामने खड़ा हूँ, मेरा मोबाइल आगे ही होगा ना भाई. तो कर लो, करो. और कैसे होता है?
एमपी आहे काय तेवढं बात मध्ये जाऊन
See, they are still not allowing anyone to enter. There's a police personnel who's probably going to check with the senior officials on what the status is. These are all live, exclusive footages you're getting at Republic TV. There's an elected MP here who's not getting to get inside the premise for the truth.
ಪರಿಶೀಲನೆ ನಡೆಸ್ತಾ ಇರಬಹುದು. Good afternoon. Amit Patkar here to walk president. Me and my member of parliament and our ex-Maharashtra minister.
Sir, इस इंस्टेंस के बारे में अगर आप कुछ बोलें.
Inside. It's not allowing. Because you have allowed Mr. Tanawde to enter inside in the morning. He was here. Tanawde is the Bharatiya Janata Party's Rajya Sabha member. But that's okay. We're not coming to the exact spot.
As you can see, viewers, there's still deliberations going on. The incident took place at 12:30, around 12:30 last night. And yet, there's no clear-cut clarity on what's going to happen. Opposition parties putting on a lot of pressure, a lot of show out there. Forensic team, as you can see, is already out here. We keep tracking and getting you exclusive insights on the same throughout the day.
That's right. Thank you for giving us the details there. Nitin, of course, an entire chaotic situation outside the particular nightclub. And now, viewers, we also exclusively spoke to Chief Minister Pramod Sawant. Republic's Deputy Executive Editor Shawan Sen has spoken exclusively to Goa Chief Minister Dr. Pramod Sawant over the entire incident and the follow-ups. Listen in.
Dr. Sawant, thank you very much for joining us on this broadcast. I want to straight away begin by asking you that the Panchayat had already raised concerns about rules not being followed by the nightclub. Despite that, the operations continued. Is there any reason why the Goa government looked the other way?
At present, हमने इसके खिलाफ मैजिस्ट्रेट इंक्वायरी लगाई है. मैजिस्ट्रेट इंक्वायरी का रिपोर्ट आने के बाद भी इस पर मैं कमेंट कर सकूंगा, क्योंकि किसने ट्रेड लाइसेंस दिया और किसने इसको, ये बाद में पता चलेगा.
डॉक्टर सावंत, प्रिलिमिनरी जो इन्फॉर्मेशन आपके पास आई है उससे आपको क्या जानकारी मिल रही है कि आखिरकार ये क्या कारण हो सकता है? क्योंकि कुछ लोग ये कह रहे थे कि कुछ पायरोज विजुअल्स हो रहे थे, कुछ प्रोग्राम चल रही थी, उस वक्त आग लगी. आपके पास
आपने सही कहा. इस कुछ तो पायरोल्स कुछ तो वहां पे लगे थे, तो क्लब के ऊपर वाले हॉल में आग लगी और वहां से लोग बाहर एक ही दरवाजे से जो निकलना था वो ज्यादा लोग बाहर निकल आए, लेकिन जो लोग उनके ग्राउंड फ्लोर में चले गए वो सफोकेशन के वजह से उनकी डेथ हो गई है। ये प्रिलिमिनरी इंक्वायरी तो आई है, इसके 25 लोगों की डेथ हो गई है, 6 लोग अभी एडमिटेड है, दे आर आउट ऑफ डेंजर, उनके ट्रीटमेंट अच्छी तरह से चल रही है। तो फिर बाकी तो जो रिपोर्ट आएगा उसके अनुसार हम स्ट्रिक्टली एक्शंस will take against that club owner and club managers.
एक आखिरी सवाल डॉक्टर सावंत करना चाहूंगा कि आखिरकार जब आप देखें कि कई सारे रूल्स एंड रेगुलेशंस को फ्लाउट किया गया है प्रिलिमिनरी इंफॉर्मेशन के तहत, आप अगर देखें आप किसको जिम्मेदार ठहराएंगे, क्योंकि जिस तरह से आपके सरकार के ऊपर आरोप लग रहे हैं,
रिपोर्ट आने के बाद ही इसके ऊपर बात करना उचित, रिपोर्ट आने के बाद ही इसके ऊपर बात करना उचित रहेगा। वी आर वेटिंग फॉर द रिपोर्ट। थैंक यू.
Dr. Sawant, thank you very much for joining us on this broadcast. I want to straight away begin by asking you that the Panchayat had already raised concerns about rules not being followed by the nightclub. Despite that, the operations continued. Is there any reason why the Goa government looked the other way?
At present, हमने इसके खिलाफ मैजिस्ट्रेट इंक्वायरी लगाई है। मैजिस्ट्रेट इंक्वायरी का रिपोर्ट आने के बाद भी इस पर मैं कमेंट कर सकूंगा, क्योंकि किसने ट्रेड लाइसेंस दिया और किसने इसको, ये बाद में पता चलेगा।
डॉक्टर सावंत, प्रिलिमिनरी जो इन्फॉर्मेशन आपके पास आई है उससे आपको क्या जानकारी मिल रही है कि आखिरकार ये क्या कारण हो सकता है? क्योंकि कुछ लोग ये कह रहे थे कि कुछ पायरोज विजुअल्स हो रहे थे, कुछ प्रोग्राम चल रही थी, उस वक्त आग लगी। आपके पास
आपने सही कहा, इस कुछ तो पैरोल्स कुछ तो वहां पे लगे थे, तो क्लब के ऊपर वाले हॉल में आग लगी और वहां से लोग बाहर एक ही दरवाजे से जो निकलना था वो ज्यादा लोग बाहर निकल आए, लेकिन जो लोग उनके ग्राउंड फ्लोर में चले गए वो सफोकेशन के वजह से उनकी डेथ हो गई है। ये प्रिलिमिनरी इंक्वायरी तो आई है, इसके 25 लोगों की डेथ हो गई है, 6 लोग अभी एडमिटेड है, दे आर आउट ऑफ डेंजर, उनके ट्रीटमेंट अच्छी तरह से चल रही है। तो फिर बाकी तो जो रिपोर्ट आएगा उसके अनुसार हम स्ट्रिक्टली एक्शंस will take against that club owner and club managers.
एक आखिरी सवाल डॉक्टर सावंत करना चाहूंगा कि आखिरकार जब आप देखें कि कई सारे रूल्स एंड रेगुलेशंस को फ्लाउट किया गया है प्रिलिमिनरी इंफॉर्मेशन के तहत, आप अगर देखें आप किसको जिम्मेदार ठहराएंगे, क्योंकि जिस तरह से आपके सरकार के ऊपर आरोप लग रहे हैं,
रिपोर्ट आने के बाद ही इसके ऊपर बात करना उचित, रिपोर्ट आने के बाद ही इसके ऊपर बात करना उचित रहेगा। वी आर वेटिंग फॉर द रिपोर्ट।
And viewers, with that, we'll also like to take you through what the eyewitnesses had to say. We play that out.
Exclusive. We have with us Mr. Rahul Nayak. He was an eyewitness to when the fire brigade was around. Apparently, he's told us already that the fire brigade was late by an hour. Yeah. What were you doing, sir, here? Where were you? And when did you see the fire brigade around?
So we were just roaming around with the friends at around 1:30 or something like that. And that is when we saw like one of the fire brigade like coming. So yeah, I think that was it from our end.
So you were here. Did you hear the ruckus, or were you just saw the fire brigade around?
No, we didn't hear anything, but we just saw the fire brigade going around, and we didn't even see any fire planes because we were like far away from the distance.
Right. So this is exclusive coming from Republic TV that there's an eyewitness that says that the fire brigade was around an hour or 40 minutes late after the incident took place. You heard it first here.
All right, viewers, so we were bringing you the accounts from the eyewitnesses as multiple developments keep coming in on the story in terms of the nightclub and the fire that took place. We get you more of these reactions coming in regarding this. Let's play that out.
एक ये अनफॉर्चुनेट इंसिडेंट हुआ है यहाँ पे अरपोरा के अंदर में एक रेस्टोरेंट कम क्लब है, वहाँ पे 12:04 पे पुलिस कंट्रोल रूम में इंफॉर्मेशन आई कि वहाँ कोई फायर इंसिडेंट हुआ है और वहाँ इमीडिएटली पुलिस और फायर ब्रिगेड और एम्बुलेंस वगैरह सब ने रश किया उधर। तो अब फायर तो अंडर कंट्रोल है और वहाँ से डेड बॉडीज सारी निकाली गई हैं। तो उसमें टोटल जो डेथ काउंट है उसमें 23 है और इसमें जो ज़्यादातर जो बॉडीज मिली हैं वो नीचे जहाँ किचन है इसका रेस्टोरेंट का, वहाँ पे डेड बॉडीज ये मिली है। और अभी इस घटना के कारणों की जांच पुलिस करेगी और उसमें जो भी उसके कंक्लूजन निकल के आते हैं जांच के, उसके हिसाब से हम लोग इसमें एक्शन लेंगे। अभी इस बात की हम लोग पड़ताल कर रहे हैं कि इसमें कितने स्टाफ हैं, जो मैनेजमेंट है उसकी मदद से ये चीज़ करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि इसमें कितने स्टाफ हैं और कितने इसमें जो विजिटर हैं उस रेस्टोरेंट के वो हो सकते हैं। अपेरेंटली ज़्यादातर जो दिखाई दे रहे हैं अभी तक, जो प्राइम एफएसआई और इनिशियली हम लोगों ने देखा है, वो स्टाफ दिखाई दे रहे हैं और कुछ लोग इसमें विजिटर भी हो सकते हैं और जल्दी हम इसको इस्टेब्लिश कर।
एक्चुअली हम लोगों की फ़्लाइट कल रात 10:30 बजे की लैंड हुई थी, तो हम अराउंड 12 बजे यहाँ आए थे। तो जैसे ही हम लोग अपने हॉस्टल पहुँचे तो हमने देखा वहाँ पे कि धुआं काफ़ी ज़्यादा आ रहा है एंड वहाँ कुछ रेडिश ह्यू भी था। तो हम यहाँ पता कर रहे हैं कि क्या हुआ है। एक्चुअली वी वर प्लानिंग टू कम एंड पार्टी हियर एट yesterday night. Yes, but then we got to know that a big fire has taken place out here, so we didn't go.
Yeah. एक्चुअली क्या हुआ कि वी आर फ्रॉम दिल्ली, तो फिर द मोमेंट वी केम हियर सो वी थॉट कि व्हाई देयर इज अ pollution here, because we are used to of seeing smoke everywhere. So we thought it's not normal. So after some time we got to know कि there has been a fire. So we thought कि actually we got lucky because our cab driver was late, or else we would be here.
वो देखने के लिए आया है ना, मेरा भतीजा है, बड़ा भाई का लड़का है, लोग हैं दोनों, तो इसको देखने के लिए आया है ना।
क्या हुआ?
वो होटल में रहता था ना,
रात को इंसिडेंट हुआ उसमें।
हाँ, रात को ही मर गया, दोनों मर गया।
क्या
3 मरा है। होटल में किचन में काम करता था ये लोग,
उस होटल में।
हाँ।
आपको कब मालूम था?
मेरे को तो सुबह पता चला।
ये कहाँ के कोई?
हम लोग गाँव का ही था ना, झारखंड गोविंदपुर फतेहपुर है।
और कितने साल से काम कर रहे हो
इधर? पहले था, लेकिन अभी फिलहाल 6 महीने 7 महीना हो रहा है इधर आया है। एक नई होटल में ऑल्टरमेटिक काम कर रहा था ये लोग। उम्र एक का बड़ा का होगा वही 20 और छोटा का 18 साल।
दोनों झारखंड के भाई थे?
हाँ भाई, मेरा भतीजा लगता है ना।
It's time we take a short break, but coming up next, Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant has ordered a magisterial inquiry into the nightclub fire incident. More details right up.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
Avity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
Arpora सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा Arpora मसाला।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च। भाई मेरा बेटी को प्यार चाहिए,
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा Arpora मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
Welcome back from the break, viewers. You're watching Republic TV. I am Priyanka Chaudhary. We continue to bring you our top focus, the fire at Goa's nightclub claiming 25 lives. Magistrate inquiry also ordered for the same, and questions on the accountability continues to loom. Manager has been arrested. So lookout has been given out for the owner. We get you the updates, but first the headlines. Fire breaks out at a nightclub in Goa's North District. At least 25 people dead. Police say victims were the members of the club staff. Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant orders magisterial inquiry into the Birch Nightclub fire incident. In exclusive conversation with the Republic, Chief Minister says fire was used in the nightclub. Government issues show cause notice against Indigo CEO, given 24 hours to explain why action should not be taken. Republic gets exclusive scoop on the government's meet with Indigo. Toughest possible action to be taken against the airlines. Amid pan-India aviation meltdown, Indigo issues a statement, says they are working determinedly to bring its operations back on track across the network. In view of widespread disruptions of flights, Air India Group rolls out proactive measures for passengers across India. And viewers, our top focus remains the Goa nightclub fire tragedy that has claimed the lives of at least 25 people in Goa's North District. A massive fire that broke out late last night at the Birch by Romeo Lane, a popular nightclub in the Arpora area of Goa's North District. Well, around 7 people have been injured and they have been admitted to the Goa Medical College for treatment. And in conversation with Republic's Deputy Executive Editor Shravan Sen, Goa Chief Minister Sawant has said that he has ordered a magisterial inquiry into the fire incident at the nightclub. He also admitted that pyro was used in the club, after which the fire broke out in the hall above the club. People were trying to escape through a single exit. These are the details coming in from that exclusive conversation.
Dr. Sawant, thank you very much for joining us on this broadcast. I want to straight away begin by asking you that the Panchayat had already raised concerns about rules not being followed by the nightclub. Despite that, the operations continued. Is there any reason why the Goa government looked the other way?
एट प्रेजेंट हमने इसके खिलाफ मजिस्ट्रेट इंक्वायरी लगाई है। मजिस्ट्रेट इंक्वायरी का रिपोर्ट आने के बाद भी इस पर मैं कमेंट कर सकूंगा, क्योंकि किसने ट्रेड लाइसेंस दिया और किसने इसको, ये बाद में पता चलेगा।
डॉक्टर सावंत, प्रिलिमिनरी जो इन्फॉर्मेशन आपके पास आई है उससे आपको क्या जानकारी मिल रही है कि आखिरकार ये क्या कारण हो सकता है? क्योंकि कुछ लोग ये कह रहे थे कि कुछ पायरोज विजुअल्स हो रहे थे, कुछ प्रोग्राम चल रही थी, उस वक्त आग लगी। आपके पास
आपने सही कहा। इस कुछ तो ये पैरोल्स कुछ तो वहाँ पे लगे थे, तो क्लब के ऊपर वाले हॉल में आग लगी और वहाँ से लोग बाहर एक ही दरवाजे से जो निकलना था, वो ज्यादा लोग बाहर निकल आए, लेकिन जो लोग उनके ग्राउंड फ्लोर में चले गए वो सफोकेशन के वजह से उनकी डेथ हो गई है। ये प्रिलिमिनरी इंक्वायरी तो आई है। इसके 25 लोगों की डेथ हो गई है, 6 लोग अभी एडमिटेड है, दे आर आउट ऑफ डेंजर, उनके ट्रीटमेंट अच्छी तरह से चल रही है। तो फिर बाकी तो जो रिपोर्ट आएगा उसके अनुसार हम स्ट्रिक्टली एक्शंस विल टेक अगेंस्ट दैट क्लब ओनर एंड क्लब मैनेजर्स।
एक आखिरी सवाल डॉक्टर सावंत करना चाहूंगा कि आखिरकार जब आप देखें कि कई सारे रूल्स एंड रेगुलेशंस को फ्लाउट किया गया है प्रिलिमिनरी इंफॉर्मेशन के तहत, आप अगर देखें, आप किसको जिम्मेदार ठहराएंगे? क्योंकि जिस तरह से आपके सरकार के ऊपर आरोप लग रहे हैं,
रिपोर्ट आने के बाद ही इसके ऊपर बात करना उचित, रिपोर्ट आने के बाद ही इसके ऊपर बात करना उचित रहेगा। वी आर वेटिंग फॉर द रिपोर्ट। थैंक यू।
Dr. Sawant, thank you very much for joining us on this broadcast. I want to straight away begin by asking you that the panchayat had already raised concerns about rules not being followed by the nightclub. Despite that, the operations continued. Is there any reason why the Goa government looked the other way?
एट प्रेजेंट हमने इसके खिलाफ मजिस्ट्रेट इंक्वायरी लगाई है। मजिस्ट्रेट इंक्वायरी का रिपोर्ट आने के बाद भी इस पर मैं कमेंट कर सकूंगा, क्योंकि किसने ट्रेड लाइसेंस दिया और किसने इसको, ये बाद में पता चलेगा।
डॉक्टर सावंत, प्रिलिमिनरी जो इन्फॉर्मेशन आपके पास आई है उससे आपको क्या जानकारी मिल रही है कि आखिरकार ये क्या कारण हो सकता है? क्योंकि कुछ लोग ये कह रहे थे कि कुछ पायरोज विजुअल्स हो रहे थे, कुछ प्रोग्राम चल रही थी, उस वक्त आग लगी। आपके पास इस
सही कहा, आपने सही कहा। इस कुछ तो ये पैरोल्स कुछ तो वहाँ पे लगे थे, तो क्लब के ऊपर वाले हॉल में आग लगी और वहां से लोग बाहर एक ही दरवाजे से जो निकलना था, वो ज्यादा लोग बाहर निकल आए, लेकिन जो लोग उनके ग्राउंड फ्लोर में चले गए वो सफोकेशन के वजह से उनकी डेथ हो गई है। ये प्रिलिमिनरी इंक्वायरी तो आई है। इसके 25 लोगों की डेथ हो गई है, 6 लोग अभी एडमिटेड है, दे आर आउट ऑफ डेंजर, उनकी ट्रीटमेंट अच्छी तरह से चल रही है। तो फिर बाकी तो जो रिपोर्ट आएगा उसके अनुसार हम स्ट्रिक्टली एक्शंस will take against that club owner and club managers.
एक आखिरी सवाल डॉक्टर सावंत करना चाहूंगा कि आखिरकार जब आप देखें कि कई सारे रूल्स एंड रेगुलेशंस को फ्लाउट किया गया है प्रिलिमिनरी इंफॉर्मेशन के तहत, आप अगर देखें, आप किसको जिम्मेदार ठहराएंगे? क्योंकि जिस तरह से आपके सरकार के ऊपर आरोप लग रहे हैं,
रिपोर्ट आने के बाद ही इसके ऊपर बात करना उचित, रिपोर्ट आने के बाद ही इसके ऊपर बात करना उचित रहेगा। We are waiting for the report.
Viewers, we played out what the Chief Minister told Republic exclusively. Let's now also get you the accounts of the eyewitnesses from the ground.
How many?
23 casualties are there. Then 3 women are there, and 20 male, middle
Any
aged.
tourist or the local?
Some are tourists. Mostly are, I think, our locals who are working in the basement of the restaurant. So it's very sad incident what has happened.
So what time is the fire?
Now nearly 4 hours now.
Okay, 4 hours.
Any eyewitnesses we have seen?
Yeah, the same lady who ran out, and there were more tourists who ran out for the shelter. Means they have come out from the club.
एक्चुअली हम लोगों की फ़्लाइट कल रात 10:30 बजे की लैंड हुई थी, तो हम अराउंड 12 बजे यहाँ आए थे। तो जैसे ही हम लोग अपने हॉस्टल पहुँचे तो हमने देखा वहाँ पे कि धुआं काफ़ी ज़्यादा आ रहा है, एंड वहाँ कुछ रेडिश ह्यू भी था। तो हम यहाँ पता करने हैं कि क्या हुआ है। एक्चुअली वी वर प्लानिंग टू कम एंड पार्टी हियर एट yesterday night. Yes, but then we got to know that a big fire has taken place out here, so we didn't go.
Yeah. एक्चुअली क्या हुआ कि वी आर फ्रॉम दिल्ली, तो फिर द मोमेंट वी केम हियर सो वी थॉट कि व्हाई देयर इज अ pollution here, because we are used to of seeing smoke everywhere. So we thought it's not normal. So after some time we got to know कि there has been a fire. So we thought कि actually we got lucky because our cab driver was late, or else we would be here.
वो देखने के लिए आया है ना, मेरा भतीजा है, बड़ा भाई का लड़का है, लोग दोनों, तो इसको देखने के लिए आया ना।
क्या हुआ?
वो होटल में रहता था ना,
रात को इंसिडेंट हुआ उसमें।
हाँ, रात को ही मर गए दोनों मर गया।
क्या
3 मरा। होटल में किचन में काम करता था ये लोग,
उस होटल में।
हाँ।
आपको कब मालूम पड़ा?
मेरे को तो सुबह पता चला।
ये कहाँ से?
हम लोग गाँव का ही था, झारखंड गोविंदपुर फतेहपुर।
और कितने साल से काम कर रहे हो
इधर? पहले था, लेकिन अभी फिलहाल 6 महीना 7 महीना हो रहा है इधर आया है। तो एक वही होटल में ऑटोमेटिक काम कर रहा था ये लोग। उम्र एक का बड़ा का होगा वही 20 और छोटा का 18 साल।
दोनों झारखंड के भाई थे?
ओ भाई, मेरा भतीजा लगता है ना।
दोनों?
हाँ, दोनों अपना खुद सगा, एक माँ का
सगा
एक
माँ मर गया।
दोनों मर गया।
आपको कब मालूम पड़ा?
मेरे को सुबह पता चला।
किसने बताया?
वो एक भाई ने बताया, भतीजा लोग है ना। फिर इसे का वो बड़ा भाई, वो बड़ा लड़का का वो भाई है, उसको भतीजा ही लगता है अपना दोनों।
क्या बोला पुलिस ने?
अभी तो कुछ नहीं बोला, आएगा ऑनर लोग तो कुछ बात करेंगे लोग। हम लोग का आ रहा है भैया लोग का, उसके बाद कुछ बात करेंगे। हाँ। अभी भैया लोग आ रहे हैं ना फिर इधर।
फैमिली आ रही है?
बिहारी नहीं, झारखंड का भैया।
फैमिली आ रही है?
नहीं फैमिली नहीं, गांव का दोस्त लोग आउट है ना, ये लोग सब आ रहा है ना। आएगा उसके बाद बात करेंगे फिर। 3 है ना, जैसे बगल बगल हम लोग का 2 भाई, मतलब हम मेरा भतीजा 2 है, फिर एक बगल वाला एक है, वो एक है, 2 है एक ही जगह का।
आप ही वहीं पे थे?
नहीं हम नहीं, हम लोग किधर रहते हैं।
तीनों मर गए?
हाँ तीनों मर गए।
झारखंड के?
हाँ झारखंड।
तो तीनों लड़के?
हाँ तीनों लड़के।
I had the first club in Goa in the 70s. It was open air, but there are 1,000 clubs like this mushrooming all over the place. None of them have licenses. If they have a license, they are paying hafta to certain ministers. Nobody checks on the fire cylinders or the exits of these clubs, and during the peak season time, there are close to 500,000 people in a venue. They don't care a damn about Goans and at all. They operate on hafta. And each minister is in charge of collecting hafta from this place and that
the
place.
management is not even here, sir. There's no one from the management. There's only
There won't be.
Everyone's mute.
And all these lives that are lost, there will be no logical conclusion. They will find one scapegoat, and say it was this fellow.
He's working as a chef in the kitchen. So last night, whatever happened is that one case. So he's answered the same case. So he's now passed away. So he's no more.
आपको when you got the information about it?
I get information is at night only around 4 o'clock in the morning.
Okay.
So from my relative, and then I came in the morning. So I identified the body. So yeah.
Okay. What's police said you?
Police said just take local for the receiving authority. You have to take some local document from the native place, and then you can take the numbers.
My colleague Nitin continues to be with us from the ground, bringing us the latest updates. Nitin, there was a huge moment of movement that we were seeing. There were several people coming in. In fact, the leaders of the opposition coming in, they were complaining that they were not allowed to go inside. But, representatives from the BJP were allowed to go inside. An entire politicization of the situation that seems to be. What is the condition at the moment?
We have with us Mr. Manik Rao ji. He was trying to get inside, get the details. He's the second person who was allowed after the entire fiasco that took place last night. We're trying to get him to see who was actually accountable for this entire fiasco. The blaze that was set high in the skies of Goa. It's the most terrible incident that one could have witnessed. I think Sir is going to speak with us right now. We're waiting for him.
त्यामुळे बाहेर पडायला जागा नव्हती आणि कुठलेही त्याला लायसन्स जे आवश्यक आहे ते कुठलेही लायसन्स न घेताना अशा प्रकारे
he was able to enter and he came up with details that the entire plane was burnt in a very bad state. So who do you hold accountable? Who's responsible?
तिथेच आपण जाऊन भेट द्यायला
responsible कोण?
भेटतोय आता तिथेच जातोय जखमीला भेट.
माणिक राव जी responsible कोण?
कारण 5-7 लोक तिथे काही जखमी आहेत असं त्यांनी सांगितलं.
responsible, I'm sure he'll answer.
प्रमाणे चुकीची बाहेर माहिती दिल्या जात आहेत की आतापर्यंत 5च डेड बॉडी सापडली, परंतु आता त्यांनी सांगितलं की 14 डेड बॉडी आयडेंटिफाय झालेली आहेत.
locals passed away. Who's responsible? Manager ji, locals का death हुआ है, laborers have passed away. Manager Republic TV से locals have passed away. आप किसको responsible ठहराते हैं? कौन दोषी है? कौन असली दोषी है? You're the second person to have entered.
ये जो क्लब और जो भी यहाँ पे जो भी क्लब चलते हैं उसकी परमिशन देते हैं एक्साइज डिपार्टमेंट और होम डिपार्टमेंट, और पूरी तरह होम डिपार्टमेंट का फेलिवर है. ये जो मौत हुई है होम डिपार्टमेंट के लाइसेंस ये उस तरीके से जो चलना चाहिए, तो वो लाइसेंस के तहत यहाँ पे क्लब नहीं चल रहे हैं. उनको अनऑथराइज परमिशन दे रहे हैं बड़े पैमाने पे, और अनऑथराइज वहाँ पे इस तरीके से परमिशन से ये घटना हुई है. और ये दोनों भी डिपार्टमेंट, होम डिपार्टमेंट और एक्साइज डिपार्टमेंट जो आता है वो आता है सीएम की.
ये लोकल
सीएम ने उसकी जिम्मेदारी खुद लेनी चाहिए, ना कि हमने 2 लाख रुपए दे दिए हम इसकी सरकार इंक्वायरी. सरकार क्या करेंगी? वो सीएम की और उस तरीके से होम डिपार्टमेंट की इंक्वायरी कौन सी सरकार कर सकती है? जो डिपार्टमेंट ही सीएम के पास हो, तो उस डिपार्टमेंट हमारा यही कहना है कि वो न्यायालयीन इंक्वायरी होनी चाहिए और सीएम ने जल्द से जल्द
मानिकराव जी, आप अंदर गए थे. You're the only second person to have actually crossed the doors. सुबह से पत्रकार यहाँ खड़े हैं. You're the only second person to have entered. आपने क्या देखा अंदर, प्लीज दर्शकों को बताइए.
देखिए, इसमें जो हमने देखा है पूरी तरह से ऊपर का भाग जो है पूरी तरह जल चुका है. उसके सिर्फ जो भी एंगल्स होंगे वो थोड़े देखते हैं, बाकी सब कुछ भी सब खत्म हो चुका है अंदर का. 25 मौतें हुई है वहां पर. तो ये हम देख रहे हैं कि वहां पे सब जला हुआ है पूरा अंदर. फाटक से किसी को नहीं जाने देना, प्रेस को जाने दे रहे हैं. हमको भी बाहर रुकाया था उन्होंने, और 15-20 आधा घंटे के बाद हमको उनको अंदर रहने दिया.
सर, ये गोवा जो चल रहा है, प्रॉफिट ओवर लाइव्स, जो हम लोग को लग रहा है हो रहा है, इट्स प्रॉफिट ओवर लाइव्स. पीपल आर कमिंग आउटसाइड, दे आर मेकिंग मनी, बट देयर आर नो सिक्योरिटी नॉर्म्स इन प्लेस. फायर इनगल्फिंग पीपल, लोकल्स लूजिंग लाइफ, द शेफ ऑफ द प्लेस लॉस्ट हिज लाइफ. एक नॉर्मल डे में जहाँ पे वो कोई अपना काम करने आ रहा है, दिनचर्या में सब अपना काम करने जाते हैं, उसमें उनका डेथ हो गया.
जो कि बाहर के पर्यटक जो आते हैं उनकी पूरी तरह सुरक्षा करने की जिम्मेदारी गवर्नमेंट की है. और जिस मेन इसमें आज क्लब में आग लगी है, जिस वजह से लगी, अनऑथराइज ये क्लब चलाया जा रहा था.
अनऑथराइज चल
रहा था.
कैसे क्यों चलने दिया जा रहा था?
जो हमको मालूमात मिली उसमें कोई भी लाइसेंस, फायर का उनके पास लाइसेंस नहीं था.
तो ऐसे बिजनेसेस कैसे फंक्शन करते हैं?
का लाइसेंस उनके पास नहीं था. कोई भी लाइसेंस के बगैर ये अनऑथराइज क्लब चल रहा था, और ये होम डिपार्टमेंट और एक्साइज डिपार्टमेंट की जिम्मेदारी. वहाँ पे इसमें एक बात स्पष्ट है कि अगर एक्साइज डिपार्टमेंट सीएम की तरफ अगर है, होम डिपार्टमेंट सीएम की तरफ है, उन्होंने कहा कि हमारी सरकार इसकी इंक्वायरी करेंगे. आप बताइए मुझे कि जो डिपार्टमेंट, होम डिपार्टमेंट और एक्साइज डिपार्टमेंट सीएम के पास है, उसके सरकार क्या इंक्वायरी कर सकता है?
सर, लास्ट
में तो हमने डिमांड की है कि न्यायालयीन इंक्वायरी होनी चाहिए, हाईकोर्ट के जज के माध्यम से इंक्वायरी.
सर, ये वन ऑफ इंस्टेंस है कि ऐसा आपको लग रहा है दिस इज द बिगनिंग फॉर अ क्रैकडाउन ऑन इलीगल स्ट्रक्चर्स बीइंग क्रिएटेड एंड बीइंग रन जस्ट फॉर प्रॉफिट? आपको लगता है ये वन ऑफ है कि ऐसे और भी हैं?
देखिए, ये जो जनता हमें कह रही है, ऐसे कई क्लब है अनऑथराइज्ड एक्साइज और होम डिपार्टमेंट के आशीर्वाद से चला रहे हैं. तो ये किसका आशीर्वाद है? हम यहाँ पे कौन सीएम है?
There is clear bribery involved, is what you're saying.
100%. इसमें जो भी क्लब है वो अनऑथराइज्ड कौन से है, कौन से नहीं है, उसको लाइसेंस ही अगर देने की बात नहीं है, खुलेआम चला रहे हैं, और ये हादसा हुआ है, एक गैर जिम्मेदाराना है. ये डिपार्टमेंट की गलती है, पूरी तरह गलती है. मुख्यमंत्री जी के डिपार्टमेंट की गलती है. मुख्यमंत्री जी ने इस डिपार्टमेंट को इस तरीके से परमिशन कैसे दी? मुख्यमंत्री या डिपार्टमेंट के बगैर इनको इतना बड़े लाइसेंस नहीं मिलते हैं. तो सर, इतना बड़ा क्लब है, आप देख रहे हैं कितनी है, बिना लाइसेंस के चल रहा है. लोगों की जान माल की कोई परवाह नहीं है. इस लॉ एंड ऑर्डर पूरी तरह बिगड़ चुकी है, जो बहुत दर्दनाक घटना है. जो भी डेथ हुई है, हमें बहुत बड़ा दुख है. उसके बारे में दुख हम प्रकट करते हैं कि 25 लोगों की डेथ हुई है और 5-7 लोग और सीरियस जूझ रहे हैं हॉस्पिटल में. उसके बारे में हम
थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू फॉर स्पीकिंग विद रिपब्लिक टीवी एक्सक्लूसिवली. थैंक यू. सो यू सॉ Manekrao ji, I'm sure all of that was caught from our studios. We saw Manekrao ji speaking about claiming that there was a bribery involved, there are no security norms in place. He saw the entire place in a state of ablaze. So it was all burned down. He's the only second person to have actually entered the spot, except the police personnel that have been allowed since morning to have entered the spot where the fire, where 25 lives were claimed at Birch by Romeo Lane. You're getting, and we keep tracking the story and keep getting you exclusive insights, bites, and keep covering the story entire day. Over to you.
That's right. We are going to be staying completely on the details that come in, given that at this point in time it is a need of the hour, because one, it is the time of a huge inflow of people, of crowd in Goa. Several of these clubs are full of people, and the question coming in that there was only one entry, one exit point, that anyway creates a lot of commotion, because there were people who were trying to come out of the area, but rather than that, most of them, they went down, they went to the ground floor, where apparently they got suffocated, and that's when they all died. So that is something that is coming in as a need of the hour in terms of the fire safety norms. What are the demands that are coming in from the side of the leaders who went inside?
And the political leaders are asking for a swift action, because they're saying that this is not a one-off case. There are a lot of illegal establishments here in Goa, and they are being run by the blessings of the excise. A lot of these government departments who are into play, who are without their blessings, it's impossible for people with a lot of money to just come in Goa and establish their presence. Just so as we said, we are running a profit over lives campaign is as what we see. I mean, there are so many police personnel outside not allowing the media personnel. Since morning we've been tracking this story live here from Goa, outside Birch by Romeo Lane, getting you exclusive insights. I mean, the burden of proof truly lies on what the police personnel can reveal. These are, at the end, it's being politicized for sure. I mean, there are Aam Aadmi Party leaders that we've seen since morning that have been in and around Birch. It's a high fuel environment out here. Locals are terrorized. They are in pain, and you can see the ministers also claiming that there were a lot of flaws. It was a lapse on every department to have such an event where 25 lives have been claimed, including local personnel dying. That's a tragic loss for Goa and India. And our heart goes out to the victims' families. They're all in the hospital. They're yet to be ascertained their names for their safety reasons after going through such a tragedy. The chef has passed away, as we already know, and is just an overall failure, as you see. Over to the studio.
That's right. My colleague there giving us the details from the ground and the current situation that is panning out outside the area with the several teams of police, as well as we had seen the vehicle of the forensic team as well that have arrived, and they are collecting samples, and they will then get in more details as an inquiry has been launched. With that, viewers, we continue to get you updates from this story, but it's time we now shift our focus to more news and updates coming in. Okay. All right. We will be getting you more updates on this, viewers, as we also got that exclusive visual, the moment of the fire that captured the images where at a dance floor, we saw that how the fire was spreading through the ceiling, and then within seconds, the area was filled with smoke. People, multiple of them, were able to escape. But those who were not able to, they ran towards the ground floor. That's where they were completely suffocated and they lost their lives. For those who have been injured, several of these injured are being treated at the hospital. We also spoke exclusively to Goa Chief Minister Dr. Pramod Sawant. Our Deputy Executive Editor Shavan Sen has had the conversation. We play that out.
Dr. Sawant, thank you very much for joining us on this broadcast. I want to straight away begin by asking you that the Panchayat had already raised concerns about rules not being followed by the nightclub. Despite that, the operations continued. Is there any reason why the Goa government looked the other way?
At present, हमने इसके खिलाफ मैजिस्ट्रेट इंक्वायरी लगाई है. मैजिस्ट्रेट इंक्वायरी का रिपोर्ट आने के बाद भी इस पे मैं कमेंट कर सकूंगा, क्योंकि किसने ट्रेड लाइसेंस दिया और किसने इसको, ये बाद में पता चलेगा.
डॉक्टर सावंत, प्रिलिमिनरी जो इन्फॉर्मेशन आपके पास आई है उससे आपको क्या जानकारी मिल रही है कि आखिरकार ये क्या कारण हो सकता है? क्योंकि कुछ लोग ये कह रहे थे कि कुछ पायरोज विजुअल्स हो रहे थे, कुछ प्रोग्राम चल रही थी, उस वक्त आग लगी. आपके पास
आपने सही कहा. इस कुछ तो ये पैरोल्स कुछ तो वहां पे लगे थे, तो क्लब के ऊपर वाले हॉल में आग लगी और वहां से लोग बाहर एक ही दरवाजे से जो निकलना था, ज्यादा लोग बाहर निकल आए, लेकिन जो लोग उनके ग्राउंड फ्लोर में चले गए, वो सफोकेशन के वजह से उनकी डेथ हो गई है. ये प्रिलिमिनरी इंक्वायरी तो आई है. इसके 25 लोगों की डेथ हो गई है, 6 लोग अभी एडमिटेड है, दे आर आउट ऑफ डेंजर. उनके ट्रीटमेंट अच्छी तरह से चल रही है. तो फिर बाकी तो जो रिपोर्ट आएगा उसके अनुसार हम स्ट्रिक्टली एक्शंस will take against that club owner and club managers.
एक आखिरी सवाल डॉक्टर सावंत करना चाहूंगा कि आखिरकार जब आप देखें कि कई सारे रूल्स एंड रेगुलेशंस को फ्लाउट किया गया है प्रिलिमिनरी इंफॉर्मेशन के तहत, आप अगर देखें, आप किसको जिम्मेदार ठहराएंगे? क्योंकि जिस तरह से आपके सरकार के ऊपर आरोप लग रहे हैं,
रिपोर्ट आने के बाद ही इसके ऊपर बात करना उचित. रिपोर्ट आने के बाद ही इसके ऊपर बात करना उचित रहेगा. वी आर वेटिंग फॉर द रिपोर्ट. थैंक यू.
Massive fire broke out early morning at a boat anchoring point on Ashtamuddi Lake, destroying more than 10 fishing boats. 6 fire force units rushed to the spot and brought the fire under control. No casualties were reported. The blaze erupted around 2:30 a.m. The exact cause of the fire remains unclear. Cold wave continues in the Kashmir Valley as mercury dips to sub-zero temperatures. As per the IMD, the minimum temperature recorded in the city today is -3 degrees Celsius and the highest is likely to be around 11 degrees Celsius. Sanatan Sanskriti Sansad organizes Lokho Kathe Gita Path, where 5 lakh people recited the holy Bhagavad Gita at the Brigade Parade ground in Kolkata. A gala event featuring recitation of verses from the Bhagavad Gita by 1 lakh people in Kolkata. On the occasion of the Armed Forces Flag Day, officials from the Sainik Welfare Department pinned the flag on Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami. Armed Forces Flag Day is observed on December 7th annually to honour the martyrs and the service members. Initiated back in 1949, it fosters patriotism, raises funds for the military families. Early morning visuals from around India Gate and Kartavya Path show a layer of toxic smog blanketing the area. AQI around the area was recorded at 278, categorized as poor as per the CPCB. And viewers, we take a short break, but coming up next, all the details in the Goa fire tragedy as Chief Minister has ordered an inquiry.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल. ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े. क्या निराला MDH मसाला.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
Arpora सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार. क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आरपोरा मसाला.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला. स्टर करो. पुदीना चटनी तैयार. MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला.
भाई मेरा बेटी को प्यार चाहिए. मेरा बेटी का ब्लड आ रहा है. नीचे से ब्लड आ रहा है. प्यार चाहिए. दे दो. क्यों नहीं कर सकता? क्यों नहीं?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात. वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है. अरे मेरे राजा.
राजा आरपोरा मसाला. केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे. दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे. केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी. अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने, सब कुछ मजेदार बने. MDH.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon. It's 2 p.m. and you're watching Live and Breaking with me, Antara Gupta. It's the 6th straight day, ladies and gentlemen, and the Indigo crisis continues. At the heart of which, and at the receiving end of which, it's the passengers and it is the pilots who are facing the brunt of this severe aviation meltdown. We'll be getting you this and a lot more, but first, as always, a quick check of the headlines. Goa CM speaks to Republic exclusively on Birch Nightclub fire tragedy, admits pyro was used in club, orders probe. Goa CM Pramod Sawant vows stringent action against Birch Club owner and manager after 25 killed in fire tragedy. More Indigo cancellations continue for 6th straight day, over 400 flights cancelled across major airports. DGCA issues show cause notice against Indigo CEO Peter Elbers, given 24 hours to respond. Parliament set for historic debate on 150th anniversary of Vande Mataram. Prime Minister Modi to initiate debate in Lok Sabha. Ladies and gentlemen, the Indigo crisis has entered the 6th straight day with more cancellations across major airports. 115 flights were cancelled at Hyderabad Airport, 112 flights were cancelled at Mumbai Airport, 109 in Delhi and 38 in Chennai and 11 in Amritsar. Now, since Tuesday, Indigo has cancelled more than 2,000 flights and has delayed many others while leaving passengers stranded at the airport. The severe aviation meltdown here continues, viewers, and at the brunt of which the brunt is being faced by the passengers, by the pilots who continue to face this severe aviation meltdown. Joining me live is my colleague Chandrakala. Chandrakala, is the 6th straight day. Indigo continues to cancel, it continues to delay flights. In fact, more than 2,000 flights have been cancelled as well. What is happening on the ground? Give us more details.
Absolutely, of course, that we know that the country is now facing the biggest aviation crisis. Well, the point is, of course, we are at the T2 terminal where most of the Indigo flights take, of course. We are at the departure here. But, things are getting a little calmer. But the fact that, the situation still remains grim. There are a lot of such passengers who are still stranded. Now, of course, we are learning that there are new developments where more and more flights are getting cancelled. Now, we are learning that here in Delhi airports, 109 flights has been cancelled today. In Trichy airport, it's 11 flights remains cancelled. Mumbai airport, it's 112 flights which is cancelled right at this moment. And in Bengaluru airport, it's 150 flights which is cancelled for the time being. And of course, Chennai, of course, we know that the biggest, the largest number of flights that were cancelled was in Bengaluru airport and Chennai. And of course, today, 15 flights has been cancelled at Chennai airport. So we are here at the Delhi airport. We were at the T3 terminal also. Things are getting a little calmer, but yes, the flight still remains cancelled and flights are still getting delayed. What we have learned from few passengers is that, off the record, they are trying to approach the Indigo, customer care here for even...
Chandrakala, thank you for getting us those
to
updates.
reschedule their flights, but yes, that is taking longer period of time.
Yes. Yes, thank you, Chandrakala, for getting us those updates. In fact, before I let you go, also talk to us about these, temporary caps that have been imposed by the government to sort of ease the burden on the passengers. However, what we are also coming to know is that a lot of questions are being raised on these temporary caps.
We know that, now the government has warned Indigo for, as far as regulatory action is concerned, and also they have taken actions as far as, capping of fares are concerned due to, recent surge in the air prices. Now, there are different, they have set a different limit as far as the kilometers are concerned, and we have seen that this has also raised question. The multiple question has been raised as far as the capping system is concerned, because, as we are learning, is that different fare has been put out as far as capping is concerned, depending on the kilometer. But yes, as far as the historic prices are concerned, they have now charged more. The capping are now higher. So this remains to be seen. What could be the next step ahead? Because this is something very, as we know that all the airlines has been now guided as far as capping of airfare is concerned. So this remains to be seen. What could be the next step and how this major aviation crisis would be resolved, and if this capping of airfare could be, could actually provide a sigh of relief to the passengers or not.
Certainly, Chandrakala, thank you for getting us those updates. We're, of course, tracking the story very, very closely. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to shift our focus to some other stories that we are tracking from across the country in Bharat in 2 minutes. A massive fire broke out early morning at a boat anchoring point on the Ashtamudi Lake, destroying more than 10 fishing boats. 6 fire force units rushed to the spot and brought the fire under control. No casualties were reported. The blaze erupted at around 2:30 a.m., while the exact cause of the fire remains unclear. A cold wave continues in the Kashmir Valley as mercury dips to sub-zero temperatures. As per IMT, the minimum temperature recorded in the city today is -3 degrees Celsius, and the highest is likely to be 11 degrees Celsius. Sanatan Sanskriti Sansad organizes Lokho Kante Gita Path, where 5 lakh people recited the Holy Bhagavad Gita at Brigade Parade Ground in Kolkata. A gala event featuring recitation of verses from the Bhagavad Gita by 1 lakh people in Kolkata. On the occasion of Armed Forces Flag Day, officials from the Sainik Welfare Department pinned the flag on Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami. Armed Forces Flag Day is observed on December 7th annually to honour the martyrs and service members. Initiated in 1949, it fosters patriotism, raises funds for military families as well. Visuals around India Gate and Kartavya Path this morning show a layer of toxic smog blanketing the area. AQI around the area is set to be 278 and it has been categorized as poor as per the CPCB. Ladies and gentlemen, we are tracking another story from down south. Now, the row around Chief Minister chair in Karnataka seems far from over. As days after CM Siddaramaiah and Deputy CM DK Shivkumar, the latter has come out and has asked his supporters to prepare for a change in the state. The story that we are tracking from Karnataka, the fight over the CM chair continues. While on the front, DK Shivkumar and Siddaramaiah might try and portray that all is hunky-dory and all is well between the two. However, the recent comment that is coming in from DK Shivkumar, it is being stated amply clear, and he has told his supporters as well, he has in fact asked his supporters to prepare for a quote-unquote change in the state. All right, joining me live is my colleague Nagendra. Nagendra, this fight between DK Shivkumar and Siddaramaiah over the CM post continues. While on one front, they continue to hold breakfast and meals for each other. However, this time, DK Shivkumar has in fact told his supporters that they have to prepare for a change in the state. What exactly is DKS pointing at? Nagendra.
अंतरा देखिए, लगभग 1 महीने से कर्नाटक में कांग्रेस पार्टी में सीएम चेंज के बारे में बहुत सारा बातचीत हो रहा था। वो समय पे डीके सुरेश, एक्स एमपी, वाज ब्रदर ऑफ डीके शिवकुमार, उन्होंने एक बात बोला था, किसी ने वादा दिया तो वो निभाना है बोल के एक बात बोला था। क्योंकि कब 2023 में कर्नाटका असेंबली में कांग्रेस यूज जीतने के बाद कौन सीएम बनता है बोल के बहुत सारा फाइट चलता है। सिद्धरामैया और डीके शिव कुमार दोनों का बीच में बहुत सारा टॉक फाइट भी चलता रहता है। वो समय पे दिल्ली में एक मीटिंग होता है। वो टाइम पे सिद्धरामैया ने एक वादा दिया था डीके शिव कुमार ब्रदर को 2.5 ईयर के बाद मैं सीएम आपको छोड़ दूंगा बोल के एक वादा किया था बोल के एक इंफॉर्मेशन बहुत सारा चर्चा हो रहा था कर्नाटका स्टेट पॉलिटिक्स में। वही बातचीत को पकड़ के ब्रेकफास्ट मीटिंग में भी डीके शिव कुमार और डीके सुरेश सिद्धरामैया तीनों लोग बैठ के बात करने के समय पे डीके सुरेश भी एक बात बोला था सिद्धरामैया को, एक चांस डीके शिव कुमार को भी दीजिए। आपने एक बात भी बोला था आपने छोड़ दूंगा बोल के, अभी वो वादा किया है वो निभाना है बोल के डीके सुरेश बहुत दिन का पहले वो बातचीत बोला था। कल हासन कर्नाटक एक डिस्ट्रिक्ट में एक प्रोग्राम चलता रहता है। वो प्रोग्राम पे सीएम सिद्धरामैया एक बात बोलता है, मैं यूजुअली प्रॉमिस नहीं करता हूं, अगर एक बार प्रॉमिस कर दिया तो मैं वो प्रॉमिस के ऊपर स्टैंड करूंगा, मैं वो वादा को निभाऊंगा बोल के एक बात बोलता है। मतलब सीएम चेंज होने के बाद उन्होंने वादा किया था कि नहीं अभी तक पता नहीं, लेकिन उन्होंने एक बात बोला था। उसके बाद डीके शिव कुमार ने वही स्टेज पे बोलता है पब्लिक के सामने, अभी कर्नाटका में आगे का दिन न्यू एरा स्टार्ट होने वाला है, अभी वो न्यू एरा स्टार्ट होने के लिए आप सब लोग तैयार होना है बोल के एक इंट तो दे चुका है। मतलब आगे का दिन में सिद्धरामैया डीके शिव कुमार को सीएम स्थान छोड़ के देगा बोल के एक पॉलिटिक्स का चर्चा भी हो रहा है। लेकिन कल का बात को हम लोग देखा तो सेंसेशन का उसको ऊपर ध्यान दिया तो सिद्धरामैया ने बोलता है अगर मैं वादा दिया तो मैं उसको निभाऊंगा बोल के, अगर नहीं दिया तो मैं नहीं निभाऊंगा बोल के सिद्धरामैया बोला। तो डीके शिव कुमार उसको एक बात भी बोलता है, हम लोग इधर लाइफ में कुछ भी नहीं लेके आता है, वो मतलब बर्थ का समय में कुछ नहीं लेके आता है, लेकिन जाने के समय में बहुत सारा हम लोग नाम काम सब कुछ हमारा पीछे वो उनका नाम पकड़ के हम लोग जाएगा बोल के, अभी कोई भी एक टारगेट रख के काम करना है बोल के डीके शिव कुमार एक स्पष्ट संदेश देता है। वैसा ही पब्लिक को बोलता है आगे के दिन में कर्नाटका में न्यू एरा स्टार्ट होता है, सब लोग उसके लिए प्रिपेयर रहना है बोल के एक इंफॉर्मेशन दिया है। मतलब आगे के दिन में डीके शिव कुमार सीएम बनता है बोल के थोड़ा एनालिस्ट लोग ने वही बात बोल रहा है। अंतरा
जी शुक्रिया नागेंद्र हमें ये जानकारी देने के लिए। लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, वी ऑफ कोर्स very closely continue to track this fight over the CM post. In fact, moving on to another top story that we are tracking in this edition, a fire at a Goa nightclub post-midnight on Sunday killed at least 25 people, including 14 staff members and some tourists as well. Now, the incident occurred at the Birch by Romeo Lane nightclub in Arpora village, North Goa. Now, speaking to Republic exclusively, Chief Minister Pramod Sawant admitted that pyro was used in the club, after which a fire broke out. He has in fact ordered a magisterial inquiry into the fire tragedy and has vowed stringent action against the club owners and the managers as well. Listen in to what Pramod Sawant had to say.
एक्चुअली हम लोगों की फ़्लाइट कल रात 10:30 बजे ही लैंड हुई थी, तो हम अराउंड 12 बजे यहाँ आए थे। तो जैसे ही हम लोग अपने हॉस्टल पहुँचे तो हमने देखा वहाँ पे कि धुआं काफ़ी ज़्यादा आ रहा है एंड वहाँ कुछ रेडिश ह्यू भी था। तो हम यहाँ पता करने हैं कि क्या हुआ है। एक्चुअली वी वर प्लानिंग टू कम एंड पार्टी हियर एट yesterday night. Yes, but then we got to know that a big fire has taken place out here, so we didn't go.
Yeah. एक्चुअली क्या हुआ कि वी आर फ्रॉम दिल्ली, तो फिर द मोमेंट वी केम हियर सो वी थॉट कि व्हाई देयर इज अ pollution here because we are used to of seeing smoke everywhere. So we thought it's not normal. So after some time we got to know कि there has been a fire. So we thought कि actually we got lucky because our cab driver was late or else we would be here.
वो देखने के लिए आया है ना, मेरा भतीजा है, बड़ा भाई का लड़का है लोग दोनों, तो इसको देखने के लिए आया ना।
क्या हुआ?
वो होटल में रहता था ना,
रात को इंसिडेंट हुआ उसमें।
हाँ, रात को ही मर गया दोनों मर गया। क्या 3 मरा। होटल में किचन में काम करता था ये लोग
उस होटल में।
हाँ।
आपको कब मालूम पड़ा?
मेरे को तो सुबह पता चला।
ये कहाँ के?
हम लोग गाँव का ही था ना, झारखंड गोविंदपुर फतेहपुर
और कितने साल से काम कर रहे हो इधर?
इधर पहले था, लेकिन अभी फिलहाल 6 महीने 7 महीने हो रहा है इधर आया है। तो एक नवी होटल में ऑटोमेटिक काम कर रहा था।
कितनी उम्र तो है उनकी?
उम्र एक का बड़ा का होगा वही 20 और छोटा का 18 साल।
दोनों झारखंड के भाई थे?
ओ भाई है, मेरा भतीजा लगता है ना।
दोनों?
हाँ, दोनों अपना खुद सगा, एक माँ का
सगा
एक
दो मर गया।
दोनों मर गया।
आपको कब मालूम पड़ा?
मेरे को सुबह पता चला।
किसने बताया?
वो एक भाई ने बताया, भतीजा लोग है ना। फिर इसे का वो बड़ा भाई, वो बड़ा लड़का का वो भाई है, उसको भतीजा ही लगता है अपना दोनों।
क्या बोला है पुलिस ने?
अभी तो कुछ नहीं बोला, आएगा ऑनर लोग तो कुछ बात करेंगे लोग। हम लोग का आ रहा है भैया लोग का, उसके बाद कुछ बात करेंगे। हाँ, अभी भैया लोग आ रहे हैं ना। फिर इधर
फैमिली आ रही है?
बिहारी नहीं, झारखंड का।
फैमिली आ रही है?
नहीं, फैमिली नहीं, गांव का दोस्त लोग और है ना, ये लोग सब आ रहा है ना। आएगा उसके बाद बात करेंगे। फिर 3 है ना, जैसे बगल बगल हम लोग का 2 भाई, मतलब हम मेरा भतीजा 2 है। फिर एक बगल वाला एक है, वो एक है, 2 है एक ही जगह का।
आप ही वहीं पे थे?
नहीं, हम नहीं, हम लोग किधर रहते हैं।
तो तीनों मर गए?
हाँ, तीनों मर गए।
झारखंड के?
हाँ, झारखंड।
तो तीनों लड़के?
हाँ, तीनों लड़के।
I had the first club in Goa in the 70s. It was open air, but there are 1,000 clubs like this mushrooming all over the place. None of them have licenses. If they have a license, they are paying hafta to certain ministers. Nobody checks on the fire cylinders or the exits of these clubs, and during the peak season time there are close to 500,000 people in a venue. They don't care a damn about Goans and at all. They operate on hafta, and each minister is in charge of collecting hafta from this place and that
the
place.
management is not even here, sir. There's no one from the management. There's only
There won't be.
Everyone's mute.
And all these lives that are lost, there will be no logical conclusion. They will find one scapegoat, and say it was this fellow.
He's working as a chef in the kitchen. So last night, whatever happened is that one case. So he's answered the same case. So he's now passed away. So he's no more.
आपको when you got the information about it?
I get information is at night only around 4 o'clock in the morning.
Okay.
So from my relative, and then I came in the morning. So I identified that body. So yeah.
Okay. What's police said you?
Police said just take local for the receiving authority. You have to take some local document from the native place, and then you can take the numbers.
All right, joining me live is my colleague Nitin. Nitin, you have been reporting for us live from Goa, getting us these exclusive visuals and exclusive details. While Pramod Sawant has said that this incident, this tragedy was because of pyro, have they zeroed down on what other cause? Has arson been completely ruled out for this tragedy? And also, if you could give us some more details about whether or not the club was following the safety regulations that are in place specifically for such situations. Nitin.
Exactly. So a while back, we just saw Manik Rao ji, a senior Congress leader, entering the premises, the second person to have done that since the fiasco took place last night. And after that, there was Captain Viriato Fernandez. He's a South Goa MP. He just gave us a bite. So they're claiming all of these structures are basically illegally made from people who are not locals. And it's just profit over lives out here. And the burden of proof truly lies with the police personnel. There are a lot of exclusive insights that we already got throughout the day. It's the lives that have been claimed, local lives have passed away. There was a chef, a young chef that passed last night as a result of this incident, fire incident. Arson has not been completely ruled out. Police verification on those facts are awaited. And it's definitely a loss for locals, especially during the month of December when everyone's looking to have fun, and Goa is the fun capital of India. But today, it's the reversal of all of the fame that Goa had as a place for celebration. Today, it's truly a place of mourning. 25 lives have lost. Over to you.
Well, absolutely. Nitin, thank you for getting us those details. Also joining me live is my colleague Swarali. Swarali, we have been covering this story very, very closely. We are getting exclusive details from the ground. Talk to us about,
now that 25 people have been killed in this tragic incident, there is this difficult process of identifying the bodies and, informing the families of the same. So have the families been informed? Has anybody come in to, identify the bodies of their loved ones? Swarali.
Let me tell you, right now we are present at the Goa Medical Hospital wherein the bodies are brought in for the post-mortem, and also the collector came in here and have informed us that they are preparing and making arrangements to inform the families and how to submit them dead bodies. But we have people who have been working at the Birch Nightclub and we are going to talk to them. सर, आप काम कर रहे हैं, आप काम कर रहे थे बर्च नाइट क्लब में, क्या हुआ है एग्जैक्ट वाकया? इज अ हेड शेफ एंड हिज रिलेटिव इज अ डिसीज, सो वी आर गोइंग टू आस्क हिम. सर, हमें प्लीज बताइए कि क्या हुआ है, आप कब से यहाँ पे?
मेरे को तो 4 साल हो गए रोमियो लेन में, लेकिन मैं जो ब्रांच में हुआ है, जो अरपोरा में हुआ है ये, तो वहाँ पे मैं नहीं था. तो ये घटना मेरे को वाक़ई तौर में मालूम पड़ी कि ये चीज़ें वहाँ पे हो गई है. तो मैं फिर वहाँ पे पहुँचा, फिर जो भी उनका प्रोसेस था, फिर हमें यहाँ पे आना पड़ा.
आपके कौन से रिलेटिव हैं?
जो मेरे भाई का लड़का है, मेरा भतीजा है. तो अभी वही मैं बॉडी चेक करने के लिए आया था, तो फिर कंफर्मेशन होने के बाद मेरे को पता चला कि वही लड़का है जिसको मैं देखने के लिए आया था.
क्या हालत है अंदर
मैम? तो सारी डेड बॉडीज़ रखी हुई है और हमने पूछताछ की है, तो बोल रहे हैं कि अभी प्रोसेस चल रहा है, तो इनका जो भी होगा आपको बॉडी मिल जाएगी, लेकिन उसके लिए आपको थोड़ा वेट करना पड़ेगा.
गवर्नमेंट के साइड से, एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन के साइड से रिस्पांस है?
ऐसा कुछ भी रिस्पांस अभी तक नहीं मिला है गवर्नमेंट की साइड से, क्योंकि हमने अंदर पूछा है तो उन्होंने बोला कि हमारे पास कोई कंफर्मेशन अभी तक नहीं है कि ये गवर्नमेंट के उससे जाएगा या ऑनर के थ्रू जाएगा.
और आपने कैसे पहचाना आपके भतीजे को?
जी मैम, उनमें जला हुआ कोई भी नहीं है. किचन के अंदर जो भी लड़के एक्सपायर हुए हैं उनमें जला हुआ कोई भी नहीं है. सबकी मौत आई थिंक दम घुटने की वजह से ही हुई है, क्योंकि किसी के चेहरे पे या किसी के कहीं पे शरीर पे कोई जलने का निशान नहीं है.
बहुत बड़ी बात कह रहे हैं सर, आपकी बर्न मार्क्स नहीं है, लेकिन यहाँ तो दिखाया जा रहा है कि मैसिव फायर इंसिडेंट.
लेकिन मैम, हमने खुद बॉडी चेक की है. जो मेरा भतीजा है उसकी मैंने फ़ोटो क्लिक की है, तो उसमें मेरे को कहीं बॉडी जलने की वो नहीं है. मैम, अभी मैं दिखाऊंगा आपको, मेरे सामने ही वहाँ पे रखी हुई थी बॉडी, लेकिन फ़ोटो लेने के लिए मना कर रहे हैं. लेकिन मैं फिर भी मैंने बोला उनको कि अपील की है कि एक फ़ोटो मेरे को चाहिए, क्योंकि उसकी फैमिली वाले मांग रहे हैं. लेकिन उसके चेहरे पे कोई भी निशान नहीं है कि जलने का.
आप बर्च नाइट क्लब में कभी गए थे? कितनी एग्जिट थी? कुछ फायर सेफ्टी अरेंजमेंट्स थे? आपने खुद देखा है वो जगह?
नहीं मैम, मैं तो वहाँ पे नहीं गया हूँ, लेकिन मैं कल गया था, लेकिन मेरे को अंदर नहीं गया हूँ. मैं बाहर से ही देख के आया हूँ. जो भी उसका प्रोसेस चल रहा था 3-3:30 बजे, उसके बाद से मैं यहाँ पे.
आप कितने बजे से यहाँ बैठे हैं और कब बॉडी देंगे? कुछ प्रशासन आपको बता रहा है?
मैं 3 बजे से 3:30 बजे यहाँ पे पहुँचा था, और अभी तक जो प्रोसेस चल रही है, बोल रहे हैं कि पोस्टमार्टम होने के बाद ही आपको बॉडी दी जाएगी. और उसके बाद गवर्नमेंट उनको क्या फॉलो करती है, गवर्नमेंट घर जाने के लिए बोलती है या ऑनर हमारे लेके जाने के लिए बोलते हैं, कौन रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी लेगा, इसका कोई अभी तक अपडेट नहीं है.
क्या नाम है आपके भतीजे का?
सतीश राणा.
सतीश राणा
जी. उम्र 27.
और कहाँ का रहने वाला?
उत्तराखंड, टिहरी गढ़वाल.
So you can see people working from across the nation, Uttarakhand, Ranchi, Jharkhand, they're deceased and their families are not informed in time and they're agitated. I also have one of the workers who has been working at the night Birch Club. Sir, आप हमें बताएंगे, मैं देख पा रही हूँ आप गुस्सा हैं, आप दुखी हैं, प्रशासन की ओर से स्टेप्स नहीं लिए जा रहे.
दुखी नहीं है. प्रशासन से क्यों दुखेंगे? प्रशासन ने किया नहीं है. अगर सरकार करती तो हम सरकार से दुख होते. ये तो सरकार की गलती नहीं, इसमें सरकार ने जाके आग लगाया क्या? नहीं लगाया ना. सरकार से कोई वो नहीं. लेकिन हमारा कहना क्या है, जो भी ये घटना हुआ है, जो बोल रहे कि ये फायर इंसिडेंट, ये किचन वाले पे किसी में भी एक भी खरोज नहीं जला हुआ. 13-14 बंदे किचन में थे, किसी में भी एक भी जला हुआ खरोज नहीं.
क्या नाम है आपका?
जनक पुजारा.
आप वहीं पे काम करते हैं?
दूसरा प्रॉपर्टी है.
आप बाजू में काम करते हैं? आपके दोस्त वहाँ पे काम करते हैं?
दोस्त है, बड़ा भाई जैसा है, दोस्ती है. 4 साल से साथ में कर रहे थे जॉब. विवेक छेत्री उनका नाम है.
आप बहुत बड़ी बात कह रहे हैं कि ये आग की दुर्घटना नहीं है, लोग सफोकेट होके मरे हैं.
आग की दुर्घटना तो बाहर है मैडम, वो तो किचन से बाहर है. किचन वाले जो भी मरे वो दम घुट के मरे. उनकी किसी की ये कानों से खून है, किसी नाकों से, किसी के कानों से, किसी नाकों से, किसी की आंखों से खून है.
किसी को बर्न मार्क्स नहीं है? कोई जला नहीं है?
किचन वाला कोई भी नहीं जला. जितने भी हमने बॉडी देखे
आपने सारे 14 लोगों को देखा?
14 लोगों को नहीं मैडम, हमने 6 लोगों को देखा है जो कि सामने दिख रहे थे, लेकिन उसमें किसी के भी जला हुआ वो नहीं है।
आप कह रहे हैं कि 6 लोगों को
Swarali, I'm sorry, I'll have to interrupt you there. Swarali, I'll have to interrupt you there. Thank you, Swarali and Nitin, for getting us those updates. Of course, this is an extremely distressing news that is coming in, ladies and gentlemen. Meanwhile, Republic's Deputy Executive Editor spoke exclusively to Goa CM Dr. Pramod Sawant over the entire incident and follow-ups as well. Listen to what he had to say.
Dr. Sawant, thank you very much for joining us on this broadcast. I want to straight away begin by asking you that the Panchayat had already raised concerns about rules not being followed by the nightclub. Despite that, the operations continued. Is there any reason why the Goa government looked the other way?
At present, हमने इसके खिलाफ मैजिस्ट्रेट इंक्वायरी लगाई है. तो मैजिस्ट्रेट इंक्वायरी का रिपोर्ट आने के बाद भी इस पर मैं कमेंट कर सकूंगा, क्योंकि किसने ट्रेड लाइसेंस दिया और किसने इसको, ये बाद में पता चलेगा.
डॉक्टर सावंत, प्रिलिमिनरी जो इन्फॉर्मेशन आपके पास आई है उससे आपको क्या जानकारी मिल रही है कि आखिरकार ये क्या कारण हो सकता है? क्योंकि कुछ लोग ये कह रहे थे कि कुछ पायरोज विजुअल्स हो रहे थे, कुछ प्रोग्राम चल रही थी, उस वक्त आग लगी. आपके पास
आपने सही कहा. इस कुछ तो पायरोल्स कुछ तो वहाँ पे लगे थे, तो क्लब के ऊपर वाले हॉल में आग लगी और वहां से लोग बाहर एक ही दरवाजे से जो निकलना था वो ज्यादा लोग बाहर निकल आए, लेकिन जो लोग उनके ग्राउंड फ्लोर में चले गए वो सफोकेशन के वजह से उनकी डेथ हो गई है. ये प्रिलिमिनरी इंक्वायरी तो आई है. इसके 25 लोगों की डेथ हो गई है, 6 लोग अभी एडमिटेड है, दे आर आउट ऑफ डेंजर, उनके ट्रीटमेंट अच्छी तरह से चल रही है. तो फिर बाकी तो जो रिपोर्ट आएगा उसके अनुसार हम स्ट्रिक्टली एक्शंस will take against that club owner and club managers.
एक आखिरी सवाल डॉक्टर सावंत करना चाहूंगा कि आखिरकार जब आप देखें कि कई सारे रूल्स एंड रेगुलेशंस को फ्लाउट किया गया है प्रिलिमिनरी इंफॉर्मेशन के तहत, आप अगर देखें, आप किसको जिम्मेदार ठहराएंगे? क्योंकि जिस तरह से आपके सरकार के ऊपर आरोप लग रहे हैं,
रिपोर्ट आने के बाद ही इसके ऊपर बात करना उचित. रिपोर्ट आने के बाद ही इसके ऊपर बात करना उचित रहेगा. We are waiting for the report. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to slip into a very short break. On the other side, Parliament set for historic debate on the 150th anniversary of Vande Mataram. Prime Minister Modi to initiate debate in the Lok Sabha. We'll be tracking this and a lot more. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला. सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात. वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आरपोर मसाला.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध. MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा.
भाई मेरा बेटी को प्यार चाहिए. मेरा बेटी का ब्लड आ रहा, ब्लड नीचे से ब्लड आ रहा, प्यार चाहिए, दे दो. क्यों नहीं कर सकता? क्यों नहीं कर सकता? क्यों नहीं कर सकता? मेरे को प्यार चाहिए अभी.
That we have experienced severe operational disruptions for the past few days. Since then, the crisis continued to aggravate, with today, December 5th, being the most severely
gentlemen, big round of applause. And joining Mr. Desai is Editor, Republic Business, Mr. Pranav Kulkarni, and both will be conversing on India's premium. Long story short.
Thank you very much for coming all the way from Mumbai to be here with us. You're coming at a very opportune moment. In fact, just yesterday we saw Nifty and Sensex once again, hit all-time historic highs. But much before that, you've actually already said that by 2026 end, Sensex will be at 107,000. Now, that's just one case scenario. I just want to understand from you, what are the tailwinds, what are the factors that you've considered while being so bullish on the India story?
Thank you, Pranav, for having me here. It's great to see this campus. Absolutely outstanding. I don't think there's any media house in the world that has this. So wonderful.
Thank you.
Congratulations. So yeah, we have an optimistic outlook. You cited the bull case on the Sensex. There's a base case which also argues that the market is likely going up rather than down. And, yesterday my mother got very excited. She came to me, why is the market up so much? I said, no, it's not up a lot. No, it's made an all-time high. And it's hard to explain this to my mother, but the fact is that in the last 12 months, India has been the worst performing market in the world amongst large markets. So if you take the top 20 markets in the world, India is 20th. And it's been a tough year for India on a relative basis. Markets around India are up between 20 and 70%. So it's a really bad year. In fact, I went and checked the data. This is the worst relative year for India since 1993.
Okay.
So 32 years, we've not had such a bad relative year. There are three reasons for that. And that, that dovetails into this conversation about what could happen in the next 12 months. So first is India's growth slowed down. Purely for idiosyncratic reasons. Like we were discussing over lunch, India is a quintessential self-help story. So it's probably the only real self-help story in the world which is investable. And India went through some of its own problems last year. Because of elections, government spending slowed down. We had a very heavy rainfall in August. The RBI was keeping policy tight. And we arrived in the September quarter with much slower GDP growth than what we had anticipated. And the effect of that was felt on earnings in the next 2 or 3 quarters, which then, of course, comes through in share prices. So that was one. Second is that India's relative valuations, and this is less important for us sitting here at home, but a lot more important for investors abroad. And it explains why foreign investors have been selling to some extent. Relative valuations were at all-time highs.
Right.
Now, as a consequence of this steep relative correction, India's relative valuations are now near all-time lows. Okay, so that's the second thing. I forgot to tell you about the first thing is that we've now gone about fixing that. There was a policy pivot that the RBI made in February. In fact, in April, the RBI cut CRR and interest rates. And in the last 25 years, since we moved to the repo rate, that's only happened twice. Once during the global financial crisis and once during COVID.
Right.
And frankly, April did not resemble any crisis.
True.
So it was unprecedented policy response, and it has been then backed by the government on multiple fronts. I'm not going to repeat that. We all know what has happened. So in the last 6-8 months, we've had such multiple policy responses that I tell my people back in the office that if India's growth doesn't turn, we'll all have to retire. It is but obvious that India's growth is about to turn. And the third reason, which I think is still in play, and this is especially over the last 6 months, the world has been obsessed with AI. And anything AI has gone up, and India does not have a direct AI trade. So it has not been a favored market. I think while I cannot call the AI trade, a lot of that has happened now. So incrementally, it will be probably a less important factor. So going back, I've explained why the markets did not do well and why they could do well. our relative valuations are much better. Our growth cycle is about to turn and turn quite sharply. And I think the AI trade at the margin is less important. So this is a good setting for India. The next 12 to 18 months, I expect the markets to do quite well. In fact, I'm very bullish. I shouldn't say this because I've got a bad reputation now of being perennially bullish, but I just can't help being bullish.
Were you ever bearish on India?
Many times. I've been bearish.
When was the last time you were bearish on India?
See, first of all, everybody should understand here that equity markets are not meant for 12-month investors. If you are focused on earning 12-month returns, you're better off doing fixed income. Equities is really for long-term investors, people who are willing to make a 5-7 year commitment. So these 12-month outlooks can go wrong very often. 5-7 years, things start evening out. So if you rely on my 12-month forecast, then the toss of a coin will do a better job. So that is the challenge in equities, that they become very difficult to forecast on near-term basis. Like even today, I can say, so many things can go wrong in the next 12 months. And that could make my forecast look very stupid, like they did in the last 12 months and made my forecast 12 months ago look not so good. So I think, I've been bearish in the past, maybe 2013, 2007. I think those are the two occasions I remember.
So what has changed between 2007, 2013 to now? What exactly has changed over the past 12 years?
Pranav, so much has changed that we will run out of time. But let me try to...
Now that you've postponed your flight, we have all the time.
Let me summarize this in 3 big takeaways. So I think our previous speakers have alluded to this, so there may be some repetition here, so bear with me. But I think the first thing that has changed is macro stability. So in very simple terms, it's how much India depends on the world for its growth. So if you look at, and I was discussing here with a couple of you, that equity returns is not about growth. It's about balance sheet. If you manage balance sheet, so when you're searching for businesses to invest, you must look at businesses that manage balance sheet well. And I think Saurabh, when he just presented here, his y-axis has return on capital. That's a balance sheet metric. That's the most critical metric for making money in the equity markets over long tenures, not short term, 5, 7, 10 years. If you want to compound, you need to buy businesses with good balance sheets, with focus on balance sheets. Likewise for countries. So India's balance sheet has been a perennial problem since I came into the markets, to the late 80s. In fact, it became such a big problem that we had a BOP crisis in 91. And the most recent occasion when we had a problem was 2013. I think the Honorable Minister made a reference to this, and it just kind of brought all my memories back about what happened in 2013 is that the Fed just said, taper, and Indian currency went down 20%. So what has changed dramatically for India in the last 10 years or 11 years is how we are as a balance sheet. It is supremely better. And a lot of work this has not happened by chance. There has been some very deliberate work that has gone. So what was one problem? I think Shamika mentioned this about energy imports. Right? So we had a very large quantity of energy imports. But the fact is that in the last 11 years, our dependence on imported oil has more than halved. And it is continuing to decline. And that is, I think, a major change that we have brought about. And it didn't happen by chance. It happened because we made better highways so our cars could go faster. GST meant that trucks were not waiting at state borders to pay taxes. We have electrified all our locomotives. So we've gone to almost 90% electrification. Almost every village in India now has electricity, so they're not burning oil. In fact, in this part of the country, northern part of the country, if you remember 20 years ago, people would fire diesel gensets to generate electricity. They don't do that anymore. So we were using diesel to make electricity. So ethanol blending. So a lot of things have happened in the last 10, 11 years that has reduced the oil intensity of the economy. And that has meant a seminal shift in our terms of trade. So we are not subservient now to changes in oil prices. I mean, theoretically, even if oil doubled from here and went to $130, and by the way, it was at $130 in March 22.
Correct.
And nothing happened to India. A lot of the long-term watchers were calling me up and saying, now India is doomed, India is doomed. And I said, no, you've not seen what has happened in this country. We have changed this dynamic. The last time oil went to 130 was in 2008. And we had a crisis. Yes. Right? So we have completely changed this dynamic. And the other thing that has happened is that our dependence on global capital flows therefore has reduced. Also because FDI has gone up so much, we no longer depend on capital market flows. The FPI flows go up and down like this. Okay, they're very cyclical. And the source of capital for India in the last 30 years has only been foreign portfolio investors. So every time there was a down cycle, we would get hurt. So this is a balance sheet problem. So that's one. Second, I think second fixing that has happened is in terms of, and again I think Shamika mentioned this, is in terms of how our income pyramids have shifted. So if you go back 15 years, 20% of India's population was probably not getting dinner. This is, quite catastrophic. People were sleeping on hungry stomachs. And that number is now close to zero. There's been a major migration. Now, this is the reason why India is also the most exciting country in the world. There is no business on the planet that can afford to not do business in India. Because at the top, we have 5 million households that can buy anything, a Louis Vuitton purse, to a BMW, to a Mercedes, to an Apple phone, to a jet, anything. They are as rich as the richest on the planet. And then we have income cohorts which run into millions of people, right? Which can buy any amount of stuff. Why is this GST change so critical? Because in one night, we just transitioned a group of millions of people from here to here. And suddenly now those few millions can afford a new car, they can afford a new AC, they can afford just by reducing the price. That's the layering of the Indian economy. 1.5 billion people spread across 15-20 layers means that we have the type of consumption potential that the world doesn't have right now. So India, our estimate is it accounts for about 20% of global growth. And one of the reasons why we are not seeing a recession in the world is because of India. And this 20% number is only going to rise. So depending on what product or service you're selling to the planet, it could be between 10 to 100% of your growth. Now, if you don't know business in this country, then you are not going to get that growth. So I think that's the second thing. So how we have altered the pyramid because of how we have addressed poverty, I think has changed the dynamics for the country. And I would say the third thing is all the reform that is happening, which is, I think, now going to allow our manufacturing sector to grow. We have been in a perennial decline in manufacturing. India simply escaped industrial progress. We went straight from an agricultural economy to a services economy, and we never got industry going for many reasons. The IDR, which is the famous license Raj, to how our factors of production are organized, to our taxation rates, to the fact that land, labor were very difficult subjects in India, or infrastructure. I mean, I remember this joke in the 90s. We used to say that it was cheaper to import steel from Russia than bring it from Jamshedpur. Because the cost for bringing 1,500 kilometers from Jamshedpur to Mumbai was multiple times more than the cost of transport from Russia. So I think all that has changed. So that, I think, is the third reason. So, I mean, there are many more reasons to be bullish, but we'll stop here.
Sure. But then in this, I mean, India has forever been a low beta market, they say. But with these reforms, do you really think that India is kind of decoupled from the ups and downs or the volatilities of international markets?
India was never always a low beta market. In 2013, India's beta was 1.3. So that your viewers understand, it means that if the world was up 10%, India would be up 13. If the world was down 10, India would be down 13. So it would move much more than the world. Today, India's beta, my estimate is 0.4.
Correct.
So the downside protection on India, it's much better. And this has happened because we have curbed inflation volatility. See, one of the first few things that the Prime Minister did when he assumed office in his first term was to address inflation. So the Commerce Minister spoke about this, that inflation had become double digit. And given his upbringing at grassroots level, he understood one thing very simply, that inflation hurts poor people the most. It doesn't hurt people in this room. It hurts the people who cannot afford to be in this room, and those are bulk of India's population. And the intrinsic reason why we have managed to extract people out of poverty is because we have brought down our inflation rate. Mm-hmm. So bringing down inflation is the surest and the best way to address this problem. And he did this by mandating the central bank to target inflation, and it has been a massive success. So the inflation, forget about the inflation rate, which has anyway gone down, the volatility of that rate is amongst the lowest in the world. If your inflation volatility is low, your interest rate volatility goes low. If your interest rate volatility goes low, your growth volatility goes low. And low growth volatility means share prices are less volatile. I think one of the global news channels just published this article yesterday, that on a trailing 75-day basis, the Nifty is the least volatile market in the world, half as volatile as the US. Okay. We did not enjoy this 10 years ago. This is the unprecedented change in our capital markets, and it's a consequence of conscious policy choices that the government has made.
Okay. But you once mentioned that the levels to which inflation has now dropped, now there's a reverse challenge to probably push it up further. Is that one? And if that's the case, you also, there was a mention that it's good for equities in that case.
Yeah, that is a challenge that has emerged in the last few months, and it has got accentuated by the GST rate cuts. So yes, CPI has gone well below the RBI's target, and the RBI is reflating. So it is now targeting a higher inflation, and that is great for nominal earnings, and it is the primary reason why I'm so bullish on the stock market for the next 12 to 18 months, because I think the RBI will succeed in reflation and earnings will be up. Okay. And will surprise everyone.
Rhythm, we as common investors are forever scared that is there going to be a crash. The likes of Rich Dads, Poor Dads or Robert Kiyosaki's of the world are forever telling us, okay, there is a big crash coming now. Are we really looking at any kind of a crash? What could be the reasons behind, if at all that happens?
I have to say that equity investing is not for the weak-hearted. It takes a bit of stomach, because by their very nature, equities can be quite volatile, and if it is not in your character to bear that volatility, you're better off buying fixed income. So that's the first caveat. A crash will come, because that's the nature of markets. Markets go up a lot, and then markets crash, and then they go up a lot and they crash. My humble suggestion here is that I don't think we have gone up a lot, so I don't think a crash is imminent. But you can't rule out one in the next 5 years, for example. Because again, I don't know exactly when it happens, but it will happen when everybody is buying stocks. When your taxi driver tells you, "Sir, ye share le lo, bahut paisa aega." We have not got there as yet. I think neither India nor I think the rest of the planet. I don't think equity prices are exhibiting exuberance that unnerves me. At least it doesn't unnerve me. So we have not gotten ahead of the game. We will at some point in time, and then a crash will become imminent. For people who do long-term investing, let me just bring to your attention that I've been in the markets now for 35 years, and I've seen many crashes. So let's count them. I saw a crash in 92, 60%.
Okay.
Right? That was the Harshad Mehta scam. I saw a crash in 2000. That was also about 50%. I saw a crash in 2008 that was near about 60%. There were mini crashes like 2013 when the market went down 20% in a month. There was another one in COVID when the markets went down 40%. Like, these are major declines. And yet in 35 years, the Sensex has compounded at 16%. So if you are really long-term, I don't think it is necessary for you to worry about timing these things. Time spent in the market is far more fruitful than timing. And as Saurabh pointed out, and it was something we were discussing outside as well, that it is not that every equity market has this compounding.
The Japanese market, for example, hasn't.
Well, that list, if you see, there are just 3 markets that have really compounded, and if you exclude Taiwan from that list because it's a very narrow market, diversified markets, there are only 2 on the planet that in my lifetime, in my career, have compounded. And the reason for this is because my very simple reason is because these are the only 2 places where balance sheet precedes everything else, where entrepreneurs are hyper-focused on return on capital. The word is frugal. We are a very frugal country, and we are frugal about everything. And that's how you make money in the markets. You have to be frugal. If you are spendthrift and if you're throwing money after everything, you don't make returns. And if you don't make returns means equity returns. Right. So if you can't make return on your book capital, you can't make money on your equity capital. Right. You can't make money on your share price. So that is the intrinsic difference between India, the US, and the rest.
Okay. If I have to ask you for one last question on the likely headwinds that you see, if at all you see tariffs as one of the headwinds in this entire story that we are talking about, Sensex at 1,07,000 or 95,000 in a second best case scenario that you're talking about. What are the headwinds, and are tariffs a problem?
So 95 is the base case. In a best scenario is 107, and then there is a bear case. No, you mean US tariffs, India-US tariffs?
Yes.
No, I don't think that's a very material event. It could be a small boost for the Nifty. The risk actually are that global growth falters, and we get a recession in the US, and that then prevents India's growth cycle from turning. Because the US is a very large economy, and the world cannot grow unless the US is in okay shape. It doesn't have to be in very good shape, but it shouldn't be in a bad shape. So I think that's the most important risk factor. I would say, that is enough. There are other small things, but this is the major risk factor to my outlook.
Wonderful. Rhythm, thank you very much for talking to us, coming all the way. Thank you very much. Looking forward to meeting you once again.
Thank you so much, Mr. Desai. Thank you so much, Pranav.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आरप्योर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
Arpora शाही पनीर मसाला, delicious, healthy, every day.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
Arpora शाही पनीर मसाला, delicious, healthy, every day.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिर्फ जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आरपोर मसाला। भाई मेरा बेटी को प्यार चाहिए। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
Arpora शाही पनीर मसाला, delicious, healthy, every day.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching live and breaking at 3 p.m. I'm Tanisha Avasthi. A fire that broke out in a nightclub in Goa has now claimed the lives of 25 people. Where their security lapses and who's to be held responsible? We're going to answer all that question in this live broadcast. But first, a quick check of the headlines. Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant speaks exclusively to Republic on Birch Nightclub fire tragedy, admits that pyro was used in club orders probe. Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant vows stringent action against Birch club owner and management after 25 have been killed in the fire tragedy. More Indigo cancellations continue for the 6th straight day. Over 400 flights have been cancelled across major airports. DGCA issues show cause notice against Indigo CEO Peter Ellsberg, given for 24 hours to respond. And the Parliament is set for a historic debate on the 150th anniversary of Vande Mataram. Prime Minister Modi will be initiating the debate in Lok Sabha. Karnataka power tussle is back in focus. DK Shivakumar drops a bombshell, says prepare for change in the state. We start this edition with some breaking news that's coming in, and this is in regard with the death of a basketball player that happened just a few weeks ago after he tried to and attempted to do a basket in the basketball court, after which the pole fell on him and he had died. Now, we learn that in connection with the case, police has now registered an FIR against the sports department and the contractor. The case was registered based on a complaint filed by the victim, Hardik Rathi's father, and it's now to be seen on where will the probe go, because remember when we spoke to Hardik's coach and father just few weeks back, they had said on how it was the government's fault that they hadn't mended the pole that was under construction and how they hold the government responsible. Moving on to other stories that we're tracking, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh has inaugurated the Shawk Tunnel in Leh and Ladakh. While addressing the BRO, Personal Defence Minister referred to Operation Sindoor, saying the world witnessed India's decisive response to Pakistan. Here's a quick report on that.
Defence Minister Rajnath Singh inaugurated the Shawk Tunnel in Leh Ladakh. Addressing the personnel of Border Roads Organisation, Rajnath Singh referred to Operation Sindoor's success, saying the world witnessed India's strength in response to the terror attack in Pahalgam.
मैं ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की चर्चा यहाँ पर जरूर करना चाहूँगा। अभी कुछ ही महीने पहले हमने देखा जब पहलगाम के दुर्दांत आतंकी हमले का जवाब देते हुए हमारी आर्म्ड फोर्सेस ने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर को प्रभावी तरीके से अंजाम दिया, तो आतंकियों का क्या हश्र किया ये दुनिया जानती है। वैसे करने को तो हम बहुत कुछ कर सकते थे, लेकिन हमारी सेनाओं ने पराक्रम के साथ साथ धैर्य का भी परिचय देते हुए उतना ही किया जितना कि आवश्यक था। इतना बड़ा ऑपरेशन इसलिए संभव हो पाया क्योंकि हमारी कनेक्टिविटी स्ट्रांग थी।
Rajnath Singh also paid tribute to the soldiers who sacrificed their lives in the line of duty and thanked the people of Ladakh for their continued support to the armed forces.
Moving on to one of the top stories that we're tracking here on Republic. This is about a fire that broke out early this morning, in fact, in a nightclub in Goa. Now, this has killed nearly 25 people. The visuals that you see on your screen are the moment when the fire broke out. Now, when we spoke to the Chief Minister of Goa, Pramod Sawant, he said that a magisterial inquiry has been ordered. Now, this happened post midnight, likely on Sunday, and it has killed 25 people, including 14 staff members and some tourists. The incident occurred at the Birch by Romeo Lane nightclub in Arpora village, North Goa. Speaking to Republic exclusively, the Chief Minister of Goa, Pramod Sawant, has admitted that pyro was used in the club, after which a fire broke out in the club. He has ordered for a magisterial inquiry into the fire tragedy and has vowed stringent action against the club owner and managers.
Dr. Sawant, thank you very much for joining us on this broadcast. I want to straight away begin by asking you that the Panchayat had already raised concerns about rules not being followed by the nightclub. Despite that, the operations continued. Is there any reason why the Goa government looked the other way?
At present, हमने इसके खिलाफ magistrate inquiry लगाई है, मजिस्ट्रेट इंक्वायरी का रिपोर्ट आने के बाद भी इस पर मैं कमेंट कर सकूंगा, क्योंकि किसने ट्रेड लाइसेंस दिया और किसने इसको, ये बाद में पता चलेगा।
डॉक्टर सावंत, प्रिलिमिनरी जो इन्फॉर्मेशन आपके पास आई है उससे आपको क्या जानकारी मिल रही है कि आखिरकार ये क्या कारण हो सकता है? क्योंकि कुछ लोग ये कह रहे थे कि कुछ पायरोज विजुअल्स हो रहे थे, कुछ प्रोग्राम चल रही थी, उस वक्त आग लगी। आपके पास इस
सही कहा, आपने सही कहा। इस कुछ तो पैरोल्स कुछ तो वहां पे लगे थे, तो क्लब के ऊपर वाले हॉल में आग लगी और वहां से लोग बाहर एक ही दरवाजे से जो निकलना था, वो ज्यादा लोग बाहर निकल आए, लेकिन जो लोग उनके ग्राउंड फ्लोर में चले गए, वो सफोकेशन के वजह से उनकी डेथ हो गई है। ये प्रिलिमिनरी इंक्वायरी तो आई है। इसके 25 लोगों की डेथ हो गई है, 6 लोग अभी एडमिटेड है, दे आर आउट ऑफ डेंजर, उनकी ट्रीटमेंट अच्छी तरह से चल रही है। तो फिर बाकी तो जो रिपोर्ट आएगा उसके अनुसार हम स्ट्रिक्टली एक्शंस will take against that club owner and club managers.
एक आखिरी सवाल डॉक्टर सावंत करना चाहूंगा कि आखिरकार जब आप देखें कि कई सारे रूल्स एंड रेगुलेशंस को फ्लाउट किया गया है प्रिलिमिनरी इंफॉर्मेशन के तहत, आप अगर देखें, आप किसको जिम्मेदार ठहराएंगे? क्योंकि जिस तरह से आपके सरकार के ऊपर आरोप लग रहे हैं,
रिपोर्ट आने के बाद ही इसके ऊपर बात करना उचित, रिपोर्ट आने के बाद ही इसके ऊपर बात करना उचित रहेगा। We are waiting for the report.
My colleague Nitin is joining me live from Goa. On that note, Nitin, there seems to be action in your frame. Talk to us about what's actually happening where you are right now.
So whether that fire erupted from... Yes, so we are live again by the side of Birch by Romeo Lane. There are ministers who are coming. There's the RJ, which is a Goan local party. The chief is here and he's giving the media a bite. He's talking about accountability, the responsibility, about illegal structures being built by people who are not local residents, and then the loss of lives, as you can see, that has taken place overnight. The fire brigade not coming on time, the management not owning up to the responsibility, all of it has led to this catastrophe. Now, our colleague who was near the GMC also stated that there was causes of suffocation that led to deaths. So there was bleeding happening that led to deaths. It's a big space. So they didn't have the proper fire extinguisher, the fire safety norms at place, and it kept functioning. It's a big brand. It's not only a one-off incident. This brand is also in Goa, is also in Bhubaneswar, it's in Delhi, it's in Noida. So this could have happened anywhere. That's a question about responsibility, licenses being given to such establishment.
Absolutely.
What is the policy? There's a lot of accountability at question.
Yeah.
Over to you, Tanisha.
Right. Also, Nitin, since you've been on the ground since morning and you have seen what's happened so far, according to you, according to how many people you've spoken to, according to what you've seen, what do you think was the initial cause of the fire and what had led to the death of 25 people? Because what you're talking about here is the number of people who have already died, which is 25. It's not a small number. 25 people have died, and surely there were lapses, surely there was laxity, the ambulance did not reach on time. But what was the initial cause of the fire and what actually led to the death of 25 people there?
Right, so 25 is not a small number. There's a lot of accountability at question from Goa. Goans really relish the state that's known for celebration, and it's just a day of mourning for everyone here at Goa. All political parties are here, and as you said, there's a case of question of the pyro guns being used, and that led to the suffocation and didn't have the requisite fire extinguishers at place. The fire safety norms weren't followed. Risky stunts, they're always a part of attracting crowds, but how, to what extent, if it causes the loss of lives? Locals have passed away. There are 14 locals that have lost their lives. There are 4 tourists who have lost. So there's a lot at stake here. That's what we've been able to figure out since the morning. And there are several political parties out here who are blaming each another. They're blaming the administration, but it's a blame game. There's no real accountability that's being taken. The owners, the management is absolutely not at the scene. We've been covering this since the morning. We've not been able to see the management spokesperson, the owner himself be here.
Right.
He should have been here, taken the correct steps, the measurements, spoken to the media, but you see he's a no-show.
Right, absolutely. Nitin, thank you very much for getting us those details. We'll keep coming back to you as and when there are more developments in the case, when there is more action in the story. But for now, viewers, let's tell you what the eyewitness saw. Now, eyewitness who actually saw the club going up in flames had to narrate their ordeal. Here is their account on what actually happened.
एक्चुअली हम लोगों की फ़्लाइट कल रात 10:30 बजे की लैंड हुई थी, तो हम अराउंड 12 बजे यहाँ आए थे। तो जैसे ही हम लोग अपने हॉस्टल पहुँचे तो हमने देखा वहाँ पे कि धुआं काफ़ी ज़्यादा आ रहा है एंड वहाँ कुछ रेडिश ह्यू भी था। तो हम यहाँ पता कर रहे हैं कि क्या हुआ है। एक्चुअली वी वर प्लानिंग टू कम एंड पार्टी हियर एट yesterday night. Yes, but then we got to know that a big fire has taken place out here, so we didn't go.
Yeah. एक्चुअली क्या हुआ कि वी आर फ्रॉम दिल्ली, तो फिर द मोमेंट वी केम हियर सो वी थॉट कि व्हाई देयर इज अ pollution here because we are used to of seeing smoke everywhere, so we thought it's not normal. So after some time we got to know कि there has been a fire, so we thought कि actually we got lucky because our cab driver was late or else we would be here.
वो देखने के लिए आया है ना, मेरा भतीजा है, बड़ा भाई का लड़का है दोनों, तो इसको देखने के लिए आया ना।
क्या हुआ?
वो होटल में रहता था ना,
रात को इंसिडेंट हुआ उसमें।
हाँ, रात को ही मर गए दोनों मर गया।
क्या
3 मरा। होटल में किचन में काम करता था ये लोग
उस होटल में।
हाँ।
आपको कब मालूम पड़ा?
मेरे को तो सुबह पता चला।
ये कहाँ के?
हम लोग गाँव का ही था ना, झारखंड गोविंदपुर फतेहपुर।
और कितने साल से काम कर रहे हो
इधर? पहले था लेकिन अभी फिलहाल 6 महीने 7 महीने हो रहा है इधर आया है। तो एक नई होटल में ऑटोमेटिक काम कर रहा था। लोग उम्र एक का बड़ा का होगा वही 20 और छोटा का 18 साल।
दोनों झारखंड के भाई थे?
हाँ भाई, मेरा भतीजा लगता है ना
दोनों।
हाँ, दोनों अपना खुद सगा, एक माँ का
सगा।
एक
मर गया,
दोनों मर गया।
आपको कब मालूम पड़ा?
मेरे को सुबह पता चला।
किसने बताया?
वो एक भाई ने बताया, भतीजा लोग है ना, फिर इसे का वो बड़ा भाई, वो बड़ा लड़का का वो भाई है, उसको भतीजा ही लगता अपना दोनों।
क्या बोला पुलिस ने?
अभी तो कुछ नहीं बोला, आएगा ऑनर लोग तो कुछ बात करेंगे लोग। हम लोग का आ रहा है भैया लोग का, उसके बाद कुछ बात करेंगे। हाँ, अभी भैया लोग आ रहे हैं ना, फिर इधर
फैमिली आ रही है।
बिहारी नहीं, झारखंड का भाई।
फैमिली आ रही है?
नहीं, फैमिली नहीं, गांव का दोस्त लोग और है ना, ये लोग सब आ रहा है ना। अभी आएगा उसके बाद बात करेंगे। फिर 3 है ना, जैसे बगल हम लोग का 2 भाई, मतलब हम मेरा भतीजा 2 है, फिर एक बगल वाला एक है, वो एक है, 2 है एक ही जगह का।
आप भी वहीं पे थे?
नहीं, हम लोग किधर रहते हैं।
तीनों मर गए?
हाँ, तीनों मर गए।
झारखंड के?
हाँ, झारखंड।
तीनों लड़के?
हाँ, तीनों लड़के।
I had the first club in Goa in the 70s. It was open air, but there are 1,000 clubs like this mushrooming all over the place. None of them have licenses. If they have a license, they are paying hafta to certain ministers. Nobody checks on the fire cylinders or the exits of these clubs, and during the peak season time, there are close to 500,000 people in a venue. They don't care a damn about Goans and at all. They operate on hafta. And each minister is in charge of collecting hafta from this place and that
the
place.
management is not even here, sir. There's no one from the management. There's only
There won't be.
Everyone's mute.
And all these lives that are lost, there will be no logical conclusion. They will find one scapegoat, and say it was this fellow.
He's working as a chef in the kitchen. So last night, whatever happened is that one case. So he's answered the same case. So he's now passed away. So he's no more.
आपको when you got the information about it?
I get information at night only around 4 o'clock in the morning.
Okay.
So from my relative, and then I came in the morning. So I identified the body. So yeah.
Okay. What's police said you?
Police said just take local for the receiving authority. You have to take some local document from the native place, and then you can take the numbers.
A devastating fire broke out at Birch by Romeo Lane in the nightclub in Goa at around 12:04 a.m. on December 7, 2025, claiming 25 lives and injuring nearly 6 others. The fire is believed to have started on the dance floor, spreading rapidly and trapping many inside. The moment of the blaze was captured in a chilling video from inside the club. Here is what we saw.
A fun-filled party in Goa turned fatal. Goa's popular nightclub, Birch by Romeo Lane, has been completely gutted by a huge fire. At least 25 people have died, including 4 tourists and 19 staff members, in the deadly fire. These are the final moments inside the Goa nightclub just before the deadly fire erupted. The video from a dance floor captures the chaos at Goa nightclub moments before the fire erupted. The video captures the ceiling erupting in flames right above the dance performance on stage while the show was still on. The clip shows a female belly dancer performing on a small raised platform inside the club. Around 10 seconds into the video, bright flames erupt from the ceiling directly above the dancer. Within few more seconds, the fire spreads across the ceiling. The dancer and other musicians turn around and run as the flames intensify, with thick smoke already visible by the time the video cuts out. However, there is no visible sign of fire safety equipment activating at the moment the blaze breaks out. Preliminary probe indicates that the nightclub had not complied with required fire safety standards. Several videos from the spot showed the blaze engulfing near every part of the establishment. The fire broke out at Birch Nightclub around 12:04 last night and took around 3 hours to be under control.
Ladies and gentlemen, India is seeing one of the biggest aviation crises in the recent days. And one airline that was responsible for the chaos, for the madness, is Indigo. Once termed as one of the most reliable airlines, one of the most user-friendly, passenger-friendly airlines, has today seen more than 2,500 flight cancellations, thereby causing people umpteen amount of discomfort. This was once called India's largest airline, Indigo, and it is now grappling with one of its most serious operational disruptions in recent years, as more than 200 flights were cancelled and hundreds more delays across major airports just on Sunday, that is today. Now, the disruption has left thousands of passengers stranded, triggered long queues at terminals, and raised questions about what could have led to the sudden collapse of these schedules. The immediate causes span crew shortages, new duty time rules, technical breakdowns at key airports, and also heavy congestion during the peak winter operations. The question, ladies and gentlemen, really here is now on who actually is to be held responsible. Just a few days ago, that is on a Friday, it was Peter, the Indigo CEO, who had issued a statement saying that they apologize and that a refund will be given. But what we want to ask the Indigo CEO here is, can the refund really bring back the lost moments of those people who had already planned their destination? Chandrakala is joining me live on that note. Chandrakala, there are many more flights that have been cancelled today. Give us a breakdown of how many flights has Indigo cancelled, especially in the national capital.
Well, of course, it's the 6th day of the biggest aviation crisis, as you have already mentioned. Now we are currently at Delhi airport. Of course, things are a bit calmer in comparison to previous days. But the fact that, 109 flights still remains cancelled here in the national capital. Apart from that, the biggest, of course, this is something, the biggest, when we talk about the Indigo, the biggest airline in the country is facing the severe crisis in 20 years of their history of cancellations. And now that 109 flights still remains cancelled. As you can see here, most of the flights of Indigo are now cancelled, be it Chandigarh or Gorakhpur or Calicut for that matter, to Indore. There is another flight to Trivandrum which remains cancelled. Hyderabad Hyderabad, Chennai, Pune, Kolkata. And we know that, apart from that, as of today, 11 flights remains cancelled in Trichy Airport, Mumbai Airport. 112 flights remains cancelled. Bengaluru Airport, with where the highest number of flights were cancelled in the previous days. As we know, the more than 2,500 Indigo flights has been cancelled. Now, as of today, 150 flights still remain cancelled in Bengaluru Airport, and 15 flights in Chennai Airport, and 76 flights in Kolkata. So we are at the Terminal 2 of Delhi International Airport, and as you can see that a lot of passengers are still stranded, and most of the flights, of course, remains cancelled. That's 109 flights remains cancelled. As we know that the government of India has warned Indigo for regulatory action, and has also taken step to cap airfare surge. But it remains to be seen what could be the next step, as thousands of passengers are stranded, still remain stranded. They are still in distress. They were travelling to different parts of the country. Many international flights were also. There were many international clients as well. International passengers were also travelling back. So yes, a very, very pathetic condition right at this moment. So it remains to be seen what could be the next step that could bring a sigh of relief to the passengers for the moment.
Absolutely, Chandrika. In fact, when we talk about other airlines, now we see how other airlines, other hotels are also profiting and riding on the back of these passengers and making money out of them, thereby hiking the prices of the same destination, domestic destination, to nearly about 40 to 60,000, after which the DGC had come forward after a public news break, after we had flagged off on how the other airlines are giving exorbitant tickets, after which is when the other airlines were asked to make a cap on their prices ranging from domestic travel. How far has that been followed by the other airlines?
Well, currently, as we are learning, is that as per sources, the flight tickets still remain is still increasing despite of the cap. So yes, this is something very concerning right at this moment, because we tried speaking to some official from the Air India as well at the ticket counter, of course, to know more about it, but they just replied, they are not even there are no seats. They're not, no seats are available as of now. So it's a very, very concerning situation that after the cap, also the fare, the airfare still skyrocketing. So yes, a very, very concerning situation for the passengers. Many passengers were still here talking to the customer care as far as their situation of course is concerned. They tried to speak about rescheduling of flights or reimbursement, but yes, this is taking time. This will take another a week or so. I mean, you never know how much time it will take for the reimbursement to happen at this moment.
Absolutely, Chandrika. Thank you very much for joining us on the broadcast and sharing those views. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, moving on, India's largest airline, Indigo, is grappling with one of its most serious operational disruptions in recent years, as more than 200 flights were cancelled and hundreds more delays happened just today. Here is what all transpired. Today is the 6th day of the disruption. Here is how and why Indigo is facing the massive wrath of the people.
मेरा बेटी का ब्लड आ रहा है, नीचे से ब्लड आ रहा, प्यार चाहिए, दे दो। क्यों नहीं कर सकता? क्यों नहीं कर सकता? क्यों नहीं कर सकता? मेरे को प्यार चाहिए अभी।
That we have experienced severe operational disruptions for the past few days. Since then, the crisis continued to aggravate, with today, December 5th, being the most severely impacted day, with the number of cancellations well over 1,000, or more than half of our number of daily flights. various causes. Yet, for you as a customer, it's important how we as Indigo address this. We have defined 3 lines of action. Firstly, customer communication and addressing your needs. For this, messages have been sent on social media, and just now a more detailed communication with information on refunds, cancellations and other customer support measures was sent. Also, we've stepped up our call center capacity.
See, in order to make air travel more safe and secure, the pilots were demanding extra rest hours as per international norms. So DGCA, on the directive of the courts, also declared the new norms for rest of 6 hours was increased to 8 hours. Similarly, the night flying hours were reduced, and directives were given more than 1 year back to all the airlines to recruit more pilots and staff and get ready for the new norms. All the airlines like Akasa, SpiceJet, Air India Express, they all adhered to the norms. But Indigo not only did not adhere to the norms, they also expanded their international route network and, increased their domestic flights without increasing the crew and the pilots. The result was, when government wanted to enforce the policy deadline, which was in November, till November end, Indigo, rather than cutting down some of their flights, grounded most of their flights. They took up a lot of the bays. So on those bays, SpiceJet and Air India also could not land in certain airports. The result was there was complete chaos. And people who had to go to see dying relatives or for other things, they had to, either take charter flights or, buy tickets at exorbitant rates. So this was also exploitation by other airlines.
Knowing there is a pilot shortage, tell me something. If there was a pilot shortage, why is it Akasha is not affected? Why is it Air India is not affected? Why is SpiceJet not affected? Basically, Indigo did not want to pay the market price. They announced that oversold tickets. And mind you, what planes are running, even those they are not willing to operate. Now, if there is a pilot shortage, is there a ground staff shortage? You have checked in passenger luggage, cancelled their flights, and they're taking 3-4 hours just to get their luggage back. This is the worst kind of strong arm tactic. It is criminal. It is outright criminal. The entire management of Indigo needs to be arrested. But clearly our minister has some kind of an understanding with him, or he has no understanding of the business.
The question still hangs in the air, sharp and unanswered. When will this aviation nightmare finally end?
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to now slip into a short break. After the break, we'll get you the inside details of the Karnataka power tussle, which has still not been sorted after 2 back-to-back breakfast meetings that were held.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आरपोर मसाला
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध MDH गरम मसाला
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड
पहाड़ों में हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है अरे मेरे राजा
राजा आरपोर मसाला भाई मेरा बेटी को प्यार चाहिए मेरा बेटी का ब्लड आ रहा है नीचे से ब्लड आ रहा है प्यार चाहिए दे दो क्यों नहीं कर सकता क्यों नहीं कर सकता क्यों नहीं कर सकता मेरे को प्यार
Hello everyone. After the successful launch of the show, here we are with another banging episode of Our Estate Building the Nation. Here we have the biggest news, the tech headlines, the investment trends, and also the home tips every buyer needs to know practically. Let's go ahead with the top news.
Noida's commercial real estate market is gearing up for a major leap. With Noida International Airport nearing completion, office demand in the region is accelerating sharply. A new report by Cushman and Wakefield shows that Noida recorded 3.3 million square feet of gross leasing between January and September of 2025. And by year end, this number is expected to climb up to 4.7 million square feet. The upcoming airport is emerging as the big catalyst, drawing corporates, global capability centers and new age companies towards Noida's expanding business ecosystem. Bengaluru-based home and furnishings brand Wakefit Innovations is set to hit the stock markets. The company has announced its IPO price bands at Rs 185 to Rs 195 per share. Wakefit aims to raise 1,288 crore, valuing the company at nearly 6,300 crore. From a digital-first mattress startup to a household furniture name, Wakefit's debut signals a strong face for India's new-age consumer brands. Mumbai's real estate momentum remains strong. Government data analyzed by Knight Frank India shows that city has registered over 12,219 property transactions in November, the highest for the month in more than a decade. This marks a 20% jump from November last year when registration stood at 10,216. The surge reflects steady home buyer confidence driven by infrastructure upgrades and sustained demand across segments. A big boost for North India's connectivity. The Delhi-Dehradun Expressway began its trial run on December 1st, 2025. Once fully operational by February of 2026, the high-speed corridor will cut the travel time between the two cities to just 2.5 hours. The expressway is expected to enhance tourism, reduce congestion, and offer a smoother and safe travel experience for thousands of daily commuters. Karnataka has taken a major step towards expanding Bengaluru's aviation capacity. The state government has finalized the location for the city's second international airport after extensive evaluation. The site near Neelamangala, Kunigal along National Highway 75 has been selected. The new airport will ease the load of Kempegowda International Airport and support Bengaluru's rapid growth as a global technology and business hub.
That was the top news roundup. For our big story this weekend, we have a breakup on REITs and the real estate landscape being brought forward by our very own Mr. Ashwinder R. Singh, Chairman, CII-NR, Real Estate, who is here to throw his insights and give his on-ground experience to all of us.
A lot of people ask me about REIT. Is it good to invest in REITs? Now, let me tell you, REIT is something which is a phenomenal investment product. REITs are the stock market gateway to real estate, offering not just liquidity, transparency, but stable yields without ownership hassles. So you need to understand, with India's REIT market projected to reach rupees 20 trillion by 2030, this is the mutual fund moment for real estate, ideal for long-term inflation-beating returns. So yes, REIT is a great product, a great value addition to your asset allocation and overall wealth portfolio. India's commercial real estate, it's evolving faster than ever before. From offices and retail spaces to data centers and logistic hubs, the built environment is transforming in step with India's economy. We've crossed a symbolic milestone, 1 billion square feet of office space, and yet only 15% of this stock sits within REIT structures. And what does that mean? That means there is a huge opportunity, a massive headroom for institutional growth. So whether it's office spaces, data centers, logistics, retail, India's real estate market is thriving. It is not just growing. It's getting institutionalized, which is how developed nations operate. And that's what will define the next decade of trust, transparency, confidence, and transformation in Indian real estate market. REITs are going to redefine the growth of Indian real estate in the next 4 to 5 years, and is going to be a new asset class which will come along equity, debt, gold, and other personal finance instruments that we speak about on a day-to-day basis.
That was a big story for this week. Next, we meet 3 childhood friends and founders of Unorthodox Designs, who are redefining how spaces are experienced in Delhi NCR. From commercial stores to homes, their thoughtful, minimalist designs turn every square foot into a story, blending style, function, and real estate value.
Hi, I'm Upneet Kaur, founding principal architect of Unorthodox Designs.
Hi, Salanki Saraf here, principal architect of Unorthodox Designs. So, Unorthodox Designs for us means translating happiness into spaces, and it is our guiding motto. Unorthodox Designs actually came up very organically. We have been friends back in college also. Then we got the opportunity to work together, which led to us spending a lot of time together. We've known each other for so long that we are now like family. We are each other's biggest cheerleaders.
Yeah, and so, I think we really believe in constructive criticism, yes, if there's any constructive feedbacks, and you know, without taking it, as she mentioned, Salanki mentioned, without taking it on each other's ego, we take it in, you know, how we can celebrate our differences, and you know, how we can work together as a team and you know, celebrate each other's strength rather than the differences that we have. We were only 3 of us, and there we grew to a team of 5, and then we decided to shift to this office where we are today. And in last 4 years, We have, grown from a team of 5 to 25 now.
So India, designing in India requires a lot of sensitivity. There are so many long-standing traditions. There is so much rich culture. There's so many emotions involved that you have to innate that warmth in every space. I think post-COVID, generally people have started investing more in their lifestyle. The kind of restaurants that are coming up, we are working with a lot of brands, Punjab Grills, Yumi, Chili's, and if you've heard of Karigari restaurants by Chef Harpal Singh Soki. So when we sit with them and we design the space also, because the customer requirement is not just to go to a space where you eat. You have to create an experience. People are spending and people want to spend on experiences. So I think that is how the requirements are changing, and that is how the real estate is also, we are contributing to real estate.
And also I feel that not only, your homes and your hospitality, but also with the builders, their perspective have also changed. They want to create those self-sustaining societies, the kind of retail spaces that are coming in the societies, the clubhouses. We are doing like a lot of societies which have like inbuilt clubhouses, not only one clubhouse but multiple clubhouses with all the amenities one can think of. Then we are doing like a lot of retail spaces in the society. It's not just restricted to living now. It's living with experience, with combining lifestyle with longevity, and how they want to create that entire holistic approach around the spaces. We do try to be very sustainable in our design approach. The materials we use, how we source it, where we source it from. Where we source it from. So if we are working in Delhi, for example, so we'll make sure that we are buying the materials here. So that's very we are not exporting or importing much of that. If it's required, then of course yes. But we try, and the materials that we use. There are projects that we have worked on in which we have used reclaimed material. So it really depends on project to project, and we try and bring in as much sustainability in that project as much possible.
We also try to work with local artisans so that we promote that also, and that is also one of our sustainable approaches. In fact, especially in Karigari restaurant, the name also suggests Karigar. So that restaurant where in the concept we try to promote a lot of Karigars of India, different artisans, different craftsmanships, and bring it all together in that restaurant experience.
In this week's Finance Ka Funda, we break down loan against property in the simplest way. What it is, who should consider it, and the key things you must remember before signing on the dotted line. Here's the story.
Running a business is tough. Long nights, rising costs, and constant tension about the next step. There comes a time when your business needs extra money. Banks don't approve easily. Investors want a share of your company, and you feel stuck. But the answer might already be with you. Your own property. Your house or office is not just a place you own. It can help you get money when your business needs it. This is called a loan against property. You can get up to 80 to 90% of your property's value as a loan. The interest is lower, the EMIs are flexible, and you get more time to repay. Some loans even go up to 25 years. You can use this money to expand your business, start a new project, recover from losses, or manage cash flow. And the best part, the property still stays with you. You don't have to give anyone a share of your business. You don't lose control. You just use what you already have in a smarter way. True financial freedom is not about taking more loans. It is about using your own assets wisely. This is Finance Ka Funda.
it's time to take a wider view of the industry, from green energy solutions to urban mobility to air quality rules. In Market Watch today, we bring you 3 quick stories: the rise of flexible solar panels, Mumbai's planned pod taxi network, and what Grab 3 and 4 mean for daily life in NCR. Let's have a look.
The future of solar isn't rigid anymore. It bends, it rolls, it adapts. Flexible solar panels or flexi modules are ultra-thin sheets that bend, roll and wrap around surfaces where traditional panels simply cannot fit. They're almost 80% lighter, making them perfect for caravans, tents, curved roofs or portable power on the go. Unlike older systems that needed drilling and heavy mounting frames, these panels can be installed in minutes with simple, lightweight fittings. And the best part, they are becoming affordable. In India, price ranges from as low as Rs 500 for small portable sheets to Rs 50,000 for larger installations. Flexible, portable and adaptable, these panels are redefining how India captures the sun. Mumbai may soon see one of the most futuristic transport ideas: pod taxis. The Maharashtra government is laying the groundwork for this project, with the Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis backing the plan to ease traffic and modernize the city's commute. Reports suggest that the first corridor will run from Kurla to Bandra, covering over 8 kilometers with 38 stations, and small pods carrying up to 6 passengers at a time. These pod taxis are fully automated, driverless, electric and elevated, running on a dedicated track that stays untouched by road traffic. Eco-friendly, efficient and quick, they promise a new way to move through one of India's busiest cities. A glimpse of the future floating above Mumbai's daily chaos. Mumbai's air has hit a breaking point. With pollution levels crossing dangerous limits, the city has entered Grab 4, the strictest emergency response stage. Areas in Mazgaon, Deonar and Malad have seen AQI numbers jump in the very poor and severe categories, from 300 to 400 and beyond. The biggest offenders: unprecedented construction activity. Metros, roads, flyovers and redevelopment projects all happening at once. Add winter's slow wind speeds and the pollutants simply hang in the air. Under Grab 4, all construction halts, but this pause comes at a cost. Delayed timelines, higher expenses and financial pressure across the real estate ecosystem. It's a tough moment for Mumbai, balancing growth with the urgent need to breathe cleaner air.
From energy to mobility to pollution control, the landscape is changing fast, and with change come questions. In this week's Legal Edge, Rhythm sits down with our legal expert Venkat Rao to answer the most important questions sent in by our viewers. Whether you are buying, selling, renting or planning to invest, this segment is for you.
We welcome on our show Advocate Venkat Rao, who has 23 years of experience in corporate law and also an understanding of compliance issues. As we welcome you on the show, we want to get in a sense of what are the property investments that lie ahead for our viewers. If a foreign national wants to buy property in India, say for example in Delhi, what are the key legal restrictions and approvals that are required?
Well, you see, foreign nationals per se cannot purchase any immobile property in this country unless, of course, it is for, say, some branch office or so and so, which is subject to certain RBI notification and regulations. Key here is that the activity that they are undertaking, for that only they can purchase. Second aspect of a foreign national would be in case if a foreign national is going to be here in this country for an uncertain period of time, and he is more than 182 days here in this country, then in that case, he may be allowed to purchase immobile property, but then he has to clearly demonstrate that he is going to stay through his visa, so on and so forth, for a longer and an uncertain period of time. Now, we should not confuse this foreign national, which is, at times confused with an NRI OCA, which is not the case. For NRI and OCA, there are separate other way of, and he's much more freer because he's from this country only. So that's the basic distinction.
Before making any property investment, what are the essential legal documents that one must check to ensure a clear ownership and avoid any disputes?
Okay. So, one aspect of purchase of immobile property is usually referred to purchases from the buyer, builders, and maybe secondary sales in the markets for a residential property or a commercial property. There, one aspect one has to take care of is the complete documentation chain. If he's buying a completed project, then the chain of the title, meaning you go to the sub-registrar, see how many, at least 30 years of ownership title therein, meaning thereby how long this property has been there in the name of the present owner and how it has come through, what have been the sub-registrar's office entries with respect to the change in ownership, so on and so forth. Then you come to the aspect of, in case if it is from the builder under construction, so on and so forth, then of course you see the aspect of builder itself, whether the builder is of repute, then all the requisite approvals, for the building plans, the project approvals, RERA registration, so on and so forth, and then come buy. So this is the two distinctions by one from buying from the primary and then from the secondary markets.
If a buyer takes a home loan or a loan against property, what legal safeguards should they know to protect themselves in case of default or dispute?
Default is something which is, if you are defaulting, then expecting a legal protection is, is absolutely incorrect, because you are taking a loan and you are supposed to honor it. That's one part of it. But yes, while the default in itself is considered, where it is considered can be looked into at the time of the agreements, and then probably, though, if you are availing a housing loan, the standard documentation that banks and institutions would not even let you put a finger. So you have very limited scope therein. But yes, you can still probably discuss with them with respect to specific defaults. Say, for instance, submission of the conveyance deed post registration. At times, your project or your unit is yet to be registered in your favor. There, you can probably seek some kind of a variance. But otherwise, invariably, you have very limited scope there to probably change anything as far as default is concerned. Disputes, again, arise out of these kind of misunderstandings only. And it is always better, as I said, you should be clear as to what kind of a loan you're taking, meaning thereby within housing loan also, as to what is the scheme under which you're taking, what is the interest rate, what are the other charges, which if you have to be very clear and seek that clarification, which reduces confusion and also probably disputes and, other litigations.
We thank Mr. Venkat Rao for being with us and giving us an understanding of what are the restrictions, what lies ahead, and how we can really make this journey into buying some land for ourselves or for our people. Thank you. And also to our viewers, to getting any help that you would be needing to be able to get the land that you would want. Thank you, Mr. Rao, for being with us.
And that's a wrap on this episode of Our Estate, Building the Nation. Thank you for joining us. We'll be back next week with more exciting news, insights and stories from across India's real estate world. Until then, stay curious, stay informed and keep making smart property choices.
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
सबका राजा आर्योर मसाला।
Massive fire broke out early morning at a boat anchoring point on Ashtamuddi Lake, destroying more than 10 fishing boats. 6 fire force units rushed to the spot and brought the fire under control. No casualties were reported. The blaze erupted around 2:30 a.m. The exact cause of the fire remains unclear. Cold wave continues in the Kashmir Valley as mercury dips to sub-zero temperatures. As per the IMD, the minimum temperature recorded in the city today is -3 degrees Celsius and the highest is likely to be around 11 degrees Celsius. Sanatan Sanskriti Sansad organizes Lokho Kathe Gita Path, where 5 lakh people recited the holy Bhagavad Gita at the Brigade Parade ground in Kolkata. A gala event featuring recitation of verses from the Bhagavad Gita by 1 lakh people in Kolkata. On the occasion of the Armed Forces Flag Day, officials from the Sainik Welfare Department pinned the flag on Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami. Armed Forces Flag Day is observed on December 7th annually to honour the martyrs and the service members. Initiated back in 1949, it fosters patriotism, raises funds for the military families. Early morning visuals from around India Gate and Kartavya Path show a layer of toxic smog blanketing the area. AQI around the area was recorded at 278, categorized as poor as per the CPCB. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh arrives in Leh, Ladakh to take stock of the 125 strategically significant infrastructure projects, including Shiok Tunnel across 7 states and 2 union territories constructed by the BRO that has been made. A cold wave continues in Kashmir Valley as mercury dips to sub-zero temperatures. As per IMD, the minimum temperature recorded in the city today is -3 degrees Celsius and the highest is likely to be 11 degrees Celsius. Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami offered prayers at the Bagnath Temple in Bageshwar. Dhami said that this place had held special significance since ancient times and he's developed this place and create a master plan for it. The half marathon organized by District Police Administration was held at the District Police Lines ground in Rajouri. The event consisted of 3 events, 5 kilometers, 10 kilometers and 21 kilometers. Children from Jammu and Kashmir across the Union Territory as well as outside participated and spread the message against consumption of drugs. Tripura Chief Minister Manik Shah plays golf as he attends Golf Tournament 2025 at Tusker BSF Golf Course in Agartala. Chief Minister Saha said this will grow further in the coming days, and whatever is needed to be strengthened it further, the government will make efforts. Adani University hosted its second convocation ceremony on Saturday at the University Auditorium in Shantigram, celebrating the achievements of 87 graduating students, including 3 distinguished university medalists. The event brought together families, faculty, governing body members and industry leaders. Presiding over the ceremony, Dr. Preeti J. Adani emphasized India's rise, the nation's civilizational depth and the responsibility of future leaders to build infrastructure that enhances quality of life.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good evening. It's 4 p.m. and you're watching Live and Breaking with me, Antara Gupta. Our top story, viewers, continues to be the deadly Goa fire tragedy. 25 people have lost their lives, 7 are injured. While the CM says that it was because of pyro, what exactly happened in that nightclub? What exactly happened in the bustling nightlife area of Goa? We are yet to find that out. We are tracking this and a lot more. But first, as always, a quick check of the headlines. Goa CM Pramod Sawant speaks to Republic exclusively on Birch Nightclub fire tragedy. Admits pyro was used in the club, orders probe. Goa CM Pramod Sawant vows stringent action against Birch Club owner and manager after 25 killed in the fire tragedy. More Indigo cancellations continue for 6th straight day. Over 400 flights cancelled across major airports. DGCA issues show cause notice against Indigo CEO Peter Elbers, given 24 hours to respond. Parliament set for historic debate on the 150th anniversary of Vande Mataram. Prime Minister Modi to initiate debate in the Lok Sabha. Karnataka power tussle back in focus. DK Shiv Kumar drops a bombshell. Says prepare for a change in the state. Ladies and gentlemen, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has expressed immense gratitude to our brave armed forces on this Armed Forces Day. Ladies and gentlemen, this is one of the big stories that we are tracking. It is the Armed Forces Flag Day, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi has expressed gratitude on the occasion of the Armed Forces Flag Day and hailed their devotion to the nation. Now, in a post on the social media platform X, Prime Minister Modi lauded the armed forces for their unwavering courage, discipline, resolve and spirit to shield the nation. He has in fact also called for donating to the Armed Forces Flag Day Fund. Earlier in the day, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh extended greetings to the Indian Armed Forces and lauded their valour and sacrifices for the country. Chief of Defence Staff General Anil Chauhan also extended greetings to all the Indian Armed Forces soldiers, veterans and Veer Naris, acknowledging their resolute service and indomitable spirit.
जी, वैसे तो अभी ऑपरेशन सिंदूर स्थगित है, ख़त्म नहीं हुआ है, जारी है, तो वो तो आपको पता ही है। लेकिन और जो कुछ भी वो उन दिनों पहलगाम और टेररिस्ट अटैक के बाद जो एक्शन लिया गया था भारत की गवर्नमेंट के द्वारा और भारत की सेनाओं के द्वारा, वो भी आपको मालूम है। ये पूरे देशवासियों को मुझे ऐसा एहसास है कि देशवासियों को हमारी सेनाओं पे गर्व है और पूरी सशक्त सेनाएं, आर्मी, नेवी, एयरफोर्स और बाकी जो CAPFs हैं वो अपनी अपनी ड्यूटी कर रही हैं और कोई भी हमारी तरफ अगर गलत नज़रों से देखेगा तो उसका बहुत करारा जवाब दिया जाएगा। ये हमने सिंदूर में भी दिखाया है और आगे भी दिखाएंगे।
Ladies and gentlemen, we are tracking other stories in this bulletin as well. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh inaugurated the Shyok Tunnel in Leh Ladakh. Here are the details. Take a look at this report.
Defence Minister Rajnath Singh inaugurated the Shyok Tunnel in Leh Ladakh. Addressing the personnel of Border Roads Organisation, Rajnath Singh referred to Operation Sindoor's success, saying the world witnessed India's strength in response to the terror attack in Pahalgam.
मैं ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की चर्चा यहाँ पर जरूर करना चाहूँगा। अभी कुछ ही महीने पहले हमने देखा जब पहलगाम के दुर्दांत आतंकी हमले का जवाब देते हुए हमारी आर्म फोर्सेस ने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर को प्रभावी तरीके से अंजाम दिया तो आतंकियों का क्या हश्र किया ये दुनिया जानती है। वैसे करने को तो हम बहुत कुछ कर सकते थे, लेकिन हमारी सेनाओं ने पराक्रम के साथ साथ धैर्य का भी परिचय देते हुए उतना ही किया जितना की आवश्यक था। इतना बड़ा ऑपरेशन इसलिए संभव हो पाया क्योंकि हमारी कनेक्टिविटी स्ट्रांग थी।
Rajnath Singh also paid tribute to the soldiers who sacrificed their lives in the line of duty and thanked the people of Ladakh for their continued support to the armed forces.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, a fire at a Goa nightclub post-midnight on Sunday killed at least 25 people, including 14 staff members and some tourists as well. The incident occurred at the Birch by Romeo Lane nightclub in the Arpora village, North Goa. This is one of the biggest stories that we are tracking, ladies and gentlemen. In fact, Goa CM Dr. Pramod Sawant has also spoken exclusively to Republic, and he has also said that he has ordered a magisterial inquiry into the incident, as well as has promised and vowed stringent action against the club owners. As per the reports that are coming in, the club owners are currently on a run while FIR has been registered against them. It is a deadly fire, ladies and gentlemen, that broke out a little after the midnight where 25 people were killed and 7 were injured.
कितने साल से काम कर रहे थे?
अभी लिसलनी गांव से आया, नवंबर 27 तारीख को आया। अभी 4 दिन हुआ काम पर करके उसका।
3 दिन से काम?
हाँ, 3 दिन।
बर्च नाइटक्लब में काम कर रहा था?
हाँ, काम कर रहा था, हाउसकीपिंग जॉब कर रहा था।
हाउसकीपिंग कर रहा था? आपकी कुछ बात हुई थी उनसे?
उससे बात नहीं हो तो मेरा काजन उसका भाई फ़ोन किया था रात को, ऐसा प्रॉब्लम हो गया। सुबह 4 बजे फ़ोन आया था।
उनके भाई का आपको कॉल आया था आसाम से?
हाँ, कासम से फ़ोन आया था।
आप भी यहीं पे काम करते हैं?
हाँ, मैं यहाँ पे काम करती हूँ।
आप अभी अंदर जाके आए हैं?
हाँ, देख के आया उसका।
आपने पहचाना?
हाँ, पहचाना।
कैसे पहचाना?
उसका मुँह में धुआं लगा है और थोड़ा नाक से ऐसा खून आया है।
आपकी आंखों में आंसू देख पा रही हूँ।
और अभी सरकार का टीम आया तो पूरा फुल सपोर्ट दे रहा है सरकार, कुछ टेंशन लेने के लिए नहीं बोला, सब कुछ करके देगा।
परिस्थिति गंभीर है अंदर?
नहीं, अभी सरकार का टीम बोला टेंशन मत लो, हम लोग आप लोग के साथ है, सब जो कुछ है हम लोग देख लेगा, आपका सही सलामत आपका बॉडी घर गाँव पहुँचा देगा, कुछ टेंशन नहीं मत लो, सरकार का पूरा साथ है। सरकार
अभी तो कोई भी क्यों नहीं आया सीनियर बंदा?
कम से कम आके मिलके तो जाना चाहिए।
कोई मैनेजर हो, कोई GM हो, कोई HR हो, कोई बॉस हो, कोई कुछ भी हो। बॉस हम लोग की वजह से वो बॉस बनाए, भूल गया वो बात। अभी कल के दिन उसकी अभी ये घटना देख के कोई भी स्टाफ उधर काम नहीं करेगा तो कौन बोलेगा बॉस? जब हम लोग हैं तभी ना तुम लोग बॉस हो। आओ बात करो हमसे, फोन ही नहीं उठा रहे हो सुबह से। ये तो नहीं है कि आपको खबर नहीं पहुंची होगी, खबर पहुंच के तो आप फोन नहीं उठा रहे हो ना। अभी मेरा कहना क्या है, चलो डेड बॉडी है, कोई पहचान में आ रही है, जो पहचान में नहीं आ रहा है इनके पास पुलिस फॉर्म है, कंपनी के पास पुलिस फॉर्म दे दो, फैमिली को इन्फॉर्म करेंगे, फैमिली आएगी, आप लोग फैमिली से बात करो, फैमिली से बात होनी चाहिए। किसी का कोई यही नहीं इधर।
जितना जल्दी हो सके कम से कम उतनी फैमिली तो आ जाएगी।
हाँ, फ्राइडे सैटरडे संडे को रहता है, हफ्ते में 3 दिन रहता है वो। वो कभी कभी सर, वो कभी कभी जो दूसरा आर्टिस्ट लोग आता है, ऐसे स्पेशल आर्टिस्ट लोग आता है तो वो लोग अपना वो दिखाते हैं, स्किल दिखाते हैं, तो उसी में ये थोड़ा बहुत हो गया है। और ऐसा तो कुछ नहीं है। हमारा कहना क्या है, डेड बॉडी को अच्छी तरह रखो जब तक फैमिली नहीं आती है। अभी उधर खड़े होने के लिए 10 मिनट खड़े हो जाओ, नाक बंद करना पड़ रहा है खड़े होने के लिए उधर ही। तो आप उसमें से कैसे वो कर सकते हैं? हम यहाँ से डेड बॉडी नेपाल कैसे भेजेंगे?
All right, joining me live are my two colleagues, Nitin from outside the Birch Nightclub and Swarali from outside the Goa Medical College. Nitin, my first question to you. For our viewers who are just tuning in, if you could give us a chronology of what exactly happened, when exactly did the fire break out? What we are coming to know as per the reports that the fire broke out a little after midnight. What exactly transpired after that?
Exactly. So it's just been a very chaotic, long night for every Goan out here, every international tourist. As we've seen, 12:30 is what the time is being ascertained, is when the incident happened. Cases of suffocation has rightly come to light. There have been opposition pressure, there's political pressure. Obviously, there's a way to twist this incident as a political fiasco. Beyond that, the concern really lies and with the family members that have faced losses of loved ones. Beyond that, I like to bring a big exclusive for our viewers today. I've just got to know through our sources on the ground that there are 4 arrests that have already been made, mostly from the management personnel at the place. There has been an arrest. There have been 4 people, and there are talks. There are rumors of another person to be arrested, soon to be arrested from the local political circles of Goa. So that's the latest and the biggest update for our viewers at Republic TV. Over to you, Antara.
Right, Nitin. Another question that I want to ask you here is, what we're coming to know is that there is an FIR that has also been registered against the 2 owners. What is the status on that?
So the status on that, it cannot really be expedited faster because the owner is fleeing. He's not currently in Goa right now. There are reports that are coming in that he's not in India, as far as knowledge is concerned, as of now. But we'll keep bringing you updates about owner's whereabouts. He's completely lost this battle. He has his establishment all across Delhi, Bhubaneswar, Noida, and obviously in Goa, where this big incident has come to light. So it's really a question of why are these licenses being given to these people? Why is there no question? Where is he right now, as of now, when 25 people have already lost lives at one of his establishments? I think that's the real question that our viewers would like to know. And he's not answerable. He's not picking calls. As you see, he's nowhere to be found. There's just political party members coming up here.
Yes.
Yeah, over to you. Yeah.
Yes, absolutely, Nitin. These are some tough questions that we have to ask at this point. Swarali, my next question is to you. You know, you're outside the Goa Medical College right now, and of course, there is this very, very difficult and distressing process of identifying the bodies of the victims. What is the status on that? Have the families been, are the families aware, especially the foreigners, for the foreign tourists who were here in the club? Are the families of those tourists aware of what has happened, what has transpired there, and has any relative come there to claim any of their loved ones?
Yes, let me tell you what we are collecting from the ground is that some of the relatives or the family members of these deceased are at the spot, and they are trying to identify or recognize their loved ones who have lost their lives in this tragic incident that has taken place in the North Goa, and to be very specific, Arpora region, in the Birch Nightclub. So let me tell you, some of the staff members were involved in this. They are deceased in this entire incident, and co-workers who are working in the same lane of which is named like a Romeo lane, and there are several such nightclubs or restaurants in the same lane, and they have come forward to identify their relatives. But what I could gather from ground is that relatives are enraged because they are saying that we are present at the location since morning. Some are there since the midnight, some have come since the 10 a.m. but no proper communication is being done with the families. And now I can get that some of the family members of tourists have also come down, and they are inside the zones wherein the bodies are there and the process of post-mortem and recognition is done. Now when we are trying to talk to the opposition parties of the Goa, they are saying that these illegal structures, there are several illegal structures along the coastline of North Goa, and this has been going on since a long time. As Nitin was rightly pointing out, the real question over here is why these licenses are being given to people who are not following the norms, may it be fire safety norms or the structure norms which are required. Because what we are gathering from the co-workers of the deceased is that the people have lost their lives in the kitchen area specifically. They are not burnt, but they have suffocated to the kind of environment was created on the spot. Because to be very specific, they were telling me on camera that there are no burn marks on the bodies, but there was a blood coming out from their ears or nose, which shows that they have suffocated to the fire incident that has taken place. And it's not a cylinder blast allegedly, but it has become because of the fire spot that was being on the spot. But these are all allegations and investigation is under the way. And one of the very important breaking update right now is that among the 4 who are detained is the manager of Birch Nightclub. Now it is to be seen what comes up in the investigation. Back to you.
Absolutely, Swarali. These are some tough questions that our colleagues from the ground are reporting. We continue to get you exclusive details on the same. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, Republic's Deputy Executive Editor spoke exclusively to Goa CM Dr. Pramod Sawant over the entire incident and follow-ups. Listen in to what the Chief Minister had to say.
Dr. Sawant, thank you very much for joining us on this broadcast. I want to straight away begin by asking you that the Panchayat had already raised concerns about rules not being followed by the nightclub. Despite that, the operations continued. Is there any reason why the Goa government looked the other way?
At present, हमने इसके खिलाफ मैजिस्ट्रेट इंक्वायरी लगाई है. मैजिस्ट्रेट इंक्वायरी का रिपोर्ट आने के बाद भी इस पे मैं कमेंट कर सकूंगा, क्योंकि किसने ट्रेड लाइसेंस दिया और किसने इसको, ये बाद में पता चलेगा.
डॉक्टर सावंत, प्रिलिमिनरी जो इन्फॉर्मेशन आपके पास आई है उससे आपको क्या जानकारी मिल रही है कि आखिरकार ये क्या कारण हो सकता है? क्योंकि कुछ लोग ये कह रहे थे कि कुछ पायरोज विजुअल्स हो रहे थे, कुछ प्रोग्राम चल रही थी, उस वक्त आग लगी. आपके पास
सही कहा, आपने सही कहा. इस कुछ तो पायरोल्स कुछ तो वहां पे लगे थे, तो क्लब के ऊपर वाले हॉल में आग लगी और वहां से लोग बाहर एक ही दरवाजे से जो निकलना था, ज्यादा लोग बाहर निकल आए, लेकिन जो लोग उनके ग्राउंड फ्लोर में चले गए वो सफोकेशन के वजह से उनकी डेथ हो गई है. ये प्रिलिमिनरी इंक्वायरी तो आई है. इसके 25 लोगों की डेथ हो गई है, 6 लोग अभी एडमिटेड है, दे आर आउट ऑफ डेंजर, उनकी ट्रीटमेंट अच्छी तरह से चल रही है. तो फिर बाकी तो जो रिपोर्ट आएगा उसके अनुसार हम स्ट्रिक्टली एक्शंस will take against that club owner and club managers.
एक आखिरी सवाल डॉक्टर सावंत करना चाहूंगा कि आखिरकार जब आप देखें कि कई सारे रूल्स एंड रेगुलेशंस को फ्लाउट किया गया है प्रिलिमिनरी इंफॉर्मेशन के तहत, आप अगर देखें, आप किसको जिम्मेदार ठहराएंगे? क्योंकि जिस तरह से आपके सरकार के ऊपर आरोप लग रहे हैं,
रिपोर्ट आने के बाद ही इसके ऊपर बात करना उचित, रिपोर्ट आने के बाद ही इसके ऊपर बात करना उचित रहेगा. We are waiting for the report.
Meanwhile, our colleague Swarali has spoken to Durga Das Kamat, leader of Goa Forward Party, on the fire tragedy. Listen in to what he had to say.
Goa woke up to a tragic news today early morning, wherein 25 people have lost their lives due to the, what you call it, complete illegal negligence by the state government. Now, the Sarpanch of the Arpora village went on record saying that the Panchayat had issued a demolition order. If you see the club, it's in the middle of a rivulet and a salt pan. So the Panchayat is on record saying that demolition order was issued, but then the owners went to higher ups and got a stay. So now heads have to roll. Who gave a stay to this? Whether the director of Panchayat was involved, whether the BDO was involved. If yes, what is the name of the BDO and what is the name of the Panchayat director who had given the stay to the complete illegal structure which has taken lives of innocent people, especially the rebellers, and if I'm not wrong, couple of tourists, and this has brought very bad name to our state because we are in the peak of a tourist season in the month of December. And this now, when we woke up to this news has already gone international. So unfortunately, these things are happening, and this is all happening due to the Hafta Raj in the state. Honorable Chief Minister on record now saying that he will act. FIR has been, registered, but that will not serve the purpose. FIR is okay, paperwork has to be done, but they need to be immediately arrested and an independent inquiry.
In fact, viewers, to give you an overview of what exactly happened on the intervening night of Saturday and Sunday, a devastating fire broke out at the Birch by Romeo Lane nightclub in Goa at around 12:04 a.m. on December 7th, 2025, claiming 25 lives, injuring 6 others. The fire is believed to have started on the dance floor, spreading rapidly and trapping many inside. The moment of the blaze was captured in a chilling video from inside the club. Take a look at this report.
A fun-filled party in Goa turned fatal. Goa's popular nightclub, Birch by Romeo Lane, has been completely gutted by a huge fire. At least 25 people have died, including 4 tourists and 19 staff members in the deadly fire. These are the final moments inside the Goa nightclub just before the deadly fire erupted. The video from a dance floor captures the chaos at Goa nightclub moments before the fire erupted. The video captures the ceiling erupting in flames right above the dance performance on stage while the show was still on. The clip shows a female belly dancer performing on a small raised platform inside the club. Around 10 seconds into the video, bright flames erupt from the ceiling directly above the dancer. Within few more seconds, the fire spreads across the ceiling. The dancer and other musicians turn around and run as the flames intensify, with thick smoke already visible by the time the video cuts out. However, there is no visible sign of fire safety equipment activating at the moment the blaze breaks out. Preliminary probe indicates that the nightclub had not complied with required fire safety standards. Several videos from the spot showed the blaze engulfing near every part of the establishment. The fire broke out at Birch Nightclub around 12:04 last night and took around 3 hours to be under control.
A fun night of music and dance turned into a scene of death and despair in North Goa. A massive fire ripped through a packed club in Arpora, killing at least 25 people. Eyewitnesses describe hearing a loud explosion followed by plumes of smoke and panic as people ran for their lives. Most victims died of suffocation after being trapped in the basement. In fact, authorities have also ordered a probe into the safety lapses as families mourn their death. Take a look at this report.
A fun-filled Saturday night turned into a nightmare in North Goa's Arpora area as a massive fire tore through a packed nightclub. Eyewitnesses say that the fire spread within seconds, trapping people inside with no clear escape routes.
मेरे को सर जैसे उधर दिखाई दिया ना, वो आग जैसे ऊपर लोग दिखाई दे रहा है, कैसे मालूम पड़ा कि आग लगा? क्या आवाज ऐसा कुछ आवाज आया जैसे टायर गाड़ी का बोलता है ना, उससे आवाज आया जैसे सिलेंडर ब्लास्ट हुआ है, मालूम पड़ा वो.
According to police, the blaze is suspected to have been triggered by a gas cylinder explosion in the kitchen area. The fire quickly engulfed the entire premises as panic set in among hundreds who were inside or nearby. Some victims were trapped in the basement area with heavy smoke, leading to death by suffocation.
वो देखने के लिए आया है ना, मेरा भतीजा है, बड़ा भाई का लड़का है, लोग दोनों, तो इसको देखने के लिए आया ना.
क्या हुआ?
वो होटल में रहता था ना,
रात को इंसिडेंट हुआ उसमें.
हाँ, रात को ही
है या मर गया?
मर गया, दोनों मर गया.
क्या
3 मरा. होटल में किचन में काम करता था ये लोग.
तो उस होटल में?
हाँ.
आपको कब मतलब मालूम पड़ा?
मेरे को तो सुबह पता चला.
ये कहाँ के थे?
हम लोग गाँव का ही था. झारखंड गोविंदपुर फतेहपुर है.
Families from Jharkhand, Delhi and other states rushed to Goa as news of the tragedy spread. Tourists staying nearby also witnessed the terrifying aftermath in the dead of night.
एक्चुअली हम लोगों की फ़्लाइट कल रात 10:30 बजे की लैंड हुई थी, तो हम अराउंड 12 बजे यहाँ आए थे. तो जैसे ही हम लोग अपने हॉस्टल पहुँचे तो हमने देखा वहाँ पे कि धुआं काफ़ी ज़्यादा आ रहा है एंड वहाँ कुछ रेडिश ह्यू भी था, तो हम यहाँ पता कर रहे हैं कि क्या हुआ है. एक्चुअली वी वर प्लानिंग टू कम एंड पार्टी हियर एट yesterday night. Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, India's largest domestic airline, Indigo, is grappling with one of its most serious aviation meltdown. Hundreds, if not thousands of flights have been cancelled, and it has entered, this crisis has entered its 6th straight day. While there are tall promises that are being made of Indigo refunding the passengers' money, yet, bearing the brunt of this civil aviation meltdown are the pilots as well as the passengers. Take a look.
मेरा बेटी को प्यार चाहिए, मेरा बेटी का ब्लड आ रहा, ब्लड नीचे से ब्लड आ रहा, प्यार चाहिए, दे दो. क्यों नहीं कर सकता? क्यों नहीं कर सकता? क्यों नहीं कर सकता? मेरे को प्यार चाहिए अभी.
That we have experienced severe operational disruptions for the past few days. Since then, the crisis continued to aggravate, with today, December 5th, being the most severely impacted day, with the number of cancellations well over 1,000, or more than half of our number of daily flights. Various causes. Yet, for you as a customer, it's important how we as Indigo address this. We have defined 3 lines of action. Firstly, customer communication and addressing your needs. For this, messages have been sent on social media, and just now a more detailed communication with information on refunds, cancellations and other customer support measures was sent. Also, we've stepped up our call center capacity.
See, in order to make air travel more safe and secure, the pilots were demanding extra rest hours as per international norms. So DGCA, on the directive of the courts, also declared the new norms for rest of 6 hours was increased to 8 hours. Similarly, the night flying hours were reduced, and directives were given more than 1 year back to all the airlines to recruit more pilots and staff and get ready for the new norms. All the airlines like Akasa, SpiceJet, Air India Express, they all adhere to the norms. But Indigo not only did not adhere to the norms, they also expanded their international route network and, increase their domestic flights without increasing the crew and the pilots. The result was, when government wanted to enforce the policy deadline, which was in November, till November end, Indigo, rather than cutting down some of their flights, grounded most of their flights. They took up a lot of the bays. So on those bays, SpiceJet and Air India also could not land in certain airports. That was, there was complete chaos. And people who had to go to see dying relatives or for other things, they had to, either take charter flights or, buy tickets at exorbitant rates. So this was also exploitation by other airlines.
Knowing there is a pilot shortage, tell me something. If there was a pilot shortage, why is it Akasha is not affected? Why is it Air India is not affected? Why is SpiceJet not affected? Basically, Indigo did not want to pay the market price. They announced an oversold tickets. And mind you, what planes are running, even those they are not willing to operate. Now, if there is a pilot shortage, is there a ground staff shortage? You have checked in passenger luggage, cancelled their flights, and they're taking 3-4 hours just to get their luggage back. This is the worst kind of strong arm tactic. It is criminal. It is outright criminal. The entire management of Indigo needs to be arrested. But clearly our minister has some kind of an understanding with him, or he has no understanding of the business.
The question still hangs in the air, sharp and unanswered. When will this aviation nightmare finally end?
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर्पर मसाला।
सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
भाई मेरा बेटी को प्यार चाहिए, मेरा बेटी का ब्लड आ रहा है, नीचे से ब्लड आ रहा है, प्यार चाहिए, दे दो। क्यों नहीं कर सकता? क्यों नहीं कर सकता? क्यों नहीं कर सकता? मेरे को प्यार चाहिए अभी।
पूर्वोत्तर भारत का त्रिपुरा, जहां प्रकृति की लहर में संस्कृति की सुगंध घुली है। ये धरती परंपरा, विविधता और नई संभावनाओं का सुंदर संगम है। और जब सुबह की पहली किरण त्रिपुरा के पहाड़ों को सुनहरा करती है, तभी किसी गांव में एक नया सवेरा जन्म लेता है, जहां ग्रामीण महिलाएं अपने हाथों की मेहनत और सपनों के रंग से अपनी जिंदगी को नया अर्थ देती है। ये कहानी है बदलाव की, जिसने उन्हें हिम्मत दी, राह दिखाई और आत्मनिर्भर बनाया। TRLM त्रिपुरा रूरल लाइवलीहुड मिशन राज्य के ग्रामीण विकास विभाग के अंतर्गत वे शक्ति है जो महिलाओं को एक सूत्र में जोड़ती है, उन्हें प्रशिक्षण देती है, ऋण से सशक्त करती है और उनके उत्पादों को बाजार तक पहुंचाती है।
त्रिपुरा सरकार ने महिलाओं को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने के लिए कई परिकल्पनाएं शुरू की हैं। त्रिपुरा रूरल लाइवलीहुड मिशन के माध्यम से आज हजारों महिलाएं स्व सहायता समूहों से जुड़ चुकी हैं। हम उन्हें प्रशिक्षण, बैंक ऋण और विपणन सहायता प्रदान कर रहे हैं ताकि वो अपनी आजीविका खुद तय कर सके। आज हमारे राज्य की लगभग हर पंचायत में स्वयं सहायता समूह काम कर रहे हैं। 30,000 से अधिक समूहों ने अपने आर्थिक परिचय बनाए हैं। ये महिलाएं अब सिर्फ घर की जिम्मेदारी नहीं निभा रही है, बल्कि अपने गांव की अर्थव्यवस्था को भी नई दिशा दे रही है।
हर परिवार की एक महिला सदस्य जब SHG से जुड़ती है, तो वे समूह बढ़कर विलेज ऑर्गेनाइजेशन और क्लस्टर फाउंडेशन में बदल जाता है, जहां मिलती है सीख, सहयोग और आत्मविश्वास की शक्ति।
नमस्कार, আমার নাম লতিফা বেগম।
আমার গ্রামের নাম তেলকাজলা গ্রাম পঞ্চায়েত। আমার গ্রুপের নাম হয়েছে নজরুল এসএসজি। আমি এই এসএসজিতে যুক্ত হওয়ার পর আমি ক্ষুদ্র ক্ষুদ্র ঋণ নেওয়া, মুতিমালা, এই অন্যান্য হাতের কাজ করতাম টুকিটাকি। তখন আমার ইনকাম হয়তো মান্থলি 3 থেকে 4 হাজার বা 5 হাজার টাকা ইনকাম করতাম। তো একদিন স্যারেরা আমাদের সাথে আলোচনা করিয়া কইল যে এই অ্যাভেলেবেল কচুরিফানা আমাদের এদিকে, তো আমরা 20 জন দিদি মিলে এই একটা এনএফসি তৈরি করি, যে এনএফসির নাম স্বাগত এনএফসি। তারপর আমরা একটা ট্রেনিং পাই 6 মাস ট্রেনিংয়ের পর আমরা বিভিন্ন হাতের কাজ তৈরি করতে পারি। তখন আমরা এনএফসিতে তখন একটা পান্ড দিছিল টিআরএলএম থেকে 7 লাখ টাকা। তারপরে যখন আমরা আস্তে আস্তে বিজনেসটা একটু উপরের দিকে যাইতেছে, তখন আবার টিআরএম আমরা 15 লাখ টাকা ইনভেস্ট করছে, আমরা যাতে কিভাবে এই প্রজেক্টটারে বাড়াইতে পারি। ইনকাম আগে তো আমার ক্ষুদ্র একটা ব্যবসা ছিল, যে কারণে আমি এত একটা কিছু করতে পারতাম না। এখন এই এনএফসিতে আওয়ার পরে বা এই কাজের সাথে যুক্ত হওয়ার পরে আমার মান্থলি এখন 10 থেকে 12 হাজার টাকা পরে, যেটা দিয়ে আমার সংসারও আমিও আমার হাজব্যান্ডকে সাপোর্ট করতে পারি। যেই কারণে আমরা টিআরএলএম प्लस त्रिपुरा सरकार के असंख्य धन्यवाद।
इन्हीं समूहों से निकलती है वे महिलाएं जो आज कृषि, पशुपालन, हस्तशिल्प और खाद्य प्रसंस्करण में अपनी अलग पहचान बना रही हैं। साल 2022-23 में 63,000 से अधिक ग्रामीण महिलाएं टीआरएलएम से जुड़ी और 120 करोड़ से अधिक के बैंक ऋण से उनके सपनों को उड़ान दी। लखपति दीदी और समृद्धि अभियान जैसी पहलों ने महिलाओं को केवल आर्थिक नहीं, सामाजिक रूप से भी सशक्त किया है।
नमस्कार, আমার নাম রূপালী সরকার। আমি বিবেকানন্দ এসএসজি গ্রুপের একজন গ্রুপ প্রেসিডেন্ট। আমার ভিউর নাম জনকল্যাণ ভিউ দক্ষিণ চরিলাম। আমি এই সেলফ হেল্প গ্রুপ করার উদ্দেশ্য, আমি নিজের পায়ে নিজে কীভাবে দাঁড়াবো, আমি নিজে স্বাবলম্বী হব। আমার আর্থিক অবস্থা আগে খুবই দুর্বল ছিল। এখন আমি এই এসএসজি গ্রুপ করে টিআরএলএমের তাদের সহযোগিতায় অনেক ট্রেনিং আমি পেয়েছি। আচারের ট্রেনিং নিয়েছি, বেম্বু জুয়েলারি ট্রেনিং নিয়েছি, তারপরে সফটওয়্যার পুতুলের ট্রেনিং নিয়েছি। সবকটা ট্রেনিং করে করে আমি সব কিছু প্রোডাক্ট বানিয়ে যেখানে যেখানে সরকারি মেলা হয় ওইখানে আমাকে পাঠায়, এবং টিআরএলএমের সহযোগিতা আমি আজকে আমার পরিবার নিয়ে আমি খেয়ে দিয়ে ভালো আছি। আমার আর্থিক অবস্থা আগে খুবই অচল ছিল, 2 মুঠো ভাত খাওয়ার ব্যবস্থা ছিল না। আমাকে ব্যাংক লোন সহযোগিতা করেছে, উদ্যম আধার দিয়ে আমি 2 লাখ টাকা লোন স্যাংশন করে দিয়েছে টিআরএলএম অফিস। ওই লোন নিয়ে আমি এখন বেম্বু জুয়েলারি ব্যবসা শুরু করি। এখন আমি বেম্বু জুয়েলারি সারা ত্রিপুরাতে আমি বিক্রি করছি, ভালোই আছি। আমি সম্পূর্ণ কৃতজ্ঞ। টিআরএলএম অফিস আমাকে সর্বদিকে সর্বক্ষণ আমাকে এগিয়ে নিয়ে যাওয়ার জন্য তারা নানান প্রচেষ্টা চালিয়ে যাচ্ছে।
मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, हमारे लिए खुशी की बात है कि एक तरफ मेरे सीईओ दुनिया भर में नाम कमा रहे हैं भारत का, तो दूसरी तरफ विमेन सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप से 1 करोड़ मेरी सामान्य परिवार की माताएं बहनें लखपति दीदी बनती है।
आज त्रिपुरा की 1,14,630 लखपति दीदियां गर्व के साथ अपना कारोबार चला रही हैं। आज त्रिपुरा की महिलाएं सीमाओं से आगे बढ़ चुकी हैं। वे नेतृत्व कर रही हैं, उत्पादन कर रही हैं और डिजिटल युग में अपनी जगह बना रही हैं। ये सिर्फ आजीविका ही नहीं बल्कि आत्मसम्मान और परिवर्तन की मिसाल है।
मुझे गर्व है कि आज त्रिपुरा में 1,14,630 लखपति दीदियाँ जो अपने व्यवसाय और परिवार दोनों को सफलता से बढ़ा रही है। टीआरएलएम महिला को उद्यमिता, वित्तीय साक्षरता, डिजिटल कौशल और उत्पादन आधारित प्रशिक्षण देता है। हमने तृप्ति प्रोजेक्ट जैसी पहल शुरू की है जो विशेष रूप से हमारे पहाड़ी और दूर दराज क्षेत्रों की महिलाओं को आजीविका के नई अवसर दे रही हैं। महिलाओं के उत्पादों का बाजार से जोड़ने के लिए हमने ट्राइफेड, रूरल मार्ट और त्रिपुरा एम्पोरियम जैसे मंच तैयार किए हैं। साथ ही ई कॉमर्स प्लेटफॉर्म के माध्यम से हम उनके उत्पादों को देश भर तक पहुंचाने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं। महिलाओं की शिक्षा और स्वावलंबन की दिशा में भी राज्य सरकार निरंतर कदम उठा रही है। मुख्यमंत्री कन्या आत्मनिर्भर योजना के अंतर्गत राज्य की मेधावी छात्रों को मुफ्त स्कूटी प्रदान की जा रही है ताकि वह शिक्षा और रोजगार के राह में आत्मनिर्भर बन सके। साथ ही त्रिपुरा के विविध स्थानों पर बालिकाओं के लिए छात्रावासों का निर्माण किया जा रहा है, जिससे दूर दराज के बेटियां सुरक्षित और सुविधाजनक परिवेश में अपनी पढ़ाई पूरी कर सके। मुख्यमंत्री सुस्थ शिशु सुस्थ शैशव अभियान के तहत बच्चों, किशोरी बालिकाओं और नई माताओं को निःशुल्क टीकाकरण की सुविधा दी जा रही है। ये पहल त्रिपुरा के आने वाले स्वस्थ और सक्षम भविष्य की नींव रख रही है।
ये है त्रिपुरा की दीदियों की कहानी, लाखों सपनों की, आत्मनिर्भर त्रिपुरा की, और हर उस दीदी की जिसने कहा मैं भी कर सकती हूँ।
नमस्कार, আমার নাম মিতা চক্রবর্তী, আমার দলের নাম সমাজ কল্যাণ মহিলা দল, আর আমি টিজিবি মতাই ব্রাঞ্চে ব্যাংক সখী হিসেবে কাজ করছি 2019 সাল থেকে। আমি 2019 সাল থেকে ব্যাংক সখী হিসেবে কাজ করার পর এখন অবধি প্রায় 300-র উপরে এসএসজিকে লোন করিয়েছি, যার মূল্য প্রায় 11 কোটি টাকার মতো। এই লোনগুলো করার পাশাপাশি আমি যখন দলে যাই দেখি দিদিদের মধ্যে আরও ডিমান্ড থাকে, আরও লোনের চাহিদা আছে, তখন আমি তাদেরকে एसएचजी इंडिविजुअल कराई। रिसेंटली আমি একটা মুদ্রা লোনও করিয়েছি যেটা 7.5 লক্ষ টাকা।
जब राज्य की हर महिला अपने फैसले खुद ले, अपने परिवार को सशक्त करे, अपने समाज को प्रेरित करे, तो तय है कि ये राज्य, ये देश और ये दुनिया एक बेहतर दिशा में आगे बढ़ रही है।
सशक्तिकरण केवल योजनाओं से नहीं, अवसर से आता है। इसी सोच के साथ राज्य सरकार ने सरकारी नौकरियों में महिलाओं के लिए 33% आरक्षण सुनिश्चित किया है। अब त्रिपुरा की महिलाएं प्रशासन, शिक्षा, स्वास्थ्य और विकास हर क्षेत्र में अपनी निर्णायक भूमिका निभा रही है। आज त्रिपुरा की महिलाएं लाभार्थी नहीं बल्कि निर्माता बन चुके हैं। उन्होंने अपने आत्मविश्वास और परिश्रम से समाज में नई परिचय बनाया है। वह अब आर्थिक रूप से मजबूत है और निर्णय लेने की प्रक्रिया में अग्रणी भूमिका निभा रही है। यही असली सशक्तिकरण है। हर ग्रामीण परिवार किसी न किसी आजीविका मिशन से जुड़ा हो। हम महिला को छोटे उद्योग, बागवानी, हस्तशिल्प और पर्यटन से जोड़कर वुमेन लेड डेवलपमेंट की दिशा में त्रिपुरा को देश का आदर्श राज्य बनाना चाहते हैं।
इसके अलावा मुख्यमंत्री कन्या आत्मनिर्भर योजना के तहत त्रिपुरा सरकार ने बेटियों को आत्मनिर्भरता की नई उड़ान दी है। राज्य भर में मेधावी छात्राओं को मुफ्त स्कूटी प्रदान की जा रही है ताकि वे न केवल शिक्षा बल्कि अपने सपनों की राह भी खुद तय कर सकें। राज्य के विभिन्न हिस्सों में बालिकाओं के लिए छात्रावासों का निर्माण किया जा रहा है। इन हॉस्टलों ने दूर दराज क्षेत्रों की बेटियों के लिए शिक्षा के द्वार खोल दिए हैं, जहां वे सुरक्षित माहौल में रहकर पढ़ाई कर सके। मुख्यमंत्री सुष्ट शिशु सुष्ट शैशव अभियान के अंतर्गत बच्चों, किशोरी बालिकाओं और नई माताओं को निशुल्क टीकाकरण की सुविधा दी जा रही है। ये पहल त्रिपुरा के आने वाले भविष्य यानी हमारे बच्चों के स्वास्थ्य की मजबूत नींव रख रही है। सशक्तिकरण केवल योजनाओं से नहीं, अवसरों से आता है। इसी सोच के साथ सरकारी नौकरियों में महिलाओं के लिए 33% आरक्षण सुनिश्चित किया गया है। अब त्रिपुरा की महिलाएं प्रशासन, शिक्षा, स्वास्थ्य और विकास हर क्षेत्र में अपनी निर्णायक भूमिका निभा रही है। ये है नए त्रिपुरा की तस्वीर, जहां बेटी को समान अवसर, सुरक्षा और सम्मान के साथ आगे बढ़ने का पूरा अधिकार मिला है। एक ऐसा त्रिपुरा जहां सशक्त नारी ही सशक्त राज्य की पहचान है।
पश्चिम त्रिपुरा जिला के एक शांत गांव शानखला में छुपी है एक कहानी, साहस और दृढ़ संकल्प की। यह है पूर्णिमा देव वर्मा की प्रेरणात्मक यात्रा, जिन्होंने चुनौतियों को मौके में बदलकर अपने समाज के लिए प्रेरणा का स्तंभ बना दिया। पूर्णिमा की जिंदगी की शुरुआत एक ट्रेजेडी के साथ हुई। सिर्फ 3 महीने की उम्र में अनाथ हुई और उनके पिता ने उन्हें छोड़ दिया। उनकी बुआ ने उन्हें अत्यंत गरीबी में पाला। 5वीं कक्षा के बाद स्कूल छोड़ने को मजबूर हुई। पूर्णिमा की शादी कम उम्र में राकेश देव वर्मा से हो गई। दोनों ने एक बेहतर जिंदगी का सपना देखा, लेकिन आर्थिक समस्याएं उनका पीछा करती रहीं। जीवन में बदलाव तब आया जब पूर्णिमा को सरकारी योजनाओं का सहारा मिला। एक टूटे मिट्टी के घर से लेकर अब वो एक पक्के घर में रहती हैं, जो प्रधानमंत्री आवास योजना ग्रामीण के तहत बना। बिजली, पानी की पाइपलाइन और शौचालय जैसी सुविधाओं ने उनके परिवार के जीवन को सुविधा और गरिमा दी।
আগে আমরা পাকা ঘরে থাকার কথা ভাবতেও পারতাম না, কিন্তু এখন সরকারি প্রকল্পের সাহায্যে একটি পাকা ঘরে আমরা নিরাপদভাবে বসবাস করছি।
जिंदगी और भी सुविधाजनक बन गई जब प्रधानमंत्री उज्ज्वला योजना के तहत उन्हें एलपीजी कनेक्शन मिला। अब वो सुरक्षित और स्वस्थ वातावरण में खाना बनाती हैं। उनके बच्चे, जो पहले मोमबत्ती की रोशनी में पढ़ते थे, अब प्रधानमंत्री उजाला योजना के तहत बेहतर लाइटिंग में पढ़ाई करते हैं। पूर्णिमा ने अपने परिवार को उठान देने के लिए नए मौकों की तलाश की। मनरेगा के तहत उन्हें एक बकरी शेल्टर मिला और उन्होंने पशुपालन शुरू किया। महात्मा गांधी राष्ट्रीय ग्रामीण रोजगार गारंटी अधिनियम मनरेगा और एक सेल्फ एम्प्लॉयमेंट लोन की मदद से उन्होंने अपनी आय के स्रोतों को बढ़ाया, कपड़े और पशु उत्पाद बेचकर। उनका सफर यहीं खत्म नहीं हुआ। त्रिपुरा ग्रामीण आजीविका मिशन के सहारे उन्होंने आधुनिक चप्पल बनाने की ट्रेनिंग ली। वित्तीय सहायता का उपयोग करके उन्होंने मशीन खरीदी और एक सफल व्यवसाय शुरू किया। आज वो सिर्फ अपने लिए स्थिर आय नहीं कमा रही हैं, बल्कि अपने समुदाय की अन्य महिलाओं को प्रशिक्षण देकर सशक्त कर रही हैं।
পূর্ণিমা আমাদেরকে দেখিয়েছে কিভাবে সরকারি সুবিধা পেয়ে আমাদের জীবন আমরা পরিবর্তন করতে পারি।
By Purnima, Dr. Bagay Kaisa Polukmari, Bonolubu, Sinparanize, Bebag Bororo, Serena Nango, Samurina Bagay, Dai Nidino, Sagbai Tau Besana Bagay.
पूर्णिमा देव वर्मा की कहानी सिर्फ एक व्यक्तिगत सफलता की कहानी नहीं है। यह दिखाती है कि जब सरकारी योजनाएं और दृढ़ संकल्प मिलते हैं तो जिंदगी और समाज दोनों को बदला जा सकता है। उन्होंने साबित किया है कि कोई भी रुकावट इतनी बड़ी नहीं होती जब साहस और मौका एक साथ मिलते हैं।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Arpora शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, a fire at a Goa nightclub post-midnight on Sunday killed at least 25 people, including 14 staff members and some tourists as well. The incident occurred at the Birch by Romeo Lane nightclub in the Arpora village, North Goa. This is one of the biggest stories that we are tracking, ladies and gentlemen. In fact, Goa CM Dr. Pramod Sawant has also spoken exclusively to Republic, and he has also said that he has ordered a magisterial inquiry into the incident, as well as has promised and vowed stringent action against the club owners. As per the reports that are coming in, the club owners are currently on a run while FIR has been registered against them. It is a deadly fire, ladies and gentlemen, that broke out a little after the midnight, where 25 people were killed and 7 were injured.
कितने साल से काम कर रहे थे?
अभी रिसेंटली गांव से आया, नवंबर 27 तारीख को आया. अभी 4 दिन हुआ काम पर करके उसका.
3 दिन से काम?
3 दिन.
बर्च नाइटक्लब में काम
काम कर रहा था, हाउसकीपिंग जॉब कर रहा था.
हाउसकीपिंग. आपकी कुछ बात हुई थी उनसे?
उससे बात नहीं हो तो मेरा काजन उसका भाई फ़ोन किया था रात को, ऐसा प्रॉब्लम हो गया. सुबह 4 बजे फ़ोन आया था.
उनके भाई का आपको कॉल आया था आसाम से?
हाँ, आसाम से फ़ोन आया था.
आप भी यहीं पे काम करते हैं?
हाँ, मैं यहाँ पे काम करते हैं.
आप अभी अंदर जाके आए हैं?
हाँ, देख के आया उसका.
आपने पहचाना?
हाँ, पहचाना. उसका मुँह में धुआं लगा है और थोड़ा नाक से ऐसा खून आया है.
आपकी आंखों में आंसू देख पा रही हूँ.
और अभी सरकार का टीम आया तो पूरा फुल सपोर्ट दे रहा है सरकार. कुछ टेंशन लेने के लिए नहीं बोला, सब कुछ करके देगा.
परिस्थिति गंभीर है अंदर?
नहीं, अभी सरकार का टीम बोला टेंशन मत लो, हम लोग आप लोग के साथ है. सब जो कुछ है हम लोग देख लेगा. आपका सही सलामत आपका बॉडी घर गाँव पहुँचा देगा. कुछ टेंशन नहीं मत लो, सरकार का पूरा साथ है. सरकार
अभी तो कोई भी क्यों नहीं आया सीनियर बंदा?
कम से कम आके मिलके तो जाना चाहिए.
कोई मैनेजर हो, कोई GM हो, कोई HR हो, कोई बॉस हो, कोई कुछ भी हो. बॉस हम लोग की वजह से वो बॉस बनाए, भूल गया वो बात. अभी कल के दिन उसके अभी ये घटना देख के कोई भी स्टाफ उधर काम नहीं करेगा तो कौन बोलेगा बॉस? जब हम लोग हैं तभी ना तुम लोग बॉस हो. आओ बात करो हमसे. फोन ही नहीं उठा रहे हो सुबह से. ये तो नहीं है कि आपको खबर नहीं पहुंची होगी, खबर पहुंच के तो आप फोन नहीं उठा रहे हो ना. अभी मेरा कहना क्या है, चलो डेड बॉडी है, कोई पहचान में आ रही है. जो पहचान में नहीं आ रहा है, इनके पास पुलिस फॉर्म है, कंपनी के पास पुलिस फॉर्म दे दो, फैमिली को इन्फॉर्म करेंगे, फैमिली आएगी. आप लोग फैमिली से बात करो, फैमिली से बात होनी चाहिए. किसी का कोई यही नहीं इधर.
जितना जल्दी हो सकेगा कम से कम उतनी फैमिली तो आ जाएगी.
हाँ, फ्राइडे सैटरडे संडे को रहता है, हफ्ते में 3 दिन रहता है वो. वो कभी कभी सर, वो कभी कभी जो दूसरा आर्टिस्ट लोग आता है, ऐसे स्पेशल आर्टिस्ट लोग आता है तो वो लोग अपना वो दिखाते हैं, स्किल दिखाते हैं, तो उसी में ये थोड़ा बहुत हो गया है. और ऐसा तो कुछ नहीं है. हमारा कहना क्या है, डेड बॉडी को अच्छी तरह रखो जब तक फैमिली नहीं आती है. अभी उधर खड़े होने के लिए 10 मिनट खड़े हो जाओ, नाक बंद करना पड़ रहा है खड़े होने के लिए उधर ही. तो आप उसमें से कैसे वो कर सकते हैं? हम यहाँ से डेड बॉडी नेपाल कैसे भेजेंगे?
All right, joining me live are my 2 colleagues, Nitin from outside the Birch Nightclub and Swarali from outside the Goa Medical College. Nitin, my first question to you. For our viewers who are just tuning in, if you could give us a chronology of what exactly happened, when exactly did the fire break out? What we are coming to know as per the reports that the fire broke out a little after midnight. What exactly transpired after that?
Exactly. So it's just been a very chaotic, long night for every Goan out here, every international tourist. As we've seen, 12:30 is what the time is being ascertained, is when the incident happened. Cases of suffocation has rightly come to light. There have been opposition pressure, there's political pressure. Obviously, there's a way to twist this incident as a political fiasco. Beyond that, the concern really lies and with the family members that have faced losses of loved ones. Beyond that, I like to bring a big exclusive for our viewers today. I've just got to know through our sources on the ground that there are 4 arrests that have already been made, mostly from the management personnel at the place. There has been an arrest. There have been 4 people, and there are talks. There are rumors of another person to be arrested, soon to be arrested from the local political circles of Goa. So that's the latest and the biggest update for our viewers at Republic TV. Over to you, Antara.
Right, Nitin. Another question that I want to ask you here is, what we are coming to know is that there is an FIR that has also been registered against the 2 owners. What is the status on that?
So the status on that, it cannot really be expedited faster because the owner is fleeing. He's not currently in Goa right now. There are reports that are coming in that he's not in India, as far as knowledge is concerned, as of now. But we'll keep bringing you updates about owner's whereabouts. He's completely lost this battle. He has his establishment all across Delhi, Bhubaneswar, Noida, and obviously in Goa, where this big incident has come to light. So it's really a question of why are these licenses being given to these people? Why is there no question? Where is he right now, as of now, when 25 people have already lost lives at one of his establishments? I think that's the real question that our viewers would like to know. And he's not answerable. He's not picking calls. As you see, he's nowhere to be found. There's just political party members coming up here.
Yes.
Yeah, over to you. Yeah.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely, Nitin. These are some tough questions that we have to ask at this point. Swarali, my next question is to you. You know, you're outside the Goa Medical College right now, and of course, there is this very, very difficult and distressing process of identifying the bodies of the victims. What is the status on that? Have the families been, you know, are the families aware, especially the foreigners, for the foreign tourists who were here in the club? Are the families of those tourists aware of what has happened, what has transpired there, and has any relative come there to claim any of their loved ones?
Yes, let me tell you what we are collecting from the ground is that some of the relatives or the family members of these deceased are at the spot, and they are trying to identify or recognize their loved ones who have lost their lives in this tragic incident that has taken place in the North Goa, and to be very specific, Arpora region, in the Birch Nightclub. So let me tell you, some of the staff members were involved in this. They are deceased in this entire incident, and co-workers who are working in the same lane of which is named like a Romeo lane, and there are several such nightclubs or restaurants in the same lane, and they have come forward to identify their relatives. But what I could gather from ground is that relatives are enraged because they are saying that we are present at the location since morning, some are there since the midnight, some have come since the 10 a.m. but no proper communication is being done with the families. And now I can get that some of the family members of tourists have also come down, and they are inside the zones wherein the bodies are there, and the process of post-mortem and recognition is done. Now when we are trying to talk to the opposition parties of the Goa, they are saying that these illegal structures, there are several illegal structures along the coastline of North Goa, and this has been going on since a long time. As Nitin was rightly pointing out, the real question over here is why these licenses are being given to people who are not following the norms, may it be fire safety norms or the structure norms which are required. Because what we are gathering from the co-workers of the deceased is that the people have lost their lives in the kitchen area specifically. They are not burnt, but they have suffocated to the kind of environment was created on the spot. Because to be very specific, they were telling me on camera that there are no burn marks on the bodies, but there was a blood coming out from their ears or nose, which shows that they have suffocated to the fire incident that has taken place. And it's not a cylinder blast allegedly, but it has become because of the fire spot that was being on the spot. But these are all allegations, and investigation is under the way. And one of the very important breaking update right now is that among the 4 who are detained is the manager of Birch Nightclub. Now it is to be seen what comes up in the investigation. Back to you.
Absolutely, Swarali. These are some tough questions that our colleagues from the ground are reporting. We continue to get you exclusive details on the same. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, Republic's Deputy Executive Editor spoke exclusively to Goa CM Dr. Pramod Sawant over the entire incident and follow-ups. Listen in to what the Chief Minister had to say.
Dr. Sawant, thank you very much for joining us on this broadcast. I want to straight away begin by asking you that the Panchayat had already raised concerns about rules not being followed by the nightclub. Despite that, the operations continued. Is there any reason why the Goa government looked the other way?
At present, हमने इसके खिलाफ मैजिस्ट्रेट इंक्वायरी लगाई है. मैजिस्ट्रेट इंक्वायरी का रिपोर्ट आने के बाद भी इस पे मैं कमेंट कर सकूंगा, क्योंकि किसने ट्रेड लाइसेंस दिया और किसने इसको, ये बाद में पता चलेगा.
डॉक्टर सावंत, प्रिलिमिनरी जो इन्फॉर्मेशन आपके पास आई है उससे आपको क्या जानकारी मिल रही है कि आखिरकार ये क्या कारण हो सकता है? क्योंकि कुछ लोग ये कह रहे थे कि कुछ पायरोज विजुअल्स हो रहे थे, कुछ प्रोग्राम चल रही थी उस वक्त आग लगी। आपके पास
सही कहा, आपने सही कहा। इस कुछ तो ये पैरोल्स कुछ तो वहाँ पे लगे थे, तो क्लब के ऊपर वाले हॉल में आग लगी और वहाँ से लोग बाहर एक ही दरवाजे से जो निकलना था वो ज्यादा लोग बाहर निकल आए, लेकिन जो लोग उनके ग्राउंड फ्लोर में चले गए वो सफोकेशन के वजह से उनकी डेथ हो गई है। ये प्रिलिमिनरी इंक्वायरी तो आई है। इसके 25 लोगों की डेथ हो गई है, 6 लोग अभी एडमिटेड है, दे आर आउट ऑफ डेंजर, उनके ट्रीटमेंट अच्छी तरह से चल रही है। तो फिर बाकी तो जो रिपोर्ट आएगा उसके अनुसार हम स्ट्रिक्टली एक्शंस will take against that club owner and club managers.
एक आखिरी सवाल डॉक्टर साहब करना चाहूंगा कि आखिरकार जब आप देखें कि कई सारे रूल्स एंड रेगुलेशंस को फ्लाउट किया गया है प्रिलिमिनरी इंफॉर्मेशन के तहत, आप अगर देखें आप किसको जिम्मेदार ठहराएंगे? क्योंकि जिस तरह से आपके सरकार के ऊपर आरोप लग रहे हैं,
रिपोर्ट आने के बाद ही इसके ऊपर बात करना उचित, रिपोर्ट आने के बाद ही इसके ऊपर बात करना उचित रहेगा। वी आर वेटिंग फॉर द रिपोर्ट।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा राजा और मसाला
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर्पर मसाला।
भाई मेरा बेटी को प्यार चाहिए।
The first Buddhist Chief Justice of India, the second Dalit Chief Justice of India, but someone who for me has given remarkable judgments, whether it's the Article 370 case, whether the electoral bonds judgment, or even whether it's the shoe attack case that I had to even ask him about. I welcome on the show the 52nd Chief Justice of India, Justice Bhushan Ramakrishna Gavay. Justice Gavay, who's going to be welcomed here on the show. Justice Gavay, namaste.
Namaste, good morning.
Good morning. Very fine, sir. Thank you for being a part of the show today with us, sir. Sir, as I told you, we want to ask about your remarkable judgments, your legacy, the legendary judgments you've passed. But I want to begin at the very start. For you, you don't come from a legal background. You come from a small village, a semi-slum-like area. You went to a municipal school in Amravati. Tell us a little bit about those times.
I was born in Amravati, and my father had plunged into social and political activities right from his student days. So the things were not that easy that time. So I started my schooling in a municipal school in almost a semi-slum area, where we were required to sit on the floor on daris. And thereafter, after some time, my father became MLC in 64, then 68 he became deputy chairman of the council, and then after we shifted to Mumbai.
Yes.
Initially in Mumbai I had my schoolings in Marathi medium, that's Chikitsak Samo. Later on I shifted to holy name after 8th.
Yes.
So I did my matriculation from there, then I studied in HR College of Commerce.
Yes.
And then I did law, partly from the Government Law College Mumbai,
yes,
and the Punjab Deshmukh Law College Amravati.
Justice Gavay, good colleges these, but nowhere have you got a sense of any nepotism or lawyers in the family. Yes, there was a sense of social activism. 1985, you were enrolled into the bar, you practiced in Nagpur, you were an assistant public prosecutor, then a public prosecutor. What were those early years like of struggle?
So I initially started practice in Mumbai.
Okay.
Yeah, in 1985.
Right.
So I was in Mumbai till 1990, and then I shifted to Nagpur in 1990.
Yes.
So I had got a good senior in Mumbai, Barrister Raja Bhosle. So I got a good opinion. I had a good practice at Mumbai also, but then I was advised by the former Advocate General, so Mr. A.S. Bobde and Mr. V.R. Manohar, who were, Mr. Manohar is still here.
Yes.
So they are the great lawyers from Nagpur
Yes.
and one of the best in the country. So they advised me to shift to Nagpur
Yes.
because I belong to Amravati. They said that if you practice in your own area,
Yes.
you will grow up earlier there, and I think the advice proved to be correct.
Yes.
And after shifting to Nagpur in 1990 at the instance of Mr. Manohar,
Yes.
I became AGP, Assistant Government Leader, for 1 year. So I worked as that for a period of 1992 to 1993.
Right.
Then within 1 year I resigned and started and developed my own practice.
Yes.
And I built up a good private practice. Then in 2000, Mr. Bobde, the former Chief Justice of India,
Yes, yes.
he advised me that I should accept the office of the Government Pleader Nagpur.
Okay.
Because I was clear from the very beginning that if I get to become a judge of the High Court at an early age,
Right.
I would accept that.
Right.
And he said that if you become a government pleader, the channel would be different and you would get a chance to become a High Court judge at an early age.
Right.
So Mr. Vilasrao Deshmukh was the Chief Minister, so he had also offered me.
Yes.
I accepted it on the condition that out of the total number of assistant government pleaders, half would be appointed by me on merits and half on, of course, the political consideration.
Yes.
And I'm happy to share that out of the 12 young lawyers that I appointed,
Yes, sir.
4 or 5 are on the bench now.
Oh, lovely.
One of them a senior judge
Okay.
of the High Court.
Okay, of the Bombay High Court.
He is presently at Delhi now.
Okay, who is he, sir?
Justice Sambre.
Oh, lovely, lovely. That's amazing. So you did administrative and constitutional cases. As a judge of the Supreme Court and High Court, they helped you deeply. What was your initial years like that impacted you and drove you towards the judiciary and becoming a judge?
As a lawyer, there are limitations. You can earn a lot of money, and in addition to that, my father was also of the view that initially he was also inclined, I was also inclined that I should go in politics, but I think then I was not cut out for it. So he said that if you continue in practice, you'll only earn money, but if you become a judge, you can contribute in fulfillment of Dr. Ambedkar's dream of social and economic justice.
Right.
So that was one of the motivating factors, and I got an opportunity at relatively young age.
Right.
As a matter of fact, I was offered much earlier by Justice B.P. Singh, who was the Chief Justice.
Right.
But then at that time, I was not yet 40.
Okay, okay,
I had to wait for 2-3 more years.
Yes. Today, when you go to Maharashtra, you're fondly called Bhushan Bhau. Do you think you have a future in social activism, in politics in Maharashtra?
Not yet thought about anything because, you know, I just not even a week that I have retired. And so I just want to have some cooling period. But I do intend to do some social service, particularly for the tribals in Amravati district. Because whenever I used to go for election campaigns of my father, before my elevation, the Belghat area where there is a where the tribals reside, that they are very close to my heart.
Yes, and you've seen he was the governor in Kerala, in Bihar.
In Bihar, and for a short time he was having an additional charge of Sikkim.
Sikkim also. So you've seen these areas closely.
Not Sikkim, I've seen Bihar and Kerala. Yeah.
So when you were growing up, what was the discourse that you had at the dining table like?
So my father, you know, he was devotee of Dr. Ambedkar. He was though not a lawyer, he wanted to be a lawyer, but he could not become a lawyer because of his plunge in social and political activities. But whenever he had a time, because he was always on the move, so we used to talk about the problems of the society, the problems of the scheduled caste, the scheduled tribes, and he's always was of the view that everybody should contribute for the upliftment of the downtrodden.
Do you think in your short span of 6 months, you've been able to achieve any concrete steps that you had wished to before you became the Chief Justice, Justice Gavay?
I do think that whatever I had prepared a roadmap that if I get an opportunity to be CJI for this 6 months and odd days, whatever I had planned, I think I could achieve that.
Wonderful. What was the key things that you had wanted to, wished to achieve, Justice Gavay?
Of course, the judgments.
Yes, which I'm going to come to in great detail. In fact, we can begin with that. The bulldozer judgment, which I also think is one of those judgments which is remarkable. I also think, in fact, I must mention here, I always feel pleasantly surprised when I hear Justice Gavay's words when it came to passing caution on the state agencies and ED, enforcement directorates, ways of functioning at certain times. Were you not afraid that you were going against the government when you were doing so?
No. When you are a judge, you are not supposed to be afraid of anything. You are required to decide as per your own conscience, as per your own oath, and as per the law that you understand. And when you feel or when while looking at the facts of the case, you find that a particular agency is going overboard and out of the way, then I don't think that the judge should be afraid of saying something or writing something in the judgment which would not be to the liking of anyone.
I think remarkable judgments were also passed when it came to giving bail to sometimes opposition leaders, but even otherwise you made it very clear bail is the norm in India, not jail. Yet we see the lower courts sometimes are not very eager to give bail. The matter goes to the High Court, then it comes to the Supreme Court. What is your recommendation for judges in lower courts?
No, because I have, in one of those judgments or many judgments which I had an occasion to deliver in a short span of period concerning the prolonged incarceration of politicians.
Yes.
I held that a prolonged incarceration without trial could not be permitted to be a sentence without conviction or without trial. And bail is a rule, refusal is an exception that we have heard from the days we are students of law. Unfortunately, the trial courts are afraid they want to play. I'm not saying about everyone. And at that time, the train was also so much on the other side, and they wanted to maybe err on a safer side. But now I am told after the series of judgments which were delivered by various benches during that period, the trend has changed. I am told that whenever I travel to other states that the trial courts are now inclined to, even the trial courts are inclined to grant bail even in such economic offence matters.
I want to just deviate from your cases, sir, and go to one very important case since you are from Maharashtra. This is a case that I have personally got documents on, the Justice Loya case. When it came to the Supreme Court and the judgment was passed, I saw wonderful testimonies which clearly showed that there was no wrongdoing in the case, and Justice Loya, in fact, there were no motives in this case, but a certain lobby tried to attribute motives. You're from Maharashtra, you had said at that time you had met him. How do you look at this motivated lobby and always the way it tries to persecute in each case? What I wanted to say is, what struck me was they are looking down upon 164 statements by their own fellow judges, lawyers, senior lawyers looking down and questioning judgments, 164 statements by their own judges.
I think this trend of criticizing the judges when the judgment is not to the liking of some persons, some lobbies, it harms not only the judiciary but entire nation. Insofar as Loya case is concerned, now I am no more in office. I have had a satisfactory tenure of
45 years?
40 years, 41 years as a lawyer and a judge, and more than 22 years as a judge. Insofar as Loya case is concerned, there was a wedding in the family of one of our colleagues. Her son was getting married, and Mr. Loya, along with two of his friends, had come to attend that wedding. So we were together that evening at a reception. Then I was the administrative judge that time. The then Chief Justice, Justice Mohisha, had also come for the wedding. And at around 6 o'clock, I got a call from the protocol people, and my one of the colleagues, Justice Shukre, and he told me on telephone in Marathi. He used to call me elder brother, Dada. There is a bad news. Mr. Loya, who had come for the wedding, he suffered from a heart attack and now he's hospitalized. So, and I requested him because he was to come down, because to wait for a driver would have again wasted some time. So he came within 5 minutes. We drove to the hospital, and we took to the doctors, spoke to the doctors, and all of them said it was a massive cardiac. So then I inquired with the two of his colleagues who were with him in the same room. They were, all three of them were sleeping in the same room.
Yes.
And two of them subsequently became judges of the High Court. One of them has retired, one of them is still sitting. And they said, sir, after the function we had come back, we also went to have a pan. And then while chit-chatting in the night, he suddenly started showing signs of panic. We took him to the hospital, which was nearest hospital, Dande Hospital. But he was advised to be taken to the hospital where cardiac facilities were available. And after he was brought to the hospital, the doctors tried their best, but they could not save him. And then there were two views that time as to whether the PM should be done or not, because according to doctors, it was a death due to cardiac attack.
Yes.
But then it was, in the meantime, Justice Mohit Shah was the Chief Justice. He also arrived, the other colleagues arrived. All of them were there. We spoke to his family, which was at Bombay, and they requested that his body should be sent to his native place.
Yes.
It was, I think, Latur in Marathwada. So we arranged for, first the PM was done. After that, we arranged his body to be sent to his native place, along with, we sent our two judicial officers, the police escort party.
Yes.
And I don't know why, because whatever allegations are there, they are for the political purposes. And this was also examined on a judicial side by the Supreme Court.
Yes, very much.
Yeah, in a judgment authored by the then Justice Chandrachud,
yes.
He has also referred to all these allegations.
All these, and I remember even before it came forward, we had those.
And he had clearly stated that this was an attempt only to malign the High Court as an institution and some judges in particular.
There were certain judges who were questioning the judges themselves. Why do you think those judges were questioning their own brother judges at that time?
In fact, Justice Mohit Shah came on the scene much later there.
Right.
Yeah, I was there much prior to Justice Mohit Shah coming in the hospital.
Right.
And I think all those allegations against Justice Mohit Shah were totally unwarranted.
Yes.
And because of those allegations, he also underwent quite a, not a happy time, I can say. Unfortunately. A very good judge, a very good Chief Justice. Unfortunately, he couldn't come here, though he richly deserved to be here.
Justice Loya was looking at the Sohrabuddin case. I've worked on that closely, but only because he was on that case, this lobby tried to malign his reputation, link his death to that case, make it about certain members of the political dispensation. I've also seen in the Ayodhya case the same lobby, the same members, and I have no qualms in mentioning them, whether it's Mr. Prashant Bhushan, whether it's Mr. Rajiv Dhawan, senior advocate, whether it's now not practicing Dushyant Dave. I've seen them personally. I've spoken with them several times. It is the way they function, sir. Isn't there something that can be done? I also know that you had done once upon a time a case for 1 rupee against Mr. Prashant Bhushan in some contempt case. Today you believe the majesty of law is forgiveness.
No, there also we did not send him to a prison even for a day.
Yeah.
So that's also again a majesty of law.
But I think it's becoming so dangerous that international rag magazines, because I don't think Washington Times and New York Times, who pick up any case, whether it's the Umar Khalid case hearings in India, and start talking about it, these rag magazines have an agenda to try and besmirch our judiciary, and these people go and speak there. Some action needs to be taken against the social media army.
I have been consistently saying that this social media, they publish anything out of context.
Yes.
Whatever you say in a quote, even in a lighter manner, is given totally different color.
Yes.
And sometimes even the images are morphed.
Yes, yes.
So I've been saying that something needs to be done by the executive, by the parliament to curb on misuse of social media.
Definitely.
And insofar as the individual names which you are referred to, I won't like to comment anything.
No, I don't mean to comment on just them. I mean, they are just some of them. I'm not talking about just them. There are so many more activists, NGOs. Some of them you've given bail to, whether it's Teesta Setalwad, who I have no particular liking for. But of course,
the judges can't decide on the basis of their liking.
I agree.
Yeah. We thought that, and we rightly thought that she deserved to be granted bail, and we granted bail at 10:30 in the night.
Yes, I'm aware. With your two brother judges, you sat and it happened. But there has been fraud by these people, whether it was cases that have been done or not. Those are different matters.
No, I won't like to comment on that.
So I don't, in fact, it's not even a question I was thinking about, sir. Coming to your cases, the bulldozer case, fantastic judgment, again, very righteous. Tell us a little bit about it.
Bulldozer judgment, we had noticed, it was brought to our notice that in certain states, the executive was resorting to bulldozing the houses of the persons who were accused in certain crimes. So we held that by such an action, not only you are penalizing that particular person and entire family, the parents, the children, the brother, sister who are residing in their house, they are all being penalized. And the law is very clear that the person is presumed to be innocent unless he is convicted. And even after conviction, you can't demolish his house. After conviction, he may be sentenced to, say, life imprisonment, he may be sentenced to death also. But how can you demolish somebody's house without following procedure prescribed by law? And we held that right to shelter was a fundamental right. I started the judgment with the poem of poet Pradeep.
Yes.
Yeah. And we laid down various guidelines as to what the procedure should be followed by the executives, authorities, while resorting to demolition. The principles of natural justice, hearing, then an appeal. And we also held that if any officer violates it, he will be guilty for committing contempt of the court. And apart from that, the state would be bound to reconstruct the house and recover the same from the hearing officers.
But there's a contempt by several states.
Yes, I have been asked why there is contempt and the contempt is not decided. I have replied that with a limited time that I had, I could decide whatever cases as per the priorities mentioned by the lawyers. And but as has already been said by me on the bench also, that the better course would be good to go to the High Court, because the High Courts are better equipped. They can call the officers there.
Even the Waqf case, what do you think? You were a part of the bench that has decided that only certain differences are there in the Waqf law. For the interest of society, they need to be looked at. But the larger picture in the Waqf Act, which is now the law of the land, was for something that you're very fond of, the common people. Still people, political parties keep coming to the court on the Waqf Act, not realizing it's actually in favor of the larger section of society. Aren't you seeing this growing trend of political patronage to a lot of petitions that are being filed, whether it's Article 370 or the Waqf case?
No, I don't want to comment on that.
But should politicians keep coming to the court?
We have decided the matter with regard to grant of interim relief. We have found certain provisions of the statute to be violative of the prima facie violative of the Constitution and state their operation. And rest of the enactment we have found to be not the one which deserves to be stayed.
The electoral bonds case, three-judge bench including you had spoken on that to bring more transparency in politics. This is something that's going to draw better good, because the anonymous funds that were being given to different political parties was being questioned by everyone and was leading to a lot of corruption in the entire system.
No, we were of the view that the voters have a right to information.
Yes.
They have a right to knowledge, and therefore they have a right to know as to which political party gets the funds from which business house or which individuals.
Yes.
Remarkable judgment. We're also now going to ask Justice Gavay to take us to the front lawns in his lovely place of residence.
Which I will get to stay for some more months.
Which is lovely. Yes, we shall. Let's go there now. Justice Gavay, of course, a question to every judge. How good is the collegium system? You have made over 100 judges, I think.
107 in the High Court and 12 Chief Justices.
Yes.
And 5 in the Supreme Court.
That's a great number, sir. But one of the judges of the collegium in August this year had an issue, Justice Nagaratna, with one judge's name that was given. At one time, we also saw that there was a certain judge who was elevated on request of the government. How opaque is the system and how far can it go ahead now?
No, which is the judge who was elevated at the request of the government?
Justice Sridharan was, there was a...
No, that's with regard to transfer.
Transfer, yes, that was, yes, not elevation, but the transfer was at the request of the government. So two different things, but there is certainly a growing trend of opaqueness in the collegium which is being questioned. And even transfer of judges is happening at a rapid pace.
No, so see, I'll take the first the issue with regard to dissent by one of the learned judges in the collegium with regard to elevation of one candidate.
Yes.
The collegium, takes into consideration various aspects of the matter. The inputs of various consulting judges, then the Chief Justice with regard to transfer are also taken. Insofar as the name which was considered for the Supreme Court is concerned, one of the collegium judges did have certain concerns about the name of that candidate. But then we had also consulted the consulting judges who had an occasion to see the functioning of the candidate while he was functioning in Gujarat High Court. Then from the judge, from the consulting judge who was in the Supreme Court, from Bihar State, who had an occasion to see the functioning of him as a judge in the Patna High Court.
Okay.
And we had also taken into consideration various other inputs. We had made our own inquiry.
Right.
And after consideration of everything, all the 4 judges found that he deserved to be elevated. And the judgment of the Supreme Court, the Constitution Bench in a precedential reference says that if the recommendation is made by 1 to 4, it's a valid recommendation. Had there been an opposition by 2, then it would have been a different matter. But all 4 were on the same page that he deserved to be recommended, and he is now working as a judge. Insofar as transfer is concerned, initially the judge concerned, we had proposed him to be transferred to Chhattisgarh High Court. But later on, no doubt that the government also expressed concern, and we also unanimously found that he is a senior judge, his services would be better utilized in a bigger high court rather than a smaller high court. So all this alhamdulillah is, I think, without any substance.
But do you think the collegium system will continue? They say India is the only place that has the collegium. We should have a system where there is more consultation with the government.
Here also there is consultation. It is not as if that only 3 or 5 of us sit in a chamber and take an arbitrary decision. After Justice Sanjeev Khanna became the Chief Justice, we have also started interacting with the candidates. So we get to know the candidates, at least we interact with them for any time between 15 minutes to half an hour. And then inputs are taken from the consulting judges, the High Court judges also, while recommending them, take into consideration various factors. The inputs of the executive, like the IB, the Law and Justice Department, the Chief Minister, the Governor, all are taken into consideration, and thereafter we take a final decision. And according to me, in order to maintain the independence of judiciary, the collegium system is the best suited in the present period.
Okay, you've often said there should be judicial activism but not judicial terrorism. What does that mean, Justice Gavay?
See, from 1980s or 1970s, even the postcards were entertained as the suo motu petitions. The Supreme Court said that though normally the rule of locus has to be followed, but in certain cases when marginalized sections of the society on account of their socio-economic backwardness are not in a position to approach the court, in such an event the locus would be diluted and some person on their behalf can bring their cause to the court. So whenever in such cases the court acts, I think the judicial activism is to be there because like the Bandhuwa Mukti Morcha case, where the bonded laborers were made to live a life worse than the animals. Or there are many other cases wherein we are required to even take sumo to cognizance also. You see the work done by the Supreme Court in TN Godavarnam for protecting the environment, the forest, the wildlife, the work done in the series of MC Mehta's, at least because of the orders passed in MC Mehta, your AQA is severe or very poor. If the court would not have intervened, you just imagine what would have been the situation.
But Delhi, sir, if I can take a detour, is pitiable, with the AQI. We're all worried for our children. What do we do?
We are worried for ourselves also.
Ourselves, yes.
I read in today's newspaper, the present Chief Justice of India saying that he went for a walk in the morning and then he was feeling somewhat not.
What do we do for this air pollution? Please guide us. The case keeps coming in the Supreme Court year by year.
We have been trying to do our best. In last of my orders, I found that one of the reasons was that the controlling, like the pollution control boards, were not equipped with the manpower. There were large number of vacancies. So I have issued directions. Not only that, I have taken undertakings from the state governments, from the central government, that all those vacancies will be filled in a time-bound manner. So at least to some extent the problem can be addressed. But there has to be a unified approach, a unified resolution wherein all the stakeholders should be brought together and some solution has to be found because the court itself can't do everything.
That's true, that's true. A few days ago the court...
If you know what happens in these matters, everybody gets up only during Diwali period.
Absolutely.
So now I have passed an order that all the stakeholders will meet regularly and they will report to the court every month. So rather than getting up at the last moment, we can start some precautionary measures throughout the year.
Yes, yes. I think that would be wonderful if that actually happens.
That order I have already passed, so I do hope that my successors in the...
No, we're going to follow up on that very closely because we do need the air to be purer in Delhi. Okay, I go to my next question. I had asked you that I would be asking you about Article 370 also, historic judgment. Something which is now the law of the land. It came under a lot of opposition. You were a part of that bench. Tell us a little bit about how that judgment came about.
No, all five of us were on the same page. So if you go through the debates of the Constituent Assembly, the speeches of everyone including Dr. Ambedkar. Dr. Ambedkar, while discussing about the nature of our Constitution, the federalism of our Constitution, he stated that our federalism is totally different from the American federalism. In America, you have a constitution for the entire federation as well as a different constitution for the different states. Then in America, you have a dual citizenship. You are a citizen of USA as well as you can be a citizen of Virginia or Maryland for that matter. But in India, he said there will be only one constitution and only one citizenship. Everyone, be he resident of India, of Delhi, Mumbai, Calcutta, Manipur, will be citizen of India. And therefore, this we notice that only in respect of one state, there was a different constitution. And Dr. Ambedkar in one of his speeches said that whenever the dignity of nation comes, the dignity of any ideas, the dignity of any individuals, the dignity of any political parties, the dignity of any political ideologies should go away, and it is only the dignity of the nation that should be predominant. So in effect, we brought one India.
You've been the Chief Justice of India. We've seen the attack that happened in Pahalgam. I ask you, as a very eminent personality in India, we've seen the Red Fort attack. We speak about these words which are so beautiful on paper, but what is the message that needs to go out when we are seeing white-collar terrorism, whether it's doctors or engineers that become involved in such terrorism activities, sir?
It's very unfortunate that the persons who are educated, who should, rather than serving the country, are indulging in such things. And therefore we have on both the occasions shown solidarity with the country. When Pahalgam happened, the then Chief Justice, Justice Khanna, was not in India. So with his consent, we kept silence for 2 minutes in the courts. And insofar as the attack at the Red Fort is concerned, coincidentally that day we had a full court reference. So in that reference also we kept silence in memory of all those who had lost their life in such a unfortunate act.
We also have the Delhi riots case hearing in the Supreme Court. Umar Khalid and others, whom I personally have no particular liking for, I do believe this is one case that they need to be in jail
I can't.
You will not speak on it. I was wondering whether Justice Gavay is going to speak on it or not, because I believe these are terrorists under the UAPA Act.
I can't comment. You can't comment on which is a sub judice.
Understood, sir. I won't get you towards that recent controversy. But of course, a backlash that you faced in the Lord Vishnu case, it became an observation that was not even made, but it was questioned so much. Sanatan Dharm became the new questioning. People started waxing eloquent about observations made in the Supreme Court. First, I want to understand from you, did that disturb you? Because there was so much said about your comments.
Yeah, I don't look at social media, and sometimes half a minute or so. And I was never bothered about what comments they made.
But did it surprise you what you had said and how it was quoted?
It certainly surprised, because I had said it in the context. I also said it in my judgment in work, that the religious places which are notified under the Archaeology Act, you can't move a single stone without the permission of the ASI. And therefore, while upholding the provision in the Work Act, insofar as the sites and the archaeological ASI are concerned, we permitted that the religious activities would be permitted because the statute itself permits. But there can't be any alteration, addition in such structures without the permission of ASI.
Absolutely.
But it was bloated out of proportion and without any relevance.
Yes, and it was followed by a shoe being hurled at you in the Chief Justice's court, which for us is in a way for lawyers or people who've studied law such as me, the sanctum of everything that holds sacred for us. You were very calm even that day. What was running through your mind?
Firstly, I didn't know that attack was something to do with what I am alleged to have uttered in the court. I just heard a voice, and then that man was, that advocate was standing in a corner, and he said he had thrown it at Justice Gavay. मैंने गवई साहब की तरफ भेजा. So then I just ignored it and asked the lawyers who were present before me to proceed further with the matter. I didn't. That was a decision I had taken at the spur of the moment, because at that moment I thought that it is not a matter to be worth taken note of, and I should proceed with the matter. And in the lunch recess, the registry asked me that person was taken in custody, his shoe was also taken. So I said that release him and also gave him his shoe so that he doesn't have to walk barefooted.
That's a little bit of humor. Shoe was given back to him, though I think he got his moment in the
maybe, yeah. If you are happy with that, let him be happy.
No, I think, do you believe there needs to be a stronger law? Can there be a law to prevent social media from speaking the dangerous things that it does by picking up things out of context?
No, some time back only I said that it is for the legislature to take into consideration and stop this menace of.
Can they control the social media? Will they be able to?
The technology is a boon.
Yes.
Yeah. But this technology, if it is being misused, the government certainly, if legislature is brought into place, it can be controlled.
It can be. All right. So that's a good warning for everyone who is actually at the bearing the brunt. I think one very interesting thing you mentioned is morphing of videos. I'm seeing there's a new trend in the Delhi High Court of all the actors coming before the Delhi High Court for relief, whether it's Karan Johar, Ajay Devgan, Kajol, because they're getting relief because their pictures are being morphed, Aishwarya Rai Bachchan, and they are put forward. Now there are these judgments from the Delhi High Court that this trend should stop. I wonder why they don't go to their own court in Bombay High Court, but that's another story. What are your days now going to look like, Justice Gavay?
At the moment, I'm just relaxing.
How are you relaxing, Justice Gavay? What do you like doing in your pastime other than law?
Now, for last 2-3 days, I have no time because all of you are...
Yeah, we've swarmed here.
And then been attending dinners, the official dinners, and fortunately there were foreign delegates, so I knew all of them, so I spent time with them also. Spending time with my law clerks and juniors. And we'll take a call after some time as to...
What do you enjoy doing in your time, some time that you'll get? What are the hobbies that you like?
I like traveling.
Yes,
I like traveling
wonderful.
to hills as well as to the beaches.
Wonderful.
To the forest.
Wonderful, okay.
For the wildlife sanctuaries in Vidarbha, they are very close to me and Justice Gavay, so we used to go there regularly when we were practicing at Nagpur.
Very nice.
So I think I can revive all those things apart from doing some other work because they say that you can't keep your mind empty.
Yes.
You need something for your mind to work also.
Yes, but I think a razor-sharp mind like yours is not going to be empty. Are you going to be taking on arbitration soon, Justice Gavay?
I have received certain offers for arbitrations and even consultations, opinions.
Yes.
For the at least 10 to 15 days, I just want to cool off.
Of course.
Then I will take a call on.
What about your family life? Do you spend a lot of time with your family, your child?
No, unfortunately, after becoming a Supreme Court judge and after becoming a judge in the Collegium also, I've hardly been in a position to spend my time with my daughter or my son.
Yes.
But I look forward now.
Yes, yes. And your children, are they keen to be in the profession or are they keen to follow their grandfather?
My daughter, she's trained in law. She has done LLB, LLM and PhD also.
Oh, amazing.
She is teaching in the National Law University.
Okay, very nice.
And son is too young to take a call.
Yeah. In fact, I've asked his son, hopefully he'll come and speak some words on Justice Gavay. Extremely sweet. He's around here taking pictures of Justice Gavay. Very sweet in the 9th standard. Let's see if I can get the shy Jyotiraditya to be here. Even as I'm speaking, the other unit is walking in. Justice Gavay extremely busy, but I'm not going to let him go till I ask him some more questions on what lies ahead. What is on your bucket list, Justice Gavay?
I said I would like to travel.
Yes.
Yeah.
Are there
I have also I would like to spend some time with the tribals in my own district in Melghat area. Try to do some work for them. And rest I will decide as the time comes.
What is the legacy that you want to be remembered for in your tenure as a judge of the Supreme Court and Chief Justice?
I think the work that I have done in last 3 years on environment, I have delivered about 18 main judgments, full-fledged judgments on environmental issues.
And 300 judgments authored by Justice Gavay.
300 as a judge of the Supreme Court and
yes.
around 35 to 40 as
a Chief Justice.
So around 340.
My God, 340 judgments, amazing.
So, I could substantially contribute to the environmental law. Apart from 18 judgments, I might have passed hundreds of orders over the last 3 years. And then the judgments which I have passed insofar as reforms in the judiciary are concerned.
Yes.
I have passed various judgments insofar as the recruitment as judicial magistrate, insofar as recruitment to the post of district judge.
Yes.
Then the experience required on so many various issues. Then regularization of the service of the court managers.
Yes.
Then about the pension to be payable to the High Court judges. I was surprised that some of the High Court judges after retirement were getting pension of 8,000, 15,000.
Which I wanted to ask you, how much are judges paid? Is it enough?
You can live a decent life, but if you start comparing yourself with lawyers, then you are unnecessarily...
Absolutely. So that's why maybe there is a discouraged, the there's not, people are not very encouraged to join the judiciary.
Those who are, doing extremely well financially, there's a reluctance on their part, at least in the cities like Bombay. But fortunately, I could get some of very good lawyers recently to be appointed who, though had a very, very good practice, they decided to sacrifice and join the judiciary.
Like you said, it's a sacrifice. Because you never know, especially with the, I personally feel it's extremely unfortunate, this growing trend of besmirching the judiciary. It started, I remember, in 2017 wholeheartedly when unfortunately there was a press conference of certain judges with the Judge Loya case.
In one of the bungalows.
Yes, in one of the bungalows. I think since then I have also seen a particular trend of trying to threaten the Chief Justice, intimidate the Chief Justice. Whether it was, I remember Justice Deepak Mishra, the same names I mentioned, he was actually told by Mr. Sibal, this case cannot be heard, the Ayodhya case, before the elections. It was in 2018 December he said this. So there's a very commanding, intimidating tone that is also used now with the judges. That respect, that honor that should be there somewhere by these senior advocates and others seems to be missing, Justice Gavay.
I do agree with you, but I have not faced any such problem in last 6.5 years.
Okay, I'm glad to hear that. I'm very glad to hear that. And my last question is going to be, like I asked you just before this, what is the one thing, the environment cases you want to be remembered for? What is the one thing that you hope should happen in the future that you're looking for in the judiciary?
Environment is a subject dear to me. So I'm sure that you're talking about the air quality in Delhi.
Yeah.
So let us hope for some good orders in the future, which will make Delhi a livable city.
Will you? Do you plan to continue living in Delhi?
At the moment.
At the moment. But does Bhushan Bhau want to go back to Maharashtra?
No, I will be going back to Maharashtra.
Yes.
On and off.
On and off. All right. So we have Justice Gavay with us very much in Delhi for some more time. Justice Gavay, the viewers of Republic TV, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And it's been a pleasure to interview you, to understand from you what led to your judgments. And like you said, the majesty of law always needs to be upheld. We go with that sentiment on this show, leaving you with that. Thank you for watching this show.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरी राजा, सबका राजा आरपोर मसाला।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
The Now, ladies and gentlemen, a fire at a Goa nightclub post-midnight on Sunday killed at least 25 people, including 14 staff members and some tourists as well. The incident occurred at the Birch by Romeo Lane nightclub in the Arpora village, North Goa. This is one of the biggest stories that we are tracking, ladies and gentlemen. In fact, Goa CM Dr. Pramod Sawant has also spoken exclusively to Republic, and he has also said that he has ordered a magisterial inquiry into the incident, as well as has promised and vowed stringent action against the club owners. As per the reports that are coming in, the club owners are currently on a run while FIR has been registered against them. It is a deadly fire, ladies and gentlemen, that broke out a little after the midnight, where 25 people were killed and 7 were injured.
कितने साल से काम कर रहे थे?
अभी रिसेंटली गांव से आया, नवंबर 27 तारीख को आया. अभी 4 दिन हुआ काम पर करके उसका.
3 दिन से काम?
3 दिन.
बर्च नाइटक्लब में काम
काम कर रहा था, हाउसकीपिंग जॉब कर रहा था.
हाउसकीपिंग. आपकी कुछ बात हुई थी उनसे?
उससे बात नहीं हो तो मेरा काजन उसका भाई फ़ोन किया था रात को, ऐसा प्रॉब्लम हो गया. सुबह 4 बजे फ़ोन आया था.
उनके भाई का आपको कॉल आया था आसाम से?
हाँ, आसाम से फ़ोन आया था.
आप भी यहीं पे काम करते हैं?
हाँ, मैं यहाँ पे काम करता हूँ.
आप अभी अंदर जाके आए हैं?
हाँ, देख के आया उसका.
आपने पहचाना?
हाँ, पहचाना.
कैसे पहचाना?
उसका मुँह में धुआं लगा है और थोड़ा नाक से ऐसा खून आया है.
आपकी आंखों में आंसू देख पा रही हूँ.
और अभी सरकार का टीम आया तो पूरा फुल सपोर्ट दे रहा है सरकार. कुछ टेंशन लेने के लिए नहीं बोला, सब कुछ करके देगा.
परिस्थिति गंभीर है अंदर?
नहीं, अभी सरकार का टीम बोला टेंशन मत लो, हम लोग आप लोग के साथ है. सब जो कुछ है हम लोग देख लेगा. आपका सही सलामत आपका बॉडी घर गाँव पहुँचा देगा. कुछ टेंशन नहीं मत लो, सरकार का पूरा साथ है. सरकार
अभी तो कोई भी क्यों नहीं आया सीनियर बंदा?
कम से कम आके मिलके तो जाना चाहिए.
कोई मैनेजर हो, कोई GM हो, कोई HR हो, कोई बॉस हो, कोई कुछ भी हो. बॉस हम लोग की वजह से वो बॉस बनाए, भूल गया वो बात. अभी कल के दिन उसके अभी ये घटना देख के कोई भी स्टाफ उधर काम नहीं करेगा तो कौन बोलेगा बॉस? जब हम लोग हैं तभी ना तुम लोग बॉस हो. आओ बात करो हमसे. फोन ही नहीं उठा रहे हो सुबह से. ये तो नहीं है कि आपको खबर नहीं पहुंची होगी, खबर पहुंच के तो आप फोन नहीं उठा रहे हो ना. अभी मेरा कहना क्या है, चलो डेड बॉडी है, कोई पहचान में आ रही है. जो पहचान में नहीं आ रहा है, इनके पास पुलिस फॉर्म है, कंपनी के पास पुलिस फॉर्म दे दो, फैमिली को इन्फॉर्म करेंगे, फैमिली आएगी. आप लोग फैमिली से बात करो, फैमिली से बात होनी चाहिए. किसी का कोई यही नहीं इधर.
जितना जल्दी हो सकेगा कम से कम उतनी फैमिली तो आ जाएगी. सैटरडे संडे को?
हाँ, फ्राइडे सैटरडे संडे को रहता है, हफ्ते में 3 दिन रहता है वो.
और ऐसे
वो कभी कभी सर, वो कभी कभी जो दूसरा आर्टिस्ट लोग आता है, ऐसे स्पेशल आर्टिस्ट लोग आता है तो वो लोग अपना वो दिखाते हैं, स्किल दिखाते हैं, तो उसी में ये थोड़ा बहुत हो गया है. और ऐसा तो कुछ नहीं है. हमारा कहना क्या है, डेड बॉडी को अच्छी तरह रखो जब तक फैमिली नहीं आती है. अभी उधर खड़े होने के लिए 10 मिनट खड़े हो जाओ, नाक बंद करना पड़ रहा है खड़े होने के लिए उधर ही. तो आप उसमें से कैसे वो कर सकते हैं? हम यहाँ से डेड बॉडी नेपाल कैसे भेजेंगे?
All right, joining me live are my 2 colleagues, Nitin from outside the Birch Nightclub and Swarali from outside the Goa Medical College. Nitin, my first question to you. For our viewers who are just tuning in, if you could give us a chronology of what exactly happened, when exactly did the fire break out? What we are coming to know as per the reports that the fire broke out a little after midnight. What exactly transpired after that?
Exactly. So it's just been a very chaotic, long night for every Goan out here, every international tourist. As we've seen, 12:30 is what the time is being ascertained, is when the incident happened. Cases of suffocation has rightly come to light. There have been opposition pressure, there's political pressure. Obviously, there's a way to twist this incident as a political fiasco. Beyond that, the concern really lies with the family members that have faced losses of loved ones. Beyond that, I like to bring a big exclusive for our viewers today. I've just got to know through our sources on the ground that there are 4 arrests that have already been made, mostly from the management personnel at the place. There has been an arrest. There have been 4 people, and there are talks. There are rumors of another person to be arrested, soon to be arrested from the local political circles of Goa. So that's the latest and the biggest update for our viewers at Republic TV. Over to you, Antara.
Right, Nitin. Another question that I want to ask you here is, what we're coming to know is that there is an FIR that has also been registered against the 2 owners. What is the status on that?
So the status on that, it cannot really be expedited faster because the owner is fleeing. He's not currently in Goa right now. There are reports that are coming in that he's not in India, as far as knowledge is concerned, as of now. But we'll keep bringing you updates about owner's whereabouts. He's completely lost this battle. He has his establishment all across Delhi, Bhubaneswar, Noida, and obviously in Goa, where this big incident has come to light. So it's really a question of why are these licenses being given to these people? Why is there no question? Where is he right now, as of now, when 25 people have already lost lives at one of his establishments? I think that's the real question that our viewers would like to know. And he's not answerable. He's not picking calls. As you see, he's nowhere to be found. There's just political party members coming up here.
Yes.
Yeah, over to you. Yeah.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely, Nitin. These are some tough questions that we have to ask at this point. Swarali, my next question is to you. You know, you're outside the Goa Medical College right now, and of course, there is this very, very difficult and distressing process of identifying the bodies of the victims. What is the status on that? Have the families been, you know, are the families aware, especially the foreigners, for the foreign tourists who were here in the club? Are the families of those tourists aware of what has happened, what has transpired there, and has any relative come there to claim any of their loved ones?
Yes, let me tell you what we are collecting from the ground is that some of the relatives of the family or family members of these deceased are at the spot, and they are trying to identify or recognize their loved ones who have lost their lives in this tragic incident that has taken place in the North Goa, and to be very specific, Arpora region in the Birch Nightclub. So let me tell you, some of the staff members were involved in this. They are deceased in this entire incident, and co-workers who are working in the same lane of which is named like a Romeo lane, and there are several such nightclubs or restaurants in the same lane, and they have come forward to identify their relatives. But what I could gather from ground is that relatives are enraged because they are saying that we are present at the location since morning. Some are there since the midnight. Some have come since the 10 a.m. but no proper communication is being done with the families. And now I can get that some of the family members of tourists have also come down, and they are inside the zones wherein the bodies are there, and the process of post-mortem and recognition is done. Now when we are trying to talk to the opposition parties of the Goa, they are saying that these illegal structures, there are several illegal structures along the coastline of North Goa, and this has been going on since a long time. As Nitin was rightly pointing out, the real question over here is why these licenses are being given to people who are not following the norms, may it be fire safety norms or the structure norms which are required. Because what we are gathering from the co-workers of the deceased is that the people have lost their lives in the kitchen area specifically. They are not burnt, but they have suffocated to the kind of environment was created on the spot. Because to be very specific, they were telling me on camera that there are no burn marks on the bodies, but there was a blood coming out from their ears or nose, which shows that they have suffocated to the fire incident that has taken place. And it's not a cylinder blast allegedly, but it has become because of the fire spot that was being on the spot. But these are all allegations, and investigation is under the way. And one of the very important breaking update right now is that among the 4 who are detained is the manager of Birch Nightclub. Now it is to be seen what comes up in the investigation. Back to you.
Absolutely, Swarali. These are some tough questions that our colleagues from the ground are reporting. We continue to get you exclusive details on the same. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, Republic's Deputy Executive Editor spoke exclusively to Goa CM Dr. Pramod Sawant over the entire incident and follow-ups. Listen in to what the Chief Minister had to say.
Dr. Sawant, thank you very much for joining us on this broadcast. I want to straight away begin by asking you that the Panchayat had already raised concerns about rules not being followed by the nightclub. Despite that, the operations continued. Is there any reason why the Goa government looked the other way?
At present, हमने इसके खिलाफ मैजिस्ट्रेट इंक्वायरी लगाई है. मैजिस्ट्रेट इंक्वायरी का रिपोर्ट आने के बाद भी इस पे मैं कमेंट कर सकूंगा, क्योंकि किसने ट्रेड लाइसेंस दिया और किसने इसको, ये बाद में पता चलेगा.
डॉक्टर सावंत, प्रिलिमिनरी जो इन्फॉर्मेशन आपके पास आई है उससे आपको क्या जानकारी मिल रही है कि आखिरकार ये क्या कारण हो सकता है? क्योंकि कुछ लोग ये कह रहे थे कि कुछ पायरोज विजुअल्स हो रहे थे, कुछ प्रोग्राम चल रही थी उस वक्त आग लगी। आपके पास
सही कहा, आपने सही कहा। इस कुछ तो पैरोल्स कुछ तो वहाँ पे लगे थे, तो क्लब के ऊपर वाले हॉल में आग लगी और वहाँ से लोग बाहर एक ही दरवाजे से जो निकलना था वो ज्यादा लोग बाहर निकल आए, लेकिन जो लोग उनके ग्राउंड फ्लोर में चले गए वो सफोकेशन के वजह से उनकी डेथ हो गई है। ये प्रिलिमिनरी इंक्वायरी तो आई है। इसके 25 लोगों की डेथ हो गई है, 6 लोग अभी एडमिटेड है, दे आर आउट ऑफ डेंजर, उनके ट्रीटमेंट अच्छी तरह से चल रही है। तो फिर बाकी तो जो रिपोर्ट आएगा उसके अनुसार हम स्ट्रिक्टली एक्शंस will take against that club owner and club managers.
एक आखिरी सवाल डॉक्टर साहब करना चाहूंगा कि आखिरकार जब आप देखें कि कई सारे रूल्स एंड रेगुलेशंस को फ्लाउट किया गया है प्रिलिमिनरी इंफॉर्मेशन के तहत, आप अगर देखें आप किसको जिम्मेदार ठहराएंगे? क्योंकि जिस तरह से आपके सरकार के ऊपर आरोप लग रहे हैं,
रिपोर्ट आने के बाद ही इसके ऊपर बात करना उचित, रिपोर्ट आने के बाद ही इसके ऊपर बात करना उचित रहेगा। वी आर वेटिंग फॉर द रिपोर्ट।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आरपोर मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी। अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आरपोर मसाला।
भाई मेरा बेटी को प्यार चाहिए, मेरा बेटी का ब्लड आ रहा, ब्लड नीचे से ब्लड आ रहा, प्यार चाहिए, दे दो। क्यों नहीं कर सकता, क्यों नहीं कर सकता, क्यों नहीं कर सकता? मेरे को प्यार चाहिए अभी।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching the Sunday edition of 6 Stories at 6. Let's get you started with all the stories that have set the national agenda today. Starting with story number 1. At least 25 lives have been lost in a midnight blaze at Birch by Romeo Lane in Goa. It was a nightclub. This has triggered We learned by a gas cylinder explosion that trapped dancers and staff in the area and suffocating smoke. Eyewitness described chaos as flames erupted on the dance floor. The next story that we're tracking again is about how there were glaring safety violations that have now been exposed, including no fire NOC, basement, kitchen, dead ends and unauthorized operations as the nightclub's manager and owner face arrest for culpable homicide. Over 1,000 Indigo flights, ladies and gentlemen, have been axed in a single day again due to crew shortages and new pilot rest rules, stranding thousands at airports during the peak holiday rush. We will tell you the stories of those Indigo flights that never took off. And about the government. The government has slapped the fare caps from 7,500 to 18,000 on domestic routes to curb the post-Indigo chaos spikes, but the stranded flyers have been crying foul as tickets still, however, double the limit hours after the orders. Meanwhile, Navjot Singh Sidhu's camp are hinting at a comeback if Congress dangles the Chief Minister post, exposing deep factional wounds as his wife laments infighting, sidelining loyalists. And also what you're tracking on 6 Stories at 6 is how the Karnataka Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivkumar's cryptic call for readiness amid Chief Minister Siddaramaya's health woes fuels speculation yet again of a leadership swap to steady the government's wobbly footing. 6 stories that have been lined up for you, starting first up with a detailed note on the first story. A fun night of music and dance turned into a scene of death and despair in North Goa. A massive fire ripped through a packed club in Arpora, killing at least 25 people. Eyewitnesses describe hearing a loud noise, a loud explosion, followed by plumes of smoke and panic as people ran for their lives. Most victims died of suffocation after being trapped in the basement. Authorities have ordered a probe into safety lapses as families mourn the dead ones.
A weekend party night turned fatal in Goa. 25 lives lost as North Goa's popular nightclub, Birch by Romeo Lane, had a massive blaze, trapping those present inside. 4 of them were tourists, while 19 were staff members of the club, even as some remain yet to be identified. This is how it began. The video from a dance floor captures chaos at the nightclub moments before the fire erupted. Watch this chilling footage from inside the club, captured the moment flames erupted from the ceiling above the dancer on the stage, with thick smoke quickly filling the area. Fire broke out at around 12:04 a.m. The blaze, believed to have started on the dance floor, allegedly due to a cylinder blast, rapidly spread, trapping many inside. Eyewitnesses described hearing a massive explosion. Panic spread within seconds as the fire engulfed the entire nightclub, leaving no clear escape.
मैं एक्चुअली घर पे जा रहा था, तभी देहरी आवाज़ आया फ्लैश का वगैरह, तो मैंने देखा कि मेरे एक्चुअली नियर बाई घर है इधर, मैंने देखा था कि अभी आग जल रहा है। एक्चुअली मोस्टली क्या होता है इधर कभी पटाखे जलते हैं, कुछ फंक्शन होता है वगैरह, तो उतना ये मतलब हम लोग ने इतना वो चीज़ नहीं लिया.
Victims were trapped in the basement, succumbing to suffocation from the heavy smoke. Security guards near the scene reported the explosion and chaos, while families of the victims, including relatives from Jharkhand and Delhi.
पूरा जलने लगा, वही देखा.
फिर कोई कितना 23 लोग मर गया बोलते हैं, वो डेड बॉडी सब देखा.
ये तो मैं नहीं देखने गया, बट कैसे एलाउ नहीं था हम लोग का जाने का. गेट पे आप गेट पे ही था? मैं गेट पे था. और कितना टूरिस्ट लोग भी आए थे? हाँ, टूरिस्ट भी थे. कितना रहेगा टूरिस्ट अंदाज? ये तो मिनिमम हमको तो पता नहीं है।
एंट्री हुआ था, शो था क्या था?
हाँ शो था, कल ये था, कुछ डीजे डांसर आने वाली थी,
स्पेशल डांसर।
Tourists staying nearby also witnessed the frightening aftermath in the dead of the night, expressing shock at the tragedy.
The moment we came here, so we thought, why there is a pollution here, because we are used to of seeing smoke everywhere. So we thought it's not normal. So after some time we got to know there has been a fire.
Authorities have launched a detailed probe into the potential safety lapses, including fire clearance, emergency exits, overcrowding, basement access, and use of pyro guns. The owner of the nightclub is absconding, and the staff members, families of the victims, are demanding answers.
अभी रिसेंटली गांव से आया, नवंबर 27 तारीख को आया। अभी 3-4 दिन हुआ काम करके उसका।
3 दिन से काम?
3 दिन।
बर्च नाइटक्लब में काम
हाँ काम कर रहा था, हाउसकीपिंग जॉब कर रहा था।
हाउसकीपिंग। आपकी कुछ बात हुई थी
उससे बात नहीं हुई, तो मेरा काजन उसका भाई फ़ोन किया था रात को, ऐसा प्रॉब्लम हो गया। सुबह 4 बजे फ़ोन आया था
उनके भाई का आपको कॉल आया था?
हाँ कासम से फ़ोन आया था।
आप यहीं पे काम करते हैं?
हाँ मैं यहाँ पे काम करता हूँ।
आप अभी अंदर जाके आए?
हाँ देख के आया उसका।
आपने पहचाना?
हाँ पहचाना उसका मुंह में धुआं लगा है और थोड़ा नाक से ऐसा खून आया है।
So far in the preliminary action, FIR has been registered against the two owners, Saurabh and Gaurav Luthra, and the managers of the club have been arrested. Meanwhile, the Congress has accused Goa government of a planned murder, sparking yet another political row.
Ladies and gentlemen, a devastating fire at the Birch Club in Arpora, North Goa turned into a Bollywood-themed night into a tragedy, claiming 25 lives, which included 4 tourists and 19 staff members, and injuring 6 people. There are new footages now that show flames erupting from the roof during a pyro show, triggering chaos and suffocation inside the packed venue. The Chief Minister of Goa, Pramod Sawant, confirmed that there are major safety lapses, saying that preliminary findings have showed how the club did not follow the norms and was operating despite the violations. But the question really, ladies and gentlemen, is then, if the government has confirmed that there were safety violations, if the government has confirmed that there were lapses, who is to be now held responsible for the death of the 25 innocent people?
A Bollywood night of celebration turned deadly when Birch Club in Arpora, North Goa turned into a fire trap. It all started with a spark. Panic spread within seconds. New footage from inside the Birch Club shows a singer mid-performance when flames burst out of the roof during a pyro show. A night meant for enjoyment sadly claimed the lives of 25 people and left 6 injured. 4 tourists and 19 staff members among those who perished. 3 died from burn injuries. The rest suffocated as thick smoke filled the tightly packed nightclub. Hinting at safety lapse, Goa's Chief Minister Pramod Sawant indicated that the nightclub had not followed the safety norms.
Dr. Sawant, thank you very much for joining us on this broadcast. I want to straight away begin by asking you that the Panchayat had already raised concerns about rules not being followed by the nightclub. Despite that, the operations continued. Is there any reason why the Goa government looked the other way?
एट प्रेजेंट हमने इसके खिलाफ मैजिस्ट्रेट इंक्वायरी लगाई है। तो मैजिस्ट्रेट इंक्वायरी का रिपोर्ट आने के बाद भी इस पे मैं कमेंट कर सकूंगा, क्योंकि किसने ट्रेड लाइसेंस दिया और किसने इसको, ये बाद में पता चलेगा।
डॉक्टर सावंत, प्रिलिमिनरी जो इन्फॉर्मेशन आपके पास आई है उससे आपको क्या जानकारी मिल रही है कि आखिरकार ये क्या कारण हो सकता है? क्योंकि कुछ लोग ये कह रहे थे कि कुछ पायरोज विजुअल्स हो रहे थे, कुछ प्रोग्राम चल रही थी, उस वक्त आग लगी। आपके पास
सही कहा, आपने सही कहा। इस कुछ तो पायरोल्स कुछ तो वहाँ पे लगे थे, तो क्लब के ऊपर वाले हॉल में आग लगी और वहाँ से लोग बाहर एक ही दरवाजे से जो निकलना था ज्यादा लोग बाहर निकल आए, लेकिन जो लोग उनके ग्राउंड फ्लोर में चले गए वो सफोकेशन के वजह से उनकी डेथ हो गई है। ये प्रिलिमिनरी इंक्वायरी तो आई है, इसके 25 लोगों की डेथ हो गई है, 6 लोग अभी एडमिटेड है, दे आर आउट ऑफ डेंजर, उनकी ट्रीटमेंट अच्छी तरह से चल रही है। तो फिर बाकी तो जो रिपोर्ट आएगा उसके अनुसार हम स्ट्रिक्टली एक्शंस will take against that club owner and club managers.
एक आखिरी सवाल डॉक्टर साहब करना चाहूंगा कि आखिरकार जब आप देखें कि कई सारे रूल्स एंड रेगुलेशंस को फ्लाउट किया गया है प्रिलिमिनरी इंफॉर्मेशन के तहत, आप अगर देखें आप किसको जिम्मेदार ठहराएंगे? क्योंकि जिस तरह से आपके सरकार के ऊपर आरोप लग रहे हैं,
रिपोर्ट आने के बाद ही इसके ऊपर बात करना उचित, रिपोर्ट आने के बाद ही इसके ऊपर बात करना उचित रहेगा। वी आर वेटिंग फॉर द रिपोर्ट। Thank you.
A magisterial inquiry to examine fire safety compliance, building norms and alleged illegal operations has been ordered. The club's controversial history has also come to light. A demolition order was issued against Birch Club a month ago, calling the structure illegal. But the club approached high authorities and managed to stay the order. Meanwhile, the Congress still continues to politicize the heart-wrenching incident.
मुख्यमंत्री कल रात में हमने देखा कि ऑन रिकॉर्ड उन्होंने बोला है कि दिस इज अ डेंजरस सिचुएशन एंड पीपल आर नॉट फॉलोइंग द नॉर्म्स। इसका मतलब क्या है? इसका मतलब है कि गोवा राज्य के मुख्यमंत्री ने स्वीकार किया है कि उसकी एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन फेल हो चुकी है। वी डिमांड दैट द चीफ मिनिस्टर एंड all the ministers involved in giving the permissions to this, whether it is illegal, legal, we don't know, they have to resign immediately on moral and political grounds because 25 innocent लोगों की जान गई है।
So far, in the preliminary action, FIR has been registered against 2 owners, Saurabh and Gaurav Luthra, and others from the management. A night meant for music and celebration turned into one of Goa's darkest tourism tragedies.
And moving on to the other stories that we are tracking, the Indigo flight cancellation crisis. It has triggered by inadequate rostering for the new DGCA pilot rest regulations, dragged into its 6th consecutive day with hundreds of passengers still stranded at the major airports like Delhi, Mumbai and Bengaluru despite the airline's promises of stabilization. CEO Peter Elbers apologized for the severe disruptions that have now led to over 2,500 total cancellations since December 2nd, prompting the government intervention, including fare caps, as the aviation watchdog issued a show-cause notice to the carrier amid calls for regulatory penalties over what critics dubbed India's worst aviation meltdown in years. Operations are projected to be normalized by December 10th or 15th, but the fiasco has exposed the deep-seated manpower planning flaws in the low-cost giant that dominates 2/3 of the domestic traffic. After a week of mass cancellations and travel chaos, Indigo claims that it has restored a majority of its network. The airline claims to have over 95% of its routes back, giving many stranded travelers a chance to resume their journeys. Yet, at major airports, the fallout is still visible. Long queues at check-in counters, frustrated and stranded passengers, and over 220 flights cancelled this morning at Delhi and Mumbai alone. From Delhi to Guwahati, travelers told the same story. Last-minute cancellations, no affordable alternatives, and days of uncertainty.
आज फ़्लाइट कैंसिल हो गई। कल इवनिंग को ही खबर आया। आज मेरा फ़्लाइट था टू कैलकाटा एट 7:20 एंड कल इवनिंग को ही खबर आया कि फ़्लाइट कैंसिल हो गया। अभी यहाँ पे आके फिर कौन सा फ़्लाइट अवेलेबल है, क्या है, वो सब खोज खबर लेना पड़ा। एंड इंडिगो से पूछने से उनका ऑपरेशंस पूरा बंद है। एंड इफ़ आई गो टू अदर काउंटर्स लाइक एयर इंडिया, आकाशा, उनके भी लिमिटेड फ़्लाइट्स हैं और अगर है भी तो इट्स वेरी कॉस्टली, इट्स नॉट अफोर्डेबल। अभी जो भी मुझे मिला कल का मिला है, बहुत मुश्किल से मिला है। फिर अभी मैं फिगर कर रहा हूँ कहाँ रहना है यहाँ पे। सो इट इज़ बिकमिंग अ बिट टफ। ऑफिस वाले हैं हम लोग, तो वहाँ पे भी हम लोग को छुट्टी लेना पड़ रहा है।
With seats limited and demand spiking, other airlines have hiked their fares, forcing many. All right, we'll have to cut out of the detailed report to cut to something that's more important. Right now, the Chief Minister of Goa, Pramod Sawant, is briefing over the nightclub fiasco, the tragedy that claimed the lives of 25 people. Let's listen to what he's saying.
नरेंद्र मोदी जी हांच्यानी सकाळी 6 पयलीं म्हाका फोन केलो, पुरा इन्सिडन्साची त्यांनी चौकशी केली आणि हांवेनूय तांकां सगळें ब्रीफ केलें. ताज्या उपरांत रोखडेंच तांच्यांनी ह्या संदर्भात जे डेथ जाल्या तांच्या घरच्याक 2-2 लाख रुपया जाहीर केले. जे इंजर्ड जाल्ले आहा तांकां 50,000 रुपया तेंच्यांनी जाहीर केल्या. हाच्या इन्सिडन्साच्या उपरांत आमी सरकारा कडल्यान आमच्या डिझास्टर हातूंतल्यान 5 लाख रुपया तांच्या फॅमिलीक दिवपाचें थारायलां. जेंकां मेजर इंजरीज आसा तांकां 50,000 रुपया आमच्या सरकारा कडल्यान मेळटले. अशा पद्दतीचे इन्सिडन्स हे परत जावचे न्ही. बट जाल्ल्या इन्सिडन्साची सुद्दां मॅजिस्ट्रियल इन्क्वायरी करपा खातीर आमी डिस्ट्रिक्ट मॅजिस्ट्रेट नॉर्थ हाज्या सकयल ही कमिटी बसयल्या. तातूंतल्यान SP साउथ, डेप्युटी कलेक्टर फायर एंड एमर्जन्सी, डायरेक्टर फॉरेन्सिक्स हाजी कमिटी बसयल्या आणि त्या कमिटीच्या अंतर्गत तांच्यांनी एका विकाच्या भितर हो रिपोर्ट जो आसा विदीन 1 वीक तांणी सबमीट करचो पडटलो. नेक्स्ट आमी DGPक स्ट्रिक्टली इन्स्ट्रक्शन्स दिल्या की ह्या हातूंतल्यान आमी म्हणटा की कोण कोण कल्प्रीट आशिल्ले ह्या सगळ्या गजालींनी परमिशन्स दिल्या पासून ते ऑर्गनायज करी पर्यंत ते क्लब ओनर आसतलो किंवा ऑर्गनायझर्स आसतले किंवा तांकां जेणे परमिशन्स दिल्ली आसा त्या सगळ्या जाणांक जी एक्शन्स म्हणजे सगळी सेक्शन्स विशेष करून सेक्शन 125 आणि सेक्शन 287 ह्या सेक्शनाच्या अंतर्गत तांकां बूक करतले. ॲट प्रेझेंट 4 लोकांक अरेस्ट केल्या. तांचो जनरल मॅनेजर आणि तांचे 3 जाण लोक. बाकीच्यां कडेन इन्क्वायरी सुरू आसा. त्या क्लबाचे जे ओनर्स आसा ह्या दोगांय खातीर अरेस्ट वॉरंट काडला. अरेस्ट वॉरंट आनी ताका अरेस्ट करपा खातीर आमची टीम ही दिल्ली हांगासर गेल्या. आमी जशें म्हणटा की इन फ्युचर गोंयांत अशा पद्दतीचो इन्सिडंट जावचो न्ही. एखादो इन्सिडंट जाल्या उपरांत तो आय ओपनर ठरता. म्हणून सरकारान स्ट्रिक्टली सेक्रेटरी रेव्हेन्यू हाच्या अंतर्गत एक ऑडिट करपाचें थारायलां. ऑडिट ऑफ सच क्लब्स आनी बिजनेस एस्टाब्लिशमेंट. सेक्रेटरी रेव्हेन्यू हो त्या कमिटीचो चेअरमॅन आसतलो. ताच्या अंतर्गत वन फ्रॉम पुलीस डिपार्टमेंट, वन फ्रॉम द सेफ्टी पर्पज PWD बिल्डिंग्स डिपार्टमेंट आणि वन फ्रॉम द अवर फायनान्स डिपार्टमेंट. हे सगळे व्हेरीफाय केल्या उपरांत म्हणजे पुराय ऑडिट हे केले वयतले आणि ऑडिट केल्या उपरांत ताच्या खातीर SOP फ्रेम जातली आणि ही SOP जी आसा ही त्या अनुसार सगळ्या जाणांक चलोवचें पडटलें. गव्हर्मेंट विल इश्यू द एडवायजरी. अशा स्टेट डिझास्टर मॅनेजमेंट ऑथॉरिटी हाच्या अंतर्गत एडवायजरी इश्यू करतले आणि त्या एडवायजरीच्या अनुसार सेफ्टी प्रोविजन ही सगळ्या खातीर घेतले. आमी हे सगळें करता आसतना इवन दो द चीफ सेक्रेटरी आणि DGP हांच्यांनी कंप्लिटली ज्या ऑफिसर्स हातूंतल्यान इन्वॉल्व आसा अशा सगळ्या ऑफिसरांचेर डिसिप्लिनरी एक्शन्स आनी हियरिंग ऑफिसर्स हांचेर कंप्लिटली थॉरो इन्वेस्टिगेशन्स जावन तांचेर इन्क्वायरी जावन तांचेर कडक एक्शन कितें ती घेतली. So I have conveyed the urgent and high-level meeting today at the 12:15 and continuously I am discussing with all the concerned officers. So the Chief Secretary, DGP, IGP, Secretary Revenue, Collector North, SP have discussed regarding the cause of the incident, and after having the detailed discussions, I have taken the following decisions. 1. To conduct the magisterial inquiry through the committee comprising of the District Magistrate, SP South, Deputy Collector of the Deputy Director of the Fire and Emergency Services, Director Forensics regarding the procedural lapses and resulted in the mischief, and to submit the report to the government within a week. DGP has directed to take the strict punitive actions against the culprit, including the owner, managers and manager of the club and those who have issued the permissions. The committee shall be, third one, the committee shall be constituted under the chairmanship of the Secretary Revenue for conducting the audit of such clubs, business establishment, etc., which are operating without a valid permissions and wherein there is a likelihood to be gathering of the people in large number. An SOP has framed by this committee for all such establishments to ensure such incident shall not repeat it in future. The advisory to issue by SDMA for all club, restaurant and other commercial establishment wherein the likelihood of the significant footfall is there to ensure and they operate and with the valid permissions and adequate safety provisions. The ex gratia amount of the 5 lakhs rupees to the next to the kin of the deceased and the 50,000 rupees for the injured will be the sanction through the SDRF fund. The government shall provide a complete assistance to the next of the deceased for the transportation of the deceased to their home. Dedicated team comprising of the SDM, police and health authorities have been constituted for the same. I also directed the Chief Secretary and the DGP to take the disciplinary actions against the erring officers. जाल्ल्या घटनेचे म्हाका खूब खेद आसा की अशा पद्दतीची टुरिजम सेक्टरांतली ही सगळ्यात व्हडली घटना आसली. म्हाका वैयक्तीक लेवलाचेरूय बी हांव खूब मोठ्या प्रमाणात ह्या जी घटना जाली ताका लागून पर्सनली स्वता मॉनिटर करून जे कोण कल्प्रिट्स आसा ते भितर वयतले हाजी पर्सनली खात्री करून घेतलो.
If you could repeat this in English, what was the incident and when it was informed and what exactly was the cause behind the fire?
And was the structure legal? Did it have the requisite permission?
One by one. मैं पहले जो बता रहा हूँ ये इंसिडेंट्स यानी 11:45 रात को हुआ.